Summary: it is the year 2052, mining workers in Country A have accidentally dug through a bottomless pit. Bizarre-looking creatures have escaped from underground and caused a large number of civilian casualties. The abyssal passage has opened. 10 gigantic golden ranking lists have also appeared in the sky. The strange phenomenon has plunged the whole world into chaos. The golden ranking lists have evolved from the will of the world. Those who get ranked on the golden ranking lists will receive heavenly opportunities. The higher the ranking, the greater the rewards. The first person to be on a ranking list will get its only divine grade reward. From this point onwards, the fate of humanity will be all changed. Chu Feng bounces up from the sofa, gasping for his breath as he awakens to the year 2052. He can still feel the cold sensation of the long sword of his good sworn big brother Linny slicing through his heart. I'm not dead? He soon realizes that he has been reborn 10 years back in time. The tribulation has not yet arrived, none of the tragedies has happened yet. He knows what will happen in the next 10 years. He must now seize Big Brother's opportunities, he must avenge himself. He must seize all the opportunities and ascend to the golden ranking lists, and obtain all the divine grade rewards as soon as possible before the invasion of the abyss. He must become even stronger. Chapter 1: The Abyss appears, the golden ranking lists rise, the great tribulation begins. My good big brother, I can't wait to eat your flesh and drink your blood, huh? We used to be such close sworn siblings back then, but now you've killed me and third sister with your own hands. Good job, big brother. If there is an afterlife, I will definitely make you fall eternally into the abyss. 2052 AD, at Chu Feng's home in the city center of Jiang City, the midday news was running on the virtual television which was suspended from the middle of the living room. Outside the window, the sun was shining brightly, and there was a gentle breeze. Inside the house, Chu Feng was curled up and sleeping on the sofa. With an ice bag over his head, Chu Feng clenched his fists tightly in his sleep. He had a ghastly expression, and it looked as if he was having a nightmare. No. I can't accept this. The next moment, Chu Feng bounced up suddenly from the sofa. He was in great shock and gasping for his breath. I'm not dead? Chu Feng looked around dazed. He could still vividly recall the cold sensation when Big Brother's long sword of sub-legendary grade sliced through his heart. With Big Brother's character, there was no way he would let him off. Where is this? Seeing the familiar environment before him, Chu Feng was stunned. Isn't this my home? But wasn't my home destroyed on Apocalypse Day? Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. Chu Feng hurriedly took out the latest model of Huawei phone, the P800 mobile phone. He looked at the date on the virtual screen. Chu Feng's breathing started to quicken. June 25, 2052. This was 10 years ago. Chu Feng had a very deeply etched memory of this point in time, the abyssal passage, the 10 golden ranking golden lists. From this point onwards, the fate of humanity was all changed. After a long while, Chu Feng finally came to terms with the fact that he had been reborn 10 years back in time. Presently, the tribulation had not yet arrived, none of the tragedies had happened yet. My dear big brother, everything is not over yet. A cold captivating light burst forth from Chu Feng's eyes. Suddenly, an urgent female voice could be heard from the television. Breaking news: at noon today, in Country A, workers who were carrying out the excavation works on an underground mine accidentally dug through a bottomless pit. Several bizarre-looking underground creatures escaped and caused a large number of civilian casualties in the neighboring towns. Chu Feng did not listen to the rest of the news because he knew very well what would happen afterwards. The abyssal passage has appeared. The 10 golden ranking lists should be appearing too. Muttering to himself, Chu Feng raised his head and looked out of the window. As expected, the cloudless clear sky suddenly darkened. It was as if someone had covered it directly with a curtain. It became pitch black. 10 golden beams of light, which looked like stars, swept through the sky. Gradually, they condensed into 10 sheets of gigantic lists that were hundreds of thousands of feet in length and width. The golden ranking lists poured down like a waterfall. At this moment, the whole world saw the 10 golden ranking lists. Oh God, what are these? Have the aliens arrived? Oh my God. It must be the manifestation of God. Seeing the chaotic crowd outside, Chu Feng took a deep breath. The abyss has appeared. The great tribulation has begun. What should come will always come. God has allowed me to live again. I must first seize all the opportunities. Only then will I have a chance to survive. Compared to the confused crowd before him, Xu Feng's greatest advantage was that he knew what would happen in the next 10 years. It was like playing a game with a cheat sheet. Even a rookie could become an expert. Not to mention that Xu Feng had been a globally renowned grade A expert in his previous life. Soon, the golden ranking lists in the sky became clearer. A line of large characters appeared on each sheet of the ranking lists. It was not written in a language known to mankind, but bizarrely, everyone could understand it effortlessly. Spiritual Energy Golden Ranking List, Bloodline Golden Ranking List, Pet Beast Golden Ranking List. What does all this mean? Why does it seem like the recovery of spiritual energy in novels? Have I transmigrated? A rare phenomenon has descended from the sky, and an opportunity has descended upon the world. What the hell am I still working overtime for? I want to be the main character too. Because of the sudden bizarre change, the whole world was plunged into chaos. Only Xu Feng knew clearly what he needed to do. In the rumors from his previous life, the 10 golden ranking lists had evolved from the will of the world, and they possessed immense power. Those who were ranked on the golden ranking lists would be able to receive heavenly opportunities. The higher the ranking, the greater the rewards. The first person to be on a ranking list would receive the only divine grade reward. For example, a vast majority of the renowned super experts in his previous life had all received the only divine grade reward from each of the golden ranking lists and laid a solid foundation. The Imperial Beast Sage, a grade S expert, was the first to get into the Pet Beast Golden Ranking List. The Immortal Emperor, a grade S expert, was the first to get into the Bloodline Golden Ranking List. There was also Xu Feng's sworn brother, Lin Yi, whom he hated to the bone. He was the first person to get into the Spiritual Energy Golden Ranking List. Xu Feng did not know what the divine grade rewards were for the others. However, he knew clearly that Lin Yi, as the successor of the ancient martial arts, was the first human to attain the grade D rating, receiving 100-fold cultivation speed. This was definitely a reward that could make everyone go crazy. With the 100-fold cultivation speed, Lin Yi cultivated far ahead of anyone and became one of the top 10 experts of the world in a very short time. Since the new era, based on the rating by the golden ranking lists, cultivators had been classified into Grade D, Grade C, Grade B, Grade A, and Grade S. There were possibly even higher grades, but no human had cleared the rating by the golden ranking lists. So there had not been corresponding grades. At this moment, many things came to Xu Feng's mind. Right now, the top priority for him was to obtain all the divine grade rewards as quickly as possible and build the most perfect foundation. Xu Feng had not forgotten that according to the development in his previous life, even those as strong as the Immortal Emperor and the like, could not resist the invasion by the Abyss. He had to become stronger. His first goal was naturally to seize the opportunities of his good big brother. The corners of Xu Feng's mouth curled into a cold smile. Revenge had begun from this moment onwards. Chapter 2, Applying for a Grade D rating. Translator, Han Yi Translations Editor, Han Yi Translations. In the living room, Xu Feng sat down cross-legged without the slightest hesitation. He exercised his cultivation techniques and started to cultivate his spiritual energy. In his previous life, humans had relied on killing the demonic creatures which had escaped from the abyss to obtain a weak amount of spiritual energy and slowly embark on the path of cultivation. However, currently, Xu Feng did not have to do this. He had the cultivation techniques from his previous life. After the golden ranking lists had appeared, the spiritual energy in the world was also recovering. Once the concentration of spiritual energy reached the Grade D standard, he would become the first human to ascend to the Spiritual Energy Golden List. At the thought of being able to take revenge on Lin Yi, Xu Feng became extremely happy. In his previous life, this good big brother had schemed and lured Xu Feng and Luciana into a dead end in the abyss so that he could monopolize an opportunity. In the end, Luciana had to sacrifice her life. She blew herself up to win a chance for Xu Feng to live. Xu Feng escaped narrowly from the clutches of death. His sorrow was so deep that it was as if his heart had died. He began a frenzied revenge against Lin Yi. Xu Feng was not able to accept this at all. With the tightly knitted sibling relationship between the three of them, forged from having gone through countless life and death experiences together. If Big Brother had asked, he and third sister certainly would not even covet the least bit of that opportunity. Why? Why does he have to resort to such an extreme measure? And, after learning that Xu Feng was still alive, Lin Yi became worried that the secret about the opportunity would be exposed, and began to frantically hunt Xu Feng down. With his great S expert strength, which had been divinely transformed, Xu Feng was not his match at all. He could not escape. In the end, he died at Lin Yi's hands. It would be a reincarnation of cause and effect. He would never have thought that his greatest opportunity was about to be snatched away by him. Xu Feng calmed himself down and entered into a state of emptiness. A vortex of spiritual energy slowly formed around him, like a moth flocking to a flame. It surged into Chu Feng's body, who he cultivated till the next morning without any breaks in between. A vortex of spiritual energy spat out from Chu Feng's mouth. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within his body, he nodded with satisfaction. In his previous life, it had taken him half a month to reach grade D, and he had to kill many demonic creatures before he succeeded. Now, it only took him less than a day. Chu Feng looked toward the spiritual energy golden list outside the window. His expression was calm. He was not worried at all that someone would beat him to it in his previous life. After the golden ranking lists had appeared, even a genius like Linny, backed by the support of a powerful force, had taken almost a week to cultivate to grade D. On the television, there was a live broadcast of the ongoing battle as the special forces of Country A hunted down the demonic creatures. Several hundred soldiers carrying assault rifles had surrounded three strange-looking demonic creatures. Rounds of bullets had been fired, but when they hit the hard carapaces of the demonic creatures, they caused merely some dents. A reporter's shouts of surprise could be heard on television. A torrent of bullets have hit them, but they cannot even break the carapaces of the monsters. Their sharp fangs can easily bite through the bulletproof vests of the special forces. These strange monsters are too powerful. They are probably the most powerful creatures from the underground world. Hearing the commentary from the reporter, Chu Feng shook his head. In the early stage, the demonic creatures which had run out were the lowest grade of existence in the abyss. They did not have intelligence, only basic instinct, and there were an endless number of them. In the abyss, their existence was like mere cannon fodder. It was because of the presence of the seal in the abyssal passage that only the weak kinds of demonic creatures managed to escape, and not too many of them. A month later, the seal would become weakened for the first time, and hundreds of millions of low-grade demonic creatures would charge out. That would be the first abyssal demonic tide. In his previous life, the entire human race had united to fight against it. All kinds of heavy firearms had blasted indiscriminately. Emerging martial artists had willingly sacrificed their lives. Only then did they manage to repel the first wave of abyssal demonic creatures. It was during this battle that humanity had officially entered into the era of universal cultivation. At the end of the live broadcast, in the end, after more than 10 soldiers have died, Country A has finally deployed a rocket launcher and blasted the 3 demonic creatures into pieces. Only 3 charcoal-like bones have been left behind. They have been carefully kept away by the government of Country A as if they were treasures. Seeing this, Chu Feng felt like laughing. It had been proven in his previous life that the bones left behind after the death of these low-grade demonic creatures were completely useless. On the television, the reporter was carrying out his usual routine of interviewing the soldiers who had killed the demonic creatures. "How do you feel after killing the monsters?" Originally, everyone had prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, that soldier, with a confused expression, solemnly said, "I think I heard a voice just now. It told me that with the collaborative kill of low-grade demonic creature 1, I'll get 0.3 points. Also, there seems to be a virtual screen in front of me with all kinds of information about me. Can't all of you see it?" These words instantly shocked everyone who were present, including the people in front of their television sets all over the world. The moment the soldier finished speaking, immediately, other soldiers hurriedly shouted, "I thought I heard it wrong just now. I have heard the voice too, but I only have a reward of 0.1 points. Me too. A virtual screen has also appeared in front of me. I too have it." At the scene, the soldiers, who had just participated in the killing, all expressed that they had heard the voice. The scene instantly became chaotic. The reporter passed the microphone to the first soldier shakily. "Can you elaborate?" "Just after killing the monster, I felt a warm sensation in my abdomen. It was very comfortable. Then, I heard that voice and then a virtual screen appeared." "What's on the screen?" "Read it out loud." A senior officer stepped forward and said in a deep voice. The soldier nodded and shouted, "Name, Bob David, grade, not rated yet, 0.5%, pet beasts, none, skills, none, items, none, points, 0.3, trading area, temporarily not open." The scene quickly caused a huge uproar around the world. Chu Feng did not pay too much attention to it. He had experienced all of this in his previous life. His gaze was focused on the spiritual energy golden list. Of the 10 golden ranking lists, a few words gently spat out of his mouth: "Apply for a grade D rating." Chapter 3, 110 times cultivation speed. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Right after Chu Feng had said those words, an almost imperceptible golden light shot out from the spiritual energy golden list and instantly enveloped Chu Feng. A mechanical voice sounded in Chu Feng's ears. Grade D rating passed. Personal information column activated. The next moment, a virtual screen appeared before Chu Feng. Name, Chu Feng. Grade D 1%. Pet beasts, none. Skills, none. Items, none. Points, 0. Trading area, temporarily not open. He did not pay much attention to the personal information which had popped up. He had already read it countless times in his previous life. Chu Feng silently waited for the voice to continue. As expected, the mechanical voice sounded again. Detected that human, Chu Feng, has fulfilled the requirement to be on the spiritual energy golden ranking list. Ranked first. Do you agree to be on the ranking list? Agree? Please enter the name to be used on the ranking list. Note, once selected, it cannot be changed. Chu Feng pondered for a moment. On the virtual screen in front of him, he typed in the character Feng. Chu Feng did not use his real name as he had many misgivings. He could imagine how big of a commotion it would cause if a person's name were to suddenly appear on the golden ranking list. His current strength was still far from the stage where he could disregard the weapons of humans. If it were to attract attention too early, he might even be captured for research by some countries and institutions with ulterior motives. As for the character Feng, it would not be an issue. There were millions of names with the Feng character in the country of Huaxia. Without any other information, it would be impossible to check. After Chu Feng's confirmation, the mechanical voice sounded again. The reward for being ranked first in the spiritual energy golden ranking list has been issued. Cultivation speed 10. This will change according to ranking. Since the human, Chu Feng, is the first to be on the ranking list, he will receive in addition the only divine grade reward from the spiritual energy golden ranking list. Cultivation speed 100. This is permanently valid. After listening to the smart voice, Chu Feng heaved a sigh of relief. His anxious heart was finally relieved. He became extremely excited. 100-fold cultivation speed. It could be foreseen that with this alone, he, Chu Feng, would certainly have a place among the global experts of the future world. What was more, Chu Feng's ambition was far beyond this, with the 10-fold cultivation reward for ranking first added. His total cultivation speed had suddenly increased by 110 times. This was equivalent to having 110 Chu Feng cultivating simultaneously. The effect was too heaven-defying. It could be seen with the naked eye that the percentage of the grade on Chu Feng's personal information column had started to increase. Grade D 1.1%, grade D 1.2%. One must know that this was only his original spiritual energy circulating in Chu Feng's body. From the looks of it, reaching grade C would take less than 2 days. Comparatively, in his previous life, it had taken him nearly 2 months to reach. Chu Feng was thoroughly convinced, just when Chu Feng was astonished by the power of the only divine grade reward. In the world outside, the spiritual energy golden list, high up in the sky suddenly started shaking. Uncountable resplendent golden lights erupted in all directions, and seemed to have illuminated the whole world. After the golden lights had dispersed, a huge black Chinese character, Feng, could be seen hanging high at the top of the list. It reflected the golden lights. This phenomenon instantly caused an uproar around the world. Look! There's a change in the spiritual energy golden ranking list. Oh my God! It looks like a person's name? Could it be that a genius has already understood the rules of the game? He's even a Huaxia citizen. God, Feng is awesome. As Chu Feng had expected. The moment the ranking on the golden ranking list was released, the entire world was in an uproar. The overt and covert forces in various countries all began to investigate this mysterious Feng. At a time when the various countries had not even figured out the purpose of the golden ranking lists, someone had actually gotten into a golden ranking list. It was obvious what this meant. However, they were destined to fail. Finding someone with just one character of his name was harder than finding a needle in a haystack. The reactions from the various countries were all within Chu Feng's expectations. Chu Feng did not put them to heart. Time was of the essence. He had to seize every opportunity to increase his strength as soon as possible. Matters of the distant future could be left aside first. A month later, the first abyssal demonic tide would arrive. At that time, hundreds of millions of low-grade demons would break through the ground. It was both a tribulation as well as a treasure. With the killing of more monsters, more rewards could be obtained from the golden ranking lists. In his previous life, many of the renowned S-grade experts had risen because of the first abyssal demonic tide. The immortal emperor, the Skeleton Venerable, the West Heaven Buddha, the Northern Region Bear King, the goddess of the mystic sky, and so on. There was also Chu Feng's big brother, Warrior Emperor Lini. All of them had received generous rewards from the golden ranking lists and laid a solid foundation for their future. As a result, they had stood out from others. In his previous life, the rewards that Chu Feng had obtained were far inferior to these people. However, in this life, Chu Feng wanted to challenge the highest record which no one in his previous life had been able to reach. For this, he needed to obtain the strength which would far surpass others within this month. The only divine grade reward of each of the 10 golden ranking lists was undoubtedly the fastest shortcut. He had drawn first blood. With the spiritual energy golden ranking list, Chu Feng turned around to look toward the other 9 remaining golden ranking lists: Bloodline Golden Ranking List, Pet Beast Golden Ranking List, Battle Formation Golden Ranking List, Domain Golden Ranking List, Supernatural Power Golden Ranking List, Technique Golden Ranking List, Supernatural Weapon Golden Ranking List, Magical Pill Golden Ranking List, Miscellaneous Item Golden Ranking List. The one which was helpful for cultivation, other than the Spiritual Energy Golden Ranking List, was the Bloodline Golden Ranking List. More importantly, Chu Feng already had a perfect idea in his mind. If he could get that bloodline, Chu Feng was confident that he would make a clean sweep at the abyssal demonic tide in a month's time. Chapter 4, Superior Bloodline, Devour. The only divine grade reward on the Bloodline Golden Ranking List was an extremely important part of Chu Feng's plan. The one possessing a powerful bloodline could definitely fight across grades, and to get into the Bloodline Golden Ranking List, an ordinary bloodline simply would not do. For instance, the bloodlines of humans, the bloodlines of low-grade demonic creatures, and even the bloodlines of some ferocious beasts would be difficult for the Bloodline Golden Ranking List to recognize. Only some bloodlines that had evolved naturally in the abyss could get into the ranking list. For example, the bloodlines of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Another example was the Thunder bloodline, which wielded the power of judgment and punishment. Chu Feng already had an idea. Devouring bloodline. This devouring bloodline was known to be able to devour other bloodlines to grow. Its potential was limitless. It was one of the 3 basic bloodlines that had been derived by humans in his previous life from thousands of bloodlines. Basic bloodlines, as the name implied, were the bloodlines most suitable for martial artists to build their foundation. In his previous life, the one who possessed the devouring bloodline was a grade A expert who had half a foot in grade S, the heaven-devouring great sage. He had risen to prominence very late, but he caught up later and was only a step away from becoming a grade S expert. He had relied on the devouring bloodline which he had encountered by chance. Later on, the heaven-devouring great sage decided to reveal all the details of how he had obtained the devouring bloodline. After all, that bloodline had already been used up by him. After the heaven-devouring great sage had announced the location where he had obtained the devouring bloodline, many people at that time went to the abyss to explore the ground. Chu Feng, too, was one of them. Unfortunately, in the end, he had found nothing, but at the very least, he had first-hand experience. Thus, Chu Feng had great confidence. In this life, Chu Feng set his eyes on the precious bloodline, which was enough to drive countless people crazy. Although his current actions would undoubtedly rob many others of their opportunities, Chu Feng had no other choice. He needed to have enough strength. Humanity also needed someone strong enough to contend against the existence of that most powerful expert of the abyss in the previous life. Once that terrifying existence from the abyss appeared, humanity's defense line was no different from a joke. It instantly collapsed. Even a grade S expert would not be able to survive one strike from him, if it were not for the fact that the golden ranking lists had unleashed power at the life and death moment. Mankind would have really gone extinct. Even so, humans still fled in defeat. Even the earth was lost. Of course, this was all in the future, and in the future, Chu Feng would find those with potential and personally nurture them. With his help, the achievements of those people surpassed that of their previous lives. After he had determined his goal, Chu Feng carefully sorted through in his mind the various details of how the heaven-devouring great sage in his previous life had obtained the devouring bloodline. Looks like I need to make a trip to the abyss, Chu Feng muttered. The devouring bloodline was located in the first level of the abyss. He checked the time, June 26. 8:30 a.m., calculating the time. The abyssal passages all over the world should be opening soon as well. Chu Feng estimated. Right now, the only humans in the abyss were probably from the numerous elite expedition teams sent by various countries. As time passed, more and more abyssal passages would appear. At that time, a large number of ordinary people would enter the abyss out of curiosity. Among them, some would die while others would slowly come into contact with spiritual energy and embark on the path of cultivation. The survival of the fittest was incomparably cruel. The abyssal passage that will appear around this time seems to be in my school's gymnasium. It was with great difficulty that Chu Feng recalled what had happened. He remembered that in his previous life, he had taken home leave due to a fever and had coincidentally missed the appearance of the abyssal passage in his school. That was what saved him from being slaughtered by the demonic creatures that had rushed out from the abyss. Almost every time the abyssal passage appeared, some low-grade demonic creatures would charge out. This would result in a lot of human casualties. Of course, in the beginning, the spiritual energy the human experts used for cultivation had been obtained from killing demonic creatures. Therefore, there were pros and cons. He had walked in silence all the way to school. Today was the final day of the taekwondo competition. The gymnasium was full of people. Students were chattering about which contestant was stronger and which boy was more handsome, their faces brimming with smiles. Once they saw the contestants they supported winning in the ring, a tsunami of cheers would erupt. Chu Feng looked at the young man in the ring, who had just won, raising his hand with pride. He could not help but smile. It was nice to be young. Apparently, he was also a taekwondo expert back then. He had been quite famous in school. Every day, he would receive love letters from girls. Now as he thought of the past, the memories returned. Chu Feng had wanted to find a place to sit down inconspicuously upon entering the gate. Unexpectedly, he was suddenly stopped by someone. "Hey, Brother Feng, why are you here? Have you recovered from your cold?" "That's great. Brother Feng is here to save the day. Our team has hope of winning the championship." "So he's Chu Feng. He's so handsome. I heard he's a black belt in taekwondo." Hearing the voices around him, Chu Feng turned around, puzzled. Familiar faces greeted his sight: Zheng Chao, Wang Hongbin, Li Xiao. Chu Feng read out the names one by one and took a deep breath. "Everyone, long time no see. Brother Feng, you're not feverish and confused, are you? We were still training together the day before yesterday." Zheng Chao rolled his eyes and gave Chu Feng a punch. Chu Feng chuckled and did not say anything. In his previous life, not many of these friends had survived the first abyssal demonic tide. When he met them again today, the feeling was totally different. "Brother Feng, quickly change your clothes and get into the ring." Opposite us, Sun Jian's team has taken advantage of the fact that his father is the school's leader to be ruthless in their attacks. Several of our team members have been injured. "You have to avenge us." Li Xiao pointed angrily at the youths opposite him. His pointing gesture had caused Sun Jian to also take notice of them. The moment the leader of the pack, Sun Jian, a young man with blonde hair, saw Chu Feng, he suddenly shouted strangely, "Yo, our great expert is not pretending to be sick anymore?" Sun Jian's voice instantly attracted everyone's attention. The teachers and students present all looked toward Chu Feng. Indeed, quite a few people thought that Chu Feng had used the excuse of having a fever to take leave because he was afraid of losing face in the competition. Sun Jian was still not satisfied when he finished, and he jumped directly onto the ring. He domineeringly chased down the two guys who were still in a match. Smiling coldly, he extended his thumb towards Chu Feng, and then slowly inverted it. "Chu Feng, if you're a man, come up and compete with me." "Do you dare? How arrogant." Damn, just because his father is the school leader. He even dares to openly interrupt a match. "Brother Feng, if you haven't recovered from your cold, don't go up. He's just taking advantage of you." Chapter 5, Let Go of Me, You Rascal. The crowd beside Chu Feng was furious. Sun Jian's provocation was a great humiliation to this group of young and impetuous students. They looked toward Chu Feng with eyes full of hope. They wanted to see how Chu Feng would respond. However, Chu Feng merely smiled. He was only amused. After having experienced countless life and death battles with abyssal demonic creatures in his previous life, now the supposed taekwondo competition was no different from a child's play, more so when the opponents were a group of children. Chu Feng simply could not open his mouth to reject the challenge. However, Chu Feng's silence was interpreted by the crowd as his acceptance that he was no match for Sun Jian, and therefore he dared not respond. Immediately, several people from Chu Feng's team could not contain themselves and spoke out. "Brother Feng, what are you afraid of?" "That's right. If you don't dare to go up, I'll go. At most, I'll just be beaten up." Seeing this, Zheng Chao scolded them angrily. "What do you guys know? Can't you tell that this Sun Jian is taking advantage of Brother Feng when he is down? He dares to challenge Brother Feng only when he is not in optimum form. If Brother Feng has recovered, do you think he dares?" The few people who had just spoken shut up. Even if this was the case, they still felt indignant. They were being taunted in front of everyone, but their own captain did not even dare to respond. The team members felt their faces burning. In the ring, Sun Jian saw the situation and laughed wildly. Ah, what a coward. How boring. His lackeys also joined in. Ha, brother Jian is invincible. At least that brat Chu Feng is being sensible. Otherwise, he would have been brutally thrashed in the ring. That would have been even more humiliating. Enough. Suddenly, an icy female voice came from the spectator stand. Everyone looked over. A beautiful young girl with a ponytail had stood up. It's the school belle Xiao Qinwan. So beautiful. Too bad, she's just too cold. Like an iceberg. By the way, the school belle is apparently a 7th rank black belt in Taekwondo, with a strength 1 rank higher than Sun Jin and Chu Feng. Is she standing up for Chu Feng? Xiao Qingwan ignored the gossip around her and looked coldly at Sun Jian in the ring. Get down or I'll go up and fight you. Sun Jian was stunned for a moment, and then he became furious. Qingwan, are you standing up for that kid? Xiao Qingwan's expression remained cold. You're openly interrupting the proceedings of a competition, and I'm one of the judges of the match. I've the obligation to stop you. Sun Jian frowned and said slowly after a long while, Qingwan, I'll give you face. With that said, he jumped down from the ring. Chu Feng rubbed his chin and looked at Xiao Qingwan, another familiar face, and in the previous life, Xiao Qingwan had made quite a name for herself. She was known as the Frost Fairy. In fact, she had helped Chu Feng a lot when he was seeking revenge. Sensing that someone was looking at her, Xiao Qingwan frowned slightly. Upon seeing that it was Chu Feng, disappointment flashed across her eyes. Originally, she had quite a good impression of Chu Feng, however, what had just happened had greatly reduced her impression of Chu Feng, even if he is not a match for him. He should not shy away from a fight. A man can be weak, but he must not lose his pride. After pondering for a moment, she said, I know you're not feeling well today, but you shouldn't have remained silent. This will only undermine your confidence. The next time you fight him, you won't be able to win. Chu Feng grinned. This ice beauty has a unique way of comforting people. No wonder she did not have many friends in her previous life. Chu Feng had wanted to say something, but suddenly, he sensed the vague waves of spiritual energy coming from beneath the ground. His face immediately turned grim. The abyssal passage is about to open. Xiao Qingwan had originally hoped that Chu Feng would be able to rise to the occasion and work harder from the provocation of her words. However, seeing that Chu Feng had remained silent, she shook her head in disappointment. That's all I have to say. Take care. Then, she turned around and left, intending not to pay further attention to Chu Feng anymore. Continue the competition. The next contestants, please get ready. Xiao Qingwan's icy voice echoed in the gymnasium. At this moment, Chu Feng no longer had time to pay attention to Xiao Qingwan's words. He concentrated on sensing the wave of spiritual energy which was getting closer. It's here. Under the feet of Xiao Qingwan, he instantly caught the exact location. Crap. Xiao Qingwan is in danger. The next moment, Chu Feng suddenly moved. His figure was like a beam of light. His powerful thighs burst forth with unparalleled speed. Bursts of spiritual energy gathered around him. Chu Feng's sudden movement gave everyone a shock. What's wrong with him? Sun Jian looked toward Chu Feng in astonishment. Brother Jian, look. Chu Feng is pouncing toward Xiao Qingwan. Could it be that he's angry from embarrassment and wants to take advantage of the school bell? Damn! Kill him! Sun Jian immediately stood up, wanting to save the damsel in distress. On the other side, Xiao Qingwan had also felt the strong gust of air behind her. She hurriedly turned around and saw Chu Feng charging at her. She also thought that Chu Feng had gone mad and was going to take advantage of her. Thus, she immediately assumed a fighting posture, a swift and fierce kick. With the strength of her 7th rank black belt, she intended to teach this lecherous fellow a good lesson, but the next moment made her doubt life impossible. With a simple movement, Chu Feng incredulously dodged her kick. It was next followed by a sway of his body which had seemed so effortless. With disbelief, Xiao Qingwan discovered that Chu Feng had disappeared from her line of sight. Where is he? Before Xiao Qingwan could think more, Chu Feng had already appeared behind Xiao Qingwan. He gently stretched out a hand and countered Xiao Qingwan easily like a pair of iron pincers. The entire process had happened in a flash. No matter how Xiao Qingwan struggled, she could not break free. This scene shocked everyone present. Oh my god, what just happened? When did Chu Feng become so strong? This is probably the strength of an 8th or 9th rank black belt. The school bell can't fight back at all. From the looks of it, Sun Jian and the others can't even survive one strike from him. Why didn't he dare to accept the challenge just now? Sun Jian himself was dumbfounded. He was not able to even see Chu Feng's moves clearly, let alone fight him. Everyone was silent, only Xia Qingwan snorted coldly, "Let go of me. You rascal." Chu Feng was still frowning. He grunted coldly, "Don't move. They're coming." Before Xia Qingwan could react, she felt her body lighten and her entire body flew in the air. She had actually been hurled by Chu Feng. "Chu Feng. You." Xia Qingwan, who had landed on the foam cushion, stood up in shame and anger, and was just about to say something when she suddenly realized that the ground was caving in, and the gymnasium was shaking. A giant bottomless winding crack appeared where she had been standing earlier. Instantly, cold sweat trickled down her back. Chapter 6. Could this thing be that strong? Then, they looked again at Chu Feng. With just a light tiptoe, he deftly dodged the crack like a rock spreading its wings. Xia Qingwan's small mouth opened slightly. A shocked expression appeared on her icy face. Can those actions of Chu Feng just now be possibly done by a human being? She wanted to ask Chu Feng, however, she found that at this moment, Chu Feng was staring intently at the deep pit that had suddenly appeared. It did not look like he would be bothered with her at all. She swallowed the words which were about to come out of her mouth. A huge deep pit had appeared in the middle of the gymnasium. Everyone could no longer sit still. They craned their necks to see what was going on. Someone muttered, "Why do I have a feeling that this huge pit that suddenly appeared is similar to the one in Country A? I think so too. It can't be. Right? Will there be monsters running out? Bah, you jinx. When the monsters come out, let them eat you up first." Hey, you don't say. I do really hope to see the monsters. All those soldiers who had killed the monsters obtained a mysterious information panel. Perhaps this is our opportunity. The atmosphere among the spectators was relatively relaxed. All had thought that it had been just a sudden earthquake. Some people even started to discuss what had happened recently in Country A. Obviously, they did not think that the same bizarre thing would happen in their midst. Sun Jian also heaved a sigh of relief. He asked his lackey beside him, "Why is Chu Feng standing at the edge of the deep pit?" His lackey was also very quick-witted. He knew that Chu Feng and the captain of his team were not on good terms, so he said hurriedly, "Who knows? He's probably just making a show. He got lucky and saved the school bell once, so he is showing off in front of the school bell." Sun Jian burst out laughing. He glanced at his underling with a pleased look. He really knows how to ingratiate himself with her. At this moment, a teacher stepped forward to stabilize the situation. "Students, please remain in your seats and don't move. Don't panic. It's just a small earthquake. Please line up and leave through the door later." Before the teacher could finish speaking, the ground suddenly started shaking again. Will this earthquake ever come to an end? Sun Jian lamented, but before he could finish, his eyes opened wide and he froze on the spot, pointing ahead with his finger. "Monsters. Monsters!" For massive monsters covered in black carapaces could be seen leaping out of the deep pit. The monsters were 3 meters tall and all wrapped in black carapaces. A sticky green liquid was dripping from their mouths. On their rear, a black tail with an inverted hook swayed casually. This unexpected sudden twist stupefied everyone in the gymnasium. Are they underground monsters? I've seen the live broadcast. Those monsters in Country A could not even be killed by bullets. They're also very fast. This is it. We're doomed. We're doomed. Call the police. Help me, Mom. I don't wish to die. Boo-hoo. They are just 4 bugs with scorpion faces. Not too bad, Chu Feng muttered to himself, after he had raised his head and seen the 4 monsters which were already very near him. Currently, he was a grade D martial artist, and these low-grade demonic creatures were on par with a human grade D martial artist. However, Chu Feng had been a grade A expert in his previous life. These few low-grade demonic creatures on par with him now were nothing to him. "Chu Feng, be careful." Behind her, Xia Qingwan felt as if her heart had stopped. This guy. Why didn't he stay away from the deep pit earlier? She had no doubt that those devils from hell would tear Chu Feng apart, but in the next second, Xia Qingwan could not believe her eyes. She saw before her eyes that Chu Feng not only did not flee but was actually facing the monster's head on, pressing the tips of his feet onto the ground. Chu Feng leapt into the air and punched his fist hard on a monster's carapace. Boom! The single punch from him had deformed its carapace. Green blood splattered everywhere, the monster hissed in pain. Xia Qingwan was dumbfounded, an armor which even bullets could not penetrate has actually been shattered by this guy's punch. How heavy was that punch just now? The King of Fists was known to have a punch force of 800 pounds. Any random punch from him could kill a cow. The physique of a grade D martial artist was comparable to that of a superior human. The force of his punch would exceed 1,000 pounds. At this moment, Xia Qingwan suddenly realized that Chu Feng had not responded to Sun Jian earlier, not because he was afraid, but because he simply could not be bothered with Sun Jian. Otherwise, a casual punch could kill Sun Jian. Just as Xia Qingwan was letting her imagination run wild, Chu Feng had already started to fight the 4 scorpion-faced bugs. He was able to do this with ease. The scene made the crowd, who were fleeing in all directions, stop in their tracks. They stood dumbfounded as they watched Chu Feng's performance. Is this fellow still human? Brother Feng is simply more monstrous than a monster. My idol. Suddenly, a skeptical voice could be heard saying, "Humph, the monsters that have appeared this time are different from those shown on television in Country A. They are perhaps weaker. If I were to take them on, I think I can do it too." Sun Jian could sense everyone's gaze turned on him. He forced himself to straighten his back. He did not wish to appear inferior to Chu Feng before the crowd, hence, he had thought of a reason which seemed to make sense. Some of Sun Jian's lackeys immediately chimed in. "Yeah, they're totally different from the ones on television. They're definitely very weak. Our brother Jian has already passed the 7th Dan Black Belt test yesterday. If Chu Feng can do it, so can our brother Jian. That Chu Feng is deliberately showing off. I don't believe it. Let him give one monster to us. We also want the opportunity." Chu Feng, who was still fighting, smiled. Indeed, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. The demonic creatures which had appeared in Country A were from the Leech tribe. With their much smaller build and weaker strength, they were almost the lowest form of existence among the demonic creatures. The scorpion-faced bugs today were much stronger than those from the Leech tribe. However, since they had made a request, Chu Feng did not mind sharing one monster with them. The battle with the abyss was not something any human could avoid. Sooner or later, they would have to go through it. With this thought in mind, he stepped to the side and let one scorpion-faced bug go. With its low intelligence, the scorpion-faced bug did not stop at all. It grabbed the marble with its claw and crushed it into pieces, and charged madly toward Sun Jian and his gang. Seeing this sight, the faces of Sun Jian and his lackeys all turned green. Could this thing even be that strong? Chapter 7, Returning to the Abyss. As they saw the monster charging rapidly at them, Sun Jian and his gang all trembled. They rolled out of its way, and managed to narrowly avoid the first wave of its attacks. Its weakness is its eyes. Find a way to attack its eyes. At this moment, Chu Feng's voice could be faintly heard. Damn it, I'm going all out. Sun Jian gritted his teeth. After all, he had some martial arts foundation. He picked up an iron rod and joined forces with his lackeys. They managed to barely stay alive. However, prolonged defense was bound to result in loss. Suddenly, in a moment of inadvertence, the lackey, who had shouted earlier that he also wanted the opportunity, failed to dodge in time. His stomach was ripped open directly by the monster. The smell of blood filled the air instantly. The sight of this stupefied the group of pampered lives. When had they ever seen such a gruesome death? Moreover, it was their companion who had been well and alive just a moment ago. The rest stared blankly at the monsters who were charging at them, forgetting even to dodge. Wake up, everyone! Chu Feng burst out suddenly. He grabbed a monster in front of him and flung it out with a violent force. Instantly, the scorpion-faced bug in front of the crowd was sent flying. This enabled the rest to escape. Everyone was so terrified that they broke out in cold sweat. Xia Qingwan, go help them too. Remember, their eyes are their weakness. Split up and send 2 to flank the monster and distract its attention, and the rest of you, grab some tools to stab it in the eye. If you don't have enough strength, use skill. You bunch of losers, did you learn Taekwondo for nothing? In the huge gymnasium, only Chu Feng's cursing could be heard. As he fought, he was also commanding the crowd to fight. The other ordinary students could not help but gulp down their saliva. Comparing the scenarios, the crowd realized that Chu Feng was indeed a freak. He was fighting alone against 3 monsters, and yet he still had the capacity to command. Thereafter, under Chu Feng's command, while the crowd were in multiple perilous situations, at least no more lives were lost. Slowly, they managed to kill the scorpion-faced bug in the end. On the other hand, Chu Feng had already finished off the other 3. He stood by the side and commanded coldly. The ordinary students all hid behind Chu Feng for their lives. At this moment, the sense of security Chu Feng brought was unparalleled. For a long while, there was not a single sound in the whole place. Sun Jian's lackeys were all coincidentally moving away from Sun Jian. They were afraid that Chu Feng would be upset with them. Sun Jian was also so frightened that his legs kept trembling. He recalled how he had insulted Chu Feng earlier. If he were Chu Feng, he believed he would definitely take revenge. However, Chu Feng simply paid no attention to such a trivial person. All of his attention was focused on the voice which had sounded in his mind earlier. Normal killing of grade D demonic creatures 3. 30 points awarded. Collaborative killing of grade D demonic creature 1. 5 points awarded. All the 3 demonic creatures had been the top notch of grade D, so full points were awarded. For the last one, although Chu Feng did not participate directly in the battle, his command had been crucial, hence, he was directly given half the points. The low-grade demonic creatures had the least reward points. From his experience in the previous life, they only had 1 to 10 points. The scorpion-faced bug was the strongest among them, so it was worth 10 points. Of course, to Chu Feng, these points were not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. He quickly opened his personal information column. Apart from the increase of his points to 35, his grade had jumped to grade D, 45%. The spiritual energy rewarded for killing the 3 demonic creatures was not much. This was mainly because his cultivation speed was too perverted. As he walked, talked, and even breathed, his spiritual energy continued to increase. At this rate, he would reach grade C by tomorrow. Even Chu Feng could not help but become speechless. It's really perverted. Those students who participated in the battle just earlier also had their personal panels activated. However, their points differed. They were all studying them excitedly. The other ordinary students could only watch with envy and jealousy. Someone even wondered, why are there no more monsters coming out from the deep pit? If more were to come out, I will join in the attack even if I have to risk my life. After all, with Chu Feng at the command, no one will lose his life. As the crisis here had been resolved, Chu Feng also had no intent to stay any longer. He still had to find the devouring bloodline in the abyss. With a casual wave of his hand, he stopped Xia Qingwan from approaching. This made Xia Qingwan, who had wanted to say something, stomp her feet in anger. To outsiders, she was like an iceberg, yet, this was better for Chu Feng. She had tried several times to talk to him, but he had been rejecting her. If there's any matter, do wait till I come back. Come back? Are you going away? Xia Qingwan was stunned as she saw Chu Feng continue to move closer to the deep pit. Her heart skipped a beat. Suddenly she had a bad feeling, and she blurted out, You are not going to enter the deep pit, are you? At this moment, Chu Feng, who was already at the edge of the deep pit, turned around and revealed a row of large white teeth. Smart. With that said, he jumped into the deep pit. Everyone was speechless. Oh my god. Brother Feng jumped in? How can he dare to do this? There are monsters inside. At this moment, someone quietly said, based on Brother Feng's performance just now, do you think he's afraid of the monsters or the monsters are afraid of him? What you said does make sense. News of what happened in school spread quickly. Chu Feng's name also became known. He had anticipated all of this. He was not worried. This was because he was sure that when the abyssal passage in the school opened, the other passages around the world would also have appeared, and there would definitely be other humans rushing into the abyss like him. The oddity of the people and matters of this world should not be underestimated. Take the King of Fists Tai Li for example. If he had been careful, it would not have been difficult for him to kill the monsters himself. Would he then have chosen to rush in before the army had sealed off this place? Most people probably wouldn't, but people like the King of Fists were very confident in their own strength. There was no way they would let such an opportunity slip by. Furthermore, in this world, there were still the families of ancient martial arts. They had their own strength and legacy, so some of them would have entered the abyss. There were even some bold ordinary people who wanted to seize the opportunity to improve their lives. A large number of them would have entered. This point had been proven in his previous life. Thus, he, Chu Feng, would be completely inconspicuous among all these people. In the abyssal passage, under the effect of gravity, Chu Feng began to descend rapidly. His speed accelerated. It was not known how much time had elapsed. Suddenly, it was as if the heavens and earth spun. The world seemed to have turned upside down in an instant. When he opened his eyes again, the sky had changed. In another life, Chu Feng had once again entered the abyss. Chapter 8, Grade C Cultivator. His view of what was in front of him had slowly recovered. Chu Feng was standing on a hill, as far as the eye could see. It was a reddish-brown world. A pitch-black mountain range that towered into the clouds seemed to occupy half the sky. On the ground, there were large exposed brown rocks and withered vegetation. Not far away, there were a few pieces of blackish bones. They were the remnants of some dead unknown demonic creatures, and had long dried out. Occasionally, a few gusts of wind would blow past, bringing up the reddish-brown sand. When hit by such winds, the pain would be unbearable. It was like a scene from hell, extremely depressing. Xu Feng did not feel anything. He had experienced this too many times in his previous life. This was the first level of the abyss, to be precise. It was the great ruins in the first level of the abyss. The entire abyss had been divided into 18 levels. The deeper one went, the harder it was to survive. Every level was extremely vast. Even if the entire earth was thrown in, it would only be a drop in the ocean. Hence, all the humans who had entered through the abyssal passages on earth would appear in the abyssal great ruins. After he had successfully entered the abyss, Xu Feng did not dare to delay. He had a lot to do on this trip to the abyss. The process of obtaining the devouring bloodline was not simple. He needed to make a lot of preparations. In particular, he needed to get to the foot of the sky-connecting Demon Mountain quickly. The sky-connecting Demon Mountain was known as the Forbidden Land of Death. For humans and abyssal demonic creatures alike, this was an absolute forbidden ground. It was shaped like its name. The towering mountain peak pierced through the entire 18 levels of the abyss. What was seen in the first level of the abyss was only a part of it. Whether humans or abyssal demonic creatures, they would die if they ventured too deep. No one had ever walked out alive, at the very least. This was what the humans in his previous life had found out. This time, Xu Feng was headed precisely for the sky-connecting Demon Mountain. Of course, it was only the periphery of the sky-connecting Demon Mountain. Still, it was extremely treacherous. Fortunately, Xu Feng had been here personally in his previous life, so he dared to come running here. There was no need to determine the direction. He just had to look at the sky-connecting Demon Mountain and walk forward. No matter where, no matter which direction, as long as one was in the abyss and thinking of the sky-connecting Demon Mountain in his heart, he would definitely be able to reach it. This was also one of the sinister things about the sky-connecting Demon Mountain. He set off. Xu Feng was also someone of great skill and courage. As he hurried along, he breathed in and out to cultivate his spiritual energy. He only kept a little of his attention on being alert. In the first level of the abyss, outside the range of the sky-connecting Demon Mountain, there were mostly low-grade demonic creatures. Hence, Xu Feng dared to do that, so he could reach grade C as soon as possible. By the time he entered within the range of the sky-connecting Demon Mountain, he would have sufficient strength to protect himself. After traveling for half a day, a small gray forest appeared in front of him. The branches of the large trees in the forest were all charred black. They looked as if they had been burnt. Lightning-struck forest? Xu Feng raised his eyebrows and sighed at his good luck. As the name suggested, the lightning-struck forest was formed by trees that had survived a lightning strike. In the environment of the abyss, not only did these trees survive, but after being tempered by the power of lightning, they would produce a type of gray fruit called the gray lightning fruit. It contained spiritual energy, and was sweet and fragrant. An ordinary person who had eaten dozens of them would advance to grade D. To Xu Feng, it was as if a pillow had come just when he was about to fall asleep. He needed these fruits to reach grade C as soon as possible. By then, the average firearms of humans would not pose much of a threat to him. With no one around, Xu Feng jumped into the forest. The forest was not big, and there were very few trees that had borne fruit. After searching for a while, he only found around 30+ numbers of the fruit. These are enough. A smile appeared on Xu Feng's face. Instead of leaving, he stayed in the forest and started to cultivate. He ate a gray lightning fruit, closed his eyes and cultivated for a while. The concentration of spiritual energy in his body started to soar at an incredible rate. Grade D 50%, 55%, 70%, 90%, 99%. In just over an hour, the concentration of the spiritual energy in Xu Feng's body reached the peak of grade D. However, there would always be a bottleneck before each major breakthrough. After all, the difference in strength between each grade was huge. Only by breaking through the bottleneck could one successfully advance. Of course, to Xu Feng, the bottleneck of grade D was not worth mentioning. He stuffed 3 gray lightning fruits into his mouth, and he started to break through to grade C. Half an hour later, Xu Feng walked out of the small forest in high spirits, with the remaining 10+ gray lightning fruits. After the rating by the golden ranking lists, he had become a grade C cultivator. His strength had increased by several folds. At this moment, it had only been less than 2 days since his rebirth. This was unprecedented. Just when he was about to continue on his journey, he was suddenly stunned. The moment Xu Feng walked out of the small forest, he suddenly found that right before his eyes was a group of humans. And there were 40 to 50 of them. 7 or 8 of them were using some high-end instruments to analyze the lightning-struck forest. they kept recording all sorts of data. On the periphery, there were more than 40 heavily armed elite soldiers. The soldiers were divided into two distinct teams. The two teams were dressed very differently. At this moment, Chu Feng even thought he had returned to Earth. The abyss was so vast, how could he run into humans so coincidentally, and from the looks of it, these people should be the elite expedition teams sent into the abyss by various countries. Chu Feng's guess was most likely correct, with such a huge happening as the appearance of the abyssal passages. All the various countries would definitely organize their expedition teams at the first moment. The people immediately discovered Chu Feng. Everyone was stunned. A young woman even cried out in alarm, "A human! A human?" Chu Feng rolled his eyes upon hearing those words. "What nonsense, it is as if you're not one, what? Have you never seen a human?" Chapter 9, Huaxia Expedition Team. Chu Feng sized up these people. The young lady who had spoken just now was actually a Huaxia citizen. Chu Feng felt a sense of affinity. It was always delightful for him to encounter his fellow country folks, more so, in a different world. At this moment, the soldiers on the periphery also sprang into action. They hurriedly protected these researchers. Then, the two groups of soldiers surrounded Chu Feng in unison and raised the automatic rifles in their hands. A few soldiers even pulled out highly explosive grenades. They were very well equipped. However, Chu Feng made nothing of them. When he was still a grade D, these ordinary firearms might still be of threat to him, but he had just reached grade C, and could even dodge bullets with his flesh. Hence, Chu Feng was very calm. He waited for the soldiers to speak first. "Damn, what the hell?" The captain of one team of soldiers shouted. The guns were already loaded, ready to kill Chu Feng any moment. Seeing this, Chu Feng was very displeased. "Even if you want to ask questions, there is no need to threaten me like this." And the incomprehensible cackles sounded like a foreign language. It meant, "Who are you?" In his previous life, martial artists had an astonishing memory, and learning a few languages was nothing. Chu Feng knew all sorts of languages. Naturally, he could understand. However, Chu Feng had been pissed off by that fellow's attitude, so he was disinclined to answer him. At this moment, the captain of the other team of soldiers spoke. The man was 8 feet tall and very well built. He looked tough as hell. Thinking that Chu Feng could not understand their language, his attitude was quite kind. He first asked in the Retain language and then asked in 7 different languages. In the end, he rattled off in pure Huaxia language, "Comrade, may I ask who you are?" Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. He roughly understood the situation. These were the expedition teams of Huaxia country and the Great Harmony country. For some reason, the two expedition teams were working together. While Chu Feng was pondering, the short captain of the Great Harmony country looked impatiently at the resolute man. "This little brat has suddenly appeared in this godforsaken place. We can't be careless. Let's just shoot and kill him." He thought that Chu Feng could not understand the Great Harmony language, so he did not even have any qualms speaking. However, he did not notice that a trace of murderous intent had flashed fiercely in Chu Feng's eyes. He had never been a good person. In his previous life, he had killed many humans. Just when Chu Feng was planning to finish off this obnoxious fellow first, the resolute man stopped the dwarf captain. "Wait a minute. It's still not too late to deal with him after we have found out more about him. After all, he's one of us humans, and not abyssal demonic creatures." Hearing the resolute man's words, Chu Feng raised his eyebrows. Chu Feng noticed that he was not talking about monsters but abyssal demonic creatures. This meant that the various countries already had some understanding of the abyss. But this made sense after thinking. In his previous life, the various countries had reacted very promptly. All kinds of solutions to deal with the abyss had been presented quickly. For some time, Chu Feng was even convinced that all the various countries had long known about the existence of the abyss from some channels, but had not been able to exploit it before the abyssal passages and the golden rank lists appeared. After understanding all this, Chu Feng pondered for a moment and opened his mouth to speak. He spoke also in pure Huaxia language. "I'm from Huaxia's Dongchuan province. Currently, huge deep pits have appeared all over the world. I fell in by accident." "Huaxia citizen? You're actually a Huaxia citizen?" Behind him, the young lady who had screamed earlier could not help but speak. Chu Feng nodded somewhat helplessly. "Is this young lady a recorder? She keeps spouting nonsense." When the resolute man heard that Chu Feng was a Huaxia citizen, a trace of rare gentleness appeared on his face. "You were indeed unlucky. Nonetheless, you're also fortunate to have met us before the abyssal demonic creatures could tear you apart. From now on, you can stick with us. We'll get you out of here. By the way, my surname is Wei. They call me Captain Wei. I'm from the Huaxia military." We're an expedition team sent by Huaxia country to explore the abyss. Abyss? What's that? Chu Feng was pretending completely to be an unlucky ordinary person who had fallen into the abyss. Oh, the deep pit you have mentioned is actually the abyssal passage. Judging from what you said, the abyssal passages across the world have finally begun to recover. From the words of Captain Wei, Chu Feng was able to deduce a lot. It was finally verified that the various countries had long known about the abyss, it was just that they had not been able to exploit it previously. However, it seemed like the various countries were not aware of the true horror of the abyss, otherwise, Captain Wei would not have said such words as have finally begun to recover in such a relaxed tone. However, this would also be true if the various countries had only been wandering around the first level of the abyss. As most of the demonic creatures they would have encountered would only be of grade D, which could be easily wiped out by their powerful firearms, there was really no crisis. On the contrary, it was a great opportunity for development. The vast abyss had too many resources. By the way, let me introduce them to you. These are members from the expedition team of the Great Harmony country. We ran into each other along the way, so we came together. When this was being said, Captain Wei clearly sounded a bit reluctant. For some reason, they had no choice but to move together. This is Captain Tortoisefield, Captain Wei said in a flat tone as he pointed toward the dwarf captain. After that, he did not introduce much about the people from the Great Harmony country. He turned around and began to introduce the people from the Huaxia expedition team to Chu Feng. This is Lin Shaoling, a genius researcher. Chu Feng looked over. It was that young lady who had sounded like a recorder. At this moment, Lin Shaoling was also looking at Chu Feng curiously. After that, Chu Feng basically got to know everyone from the Huaxia expedition team. While everyone was chatting happily, suddenly, a somewhat discordant voice could be heard. Tortoisefield suddenly said quietly, "Captain Wei, you guys are not thinking of bringing such a burden along, are you?" Chapter 13, Getting Rich. Everything in the world worked in unison. The humans from his previous life had already verified this. The blood water in this unknown lake contained a terrifying corrosive energy. It could even corrode grade A experts. However, even such a terrifying lake had a supernatural tree which could completely counter it. The violet spirit blood tree grew near the lake. It would absorb the blood water from the lake as its nutrients. Once grown, the violet spirit blood tree would emit a domain field naturally. This could completely isolate the corrosion of the lake water. The heaven-devouring great sage had been lucky back then. He had randomly grabbed a piece of wood with a purple glow and jumped into the lake. Intending to use it as a life raft, unexpectedly, he got lucky, and it saved his life. Chu Feng looked around carefully for any traces of the violet spirit blood tree. The violet spirit blood tree was extremely important to him, not just because of the devouring bloodline. To accumulate points, he would also need to use this kind of supernatural tree. However, on the ground slope, he could only look with his eyes, and it was really difficult for him to find it this way. As such, Chu Feng decided to take the risk and get closer to the blood lake. His heart came up to his throat. If the blood water were to splash onto his arm and leg, Chu Feng might have to become a hero without limbs in the future. He trod around the blood lake with extreme caution. The moment he saw the slightest ripple in the lake, Chu Feng would immediately scramble far away. Thus, relying on his sharp senses trained in the previous life, he had some close shaves but was not harmed. Finally, after half a day, he found a violet spirit blood tree about 10 feet tall. There was a faint purple glow, but when he got closer, the purple glow became more conspicuous. Without any delay, Chu Feng went forward and uprooted it. Then, he carried it and hurriedly found a cave and hid inside. He trimmed the violet spirit blood tree, squeezed out the juice from its branches, and set the purple juice aside for backup use. He sliced a small section off from the thickest main trunk and made a small can that looked like a bamboo tube. He also made a tight-fitting wooden lid. The remnant of big chunk of the violet spirit blood tree was carefully hidden in the cave. Everything was ready. Chu Feng felt extremely excited. He could finally try to accumulate points. Carrying with him the wooden can made from violet spirit blood tree, Chu Feng returned to the blood lake. This time, he was going to collect the blood water. As he approached the blood lake, Chu Feng's heart was pounding fast. If he was just a tiny bit careless, he would be done for. He came to the edge of the lake with fear and trepidation. This time, the boiling blood water was in close proximity. Chu Feng could even smell the stench of blood. Suddenly, a wave tumbled, bringing with it ebbs of blood water. It was coming toward Chu Feng. Gritting his teeth, Chu Feng did not flee. Instead, he held the wooden can made from the violet spirit blood tree in front of him. A miraculous scene happened. The blood water, with the capacity to even corrode a grade A expert, came into contact with the purple glow emitted by the violet spirit blood tree. And surprisingly, as if it had contacted glass, it slid slowly to the ground. A deep pit, the size of a head, appeared on the ground. Chu Feng let out a long breath. He had made the right bet. Fortunately, he had the wooden can with him. He carefully dug a channel and directed the blood water into the wooden can. After filling the entire can with blood water, he hurriedly closed the lid of the wooden can. He had obtained the blood water. His plan could finally begin. Chu Feng's plan to obtain points could be put simply as killing monsters in a game. And it was like killing monsters across different grades. In a pile of rubble not far from the blood lake lived a powerful tribe, the demon-devouring blood-crown beasts. The weakest demon-devouring blood-crown beasts were all grade B beasts. In the tribe, the king of the demon-devouring blood-crown beasts was even an extremely rare grade A beast. To the current Chu Feng, if he were to encounter a beast of such a grade, he would not even need to run. He could just wait for death directly. In his previous life, after the heaven-devouring great sage had disclosed this location, a capable person discovered a business opportunity. That fellow had learnt that the heaven-devouring great sage had used the violet spirit blood tree to avoid being consumed by the corrosive blood water, and he suddenly had an idea. The blood water is so terrifying. If it is used to kill the ferocious beasts, wouldn't it be invincible? The ferocious beasts have low intelligence and act purely on instinct. If I can trap them somewhere, and use the blood water to attack them, wouldn't I be able to accumulate points effortlessly? So, that fellow made a bucket with the violet spirit blood tree and filled it with the blood water. Then, he went to test it on the demon-devouring blood-crown beasts. In the end, he had really found a perfect place. By using this method, he had made a fortune. It was only after the entire tribe of demon-devouring blood-crown beasts had been completely wiped out that he disclosed the method proudly. Of course, this method was meaningless to grade A and the stronger grade S experts. They could easily wipe out the demon-devouring blood-crown beasts with their own strength alone, but to some weaker martial artists, it was no less valuable than a supernatural weapon. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to find a perfect location like that fellow had. Moreover, in his previous life, the violet spirit blood tree had basically been all snatched up by that fellow. He had no way to even save some blood water. In the end, this method had fallen by the wayside, but now, Chu Feng would even be the first person to attempt to do so. Thinking of this, Chu Feng's heart was on fire. He could not wait to rush to the ruins of rubble. From a distance away, a series of roars could be heard. The tribe of the demon-devouring blood-crown beasts were the undisputed overlords of this region. At this time of the day, they had just returned from their hunt for food. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, the demon-devouring blood-crown beasts lay lazily among the ruins of rubble. They did not notice at all that a feeble human with bloodshot eyes was greedily sizing them up. That expression was like that of a money-hungry landlord looking at unlimited amounts of gold. Chapter 14, Crossing Grades to Kill Monsters, A Surge of Wealth. Chu Feng moved with extreme caution. Crouching on a huge boulder, he surveyed the surroundings. He searched for the location that the strange fellow had disclosed. According to him, it was a scissor-shaped deep canyon pit somewhere in the ruins of rubble. The shape was peculiar. If he could lure the demon-devouring blood-crown beast into it, with their low intelligence and inability to fly, there was no way they could escape. Then, he could basically just bash the dogs behind closed doors. Chu Feng searched carefully. There were even a few times where he was almost discovered by the demon-devouring blood-crown beasts. Fortunately, Chu Feng was extremely experienced. With the aid of the different surroundings, he managed to obfuscate and get away. Finally, after an hour of hard work, Chu Feng discovered the scissors-shaped deep canyon pit. He found himself a foothold. Next, he had to think of a way to lure the demon-devouring blood-crown beasts over. He could not lure too many all at once. Chu Feng was worried that things might go wrong should there be too many of them. He sneaked quietly behind the tribe of demon-devouring blood-crown beasts, and drew out a bone arrow. He bent his bow to shoot the beasts. Swoosh, a sound pierced through the air. The bone arrow had been shot accurately into the ass of a demon-devouring blood-crown beast. Ahem, I really didn't mean to do that. Chu Feng coughed twice dryly, and ran. Behind him, the demon-devouring blood-crown beast roared in rage. It went after Chu Feng like crazy. According to its senses, an ape-like beast that was just a grade C had dared to sneak up on it. This was a provocation to the supremacy of the demon-devouring blood-crown beasts. It had to devour him. The other demon-devouring blood-crown beasts did not feel threatened at all. After a lazy glance, they could not be bothered anymore. Very good. Chu Feng glanced behind, and he was secretly delighted. Only that one particular demon-devouring blood-crown beast was chasing after him. Wind stirred beneath his feet as Chu Feng ran for his life. He had not forgotten that the big guy he had harassed was a grade B beast. Its speed was much faster than him. He had to hurry and run to the deep canyon pit. The demon-devouring blood-crown beast lacked intelligence. It only knew how to chase and kill and rage. Finally, in front of the canyon, Chufeng made a leap into the air and landed on a protruding part of the cliff. Behind him, the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast also intended to jump over and devour Chufeng. However, how could Chufeng give it the opportunity? He knocked an arrow. This time around, it was a special bone arrow that Chufeng had prepared beforehand. The bone arrow had first been smeared with a layer of sap from violet spirit blood tree to prevent it from being corroded. Thereafter, it was immersed into the blood water to moisten it. The arrowhead had been stained with the terrifying blood water. Whoosh! In an instant, the deadly bone arrow shot out. It struck the demon devouring blood-crowned beast's forehead squarely. A powerful corrosive energy erupted instantly. Roar, roar, roar. The demon-devouring blood-crowned beast roared in excruciating pain. It could no longer support its frame, and it fell helplessly to the bottom of the pit. It hit its head repeatedly against a boulder to ease its pain. Actually, Chufeng's bone arrow had failed to pierce through the sturdy skull of the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast. It had merely scratched the skin, but with the corrosiveness of the blood water, the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast's head began to change beyond recognition. Despite this, Chufeng was not the least bit careless. He knew clearly how tenacious the life force of a grade B demon-devouring blood-crowned beast was. This little bit of blood water was far from enough to kill it. With his strength of a grade C martial artist in crossing grade to kill a grade B beast that was 10 times stronger than him, it was never too much to be careful. He knocked another arrow. It was also a bone arrow that had been smeared with blood water. Whoosh! 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 One arrow after another. He did not care where they would hit, as long as an arrow could come into contact with the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast, it would be able to destroy its life force. In the deep pit, the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast instinctively charged around and jumped, trying to escape, but the deep canyon pit was deep and smooth. There was no grip at all for it to exert any force. The attempts of the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast were all futile. 15 minutes later, the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast lay sprawled in the deep pit as if it were dead. However, Chufeng still cautiously shot out another arrow. It was only when the prompt sounded in his mind that Chufeng was finally assured that he had killed the grade B demon-devouring blood-crowned beast. Normal killing of a grade B demon-devouring blood-crowned beast. 3,000 points awarded. Cross-grade killing successful. Additional reward 100%. Total reward points, 6,000 points. After listening to the notifications from the golden ranking list, joy could be seen on Chufeng's face. I didn't expect that crossing grade to kill would have such great benefits. Killing one was equivalent to killing two. The points for grade B abyssal creatures were between 1,000 to 5,000 points. The demon-devouring blood-crowned beast was considered above average grade B beasts. It was worth 3,000 points. If it had been killed by a grade B expert, he would only be awarded with just its own worth of points. This was the case for that fellow from his previous life. However, Chufeng had killed above his grade, so the points awarded were doubled. Although it seemed to be a cheap trick, whether it was searching for the violet spirit blood tree, collecting the blood water, or luring the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast demon out, every step had been like dancing on a blade. As such, it could not be considered a cheap trick anymore. Chufeng was very satisfied. It was not difficult to tell from the points that grade C creatures were worth 10 to 100 points. Even the weakest grade B creature was worth more than 10 times as many points as the strongest grade C creature. This meant that the strengths of the two differed by at least 10 times, and the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast was more than 10 times stronger than the green-thread viper. Despite this, he was still able to cross his grade and kill it. Even the golden ranking lists would regard such a human as a genius, hence, it had awarded a large number of points, just as he was. Feeling extremely emotional, Chufeng suddenly felt a trace of warmth in his lower abdomen. It was much stronger than when he ate the gray lightning fruit. It was the spiritual energy reward from killing the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast. Chufeng could feel the spiritual energy boiling in his belly. He hurriedly opened his personal information column. Name: Chufeng. Grade C 6.5%. Pet beasts: none. Skills: water element domain field, entry level, not certified. Items: none. General points: 6,350. Trading area: temporarily not open. Looking at the various information about himself, Chufeng was speechless. After killing a demon-devouring blood-crowned beast, his spiritual energy had increased by 5.5%. On top of that, he had received a huge reward of points. The gain was simply too great. It's a surge of wealth. One must note that not far away, there was still an entire tribe of demon-devouring blood-crowned beasts. Chapter 15, a surge of 70,000 points. Thinking of this, Chufeng became even more excited. He quickly made his way back. Deploying the same old trick, he lured another demon-devouring blood-crowned beast. They were indeed from the same tribe. this demon-devouring blood-crown beast was very much like its big brother earlier. The way they moved and roared, and even the way they thrashed about in the deep pit were all identical. Another 15 minutes later, as the demon-devouring blood-crown beast took its final breath, the prompts sounded again: normal killing of a grade B demon-devouring blood-crown beast. 3,000 points awarded, cross-grade killing successful. Additional reward 100%. Total reward points, 6,000 points. The points obtained were the same as the previous, however, this time, Xu Feng's spiritual energy only rose by 3%, reaching 9.5%. This was also normal. Each grade would become harder the further one progressed. It was very difficult to sustain the huge spiritual energy demand by relying on the spiritual energy rewarded for killing abyssal creatures. In the end, it had to depend on one's cultivation speed. He had only finished 2 rounds, and his points had already exceeded 12,000. Initially, he had thought that it would be difficult to obtain the only divine grade reward on the miscellaneous items golden ranking list. Now, it seemed doable. Xu Feng smacked his lips, as he thought conceitedly. For the next half a day, Xu Feng worked diligently. He labored on, even when he occasionally encountered a few not too obedient demon-devouring blood-crown beasts. Xu Feng would still patiently persuade them all the way until they reached the deep pit. Thus, the entire tribe of demon-devouring blood-crown beasts were very unlucky today. Only after 12 of them had been killed by Xu Feng did the entire tribe realize something was amiss. Just when Xu Feng was luring the 13th one, a behemoth which was 3 times the size of the other demon-devouring blood-crown beasts suddenly woke up. A pair of pitch-black huge eyes like black holes instantly locked onto Xu Feng's position. Roar! At that instant, Xu Feng felt all of his hair stand on end. An unspeakable sense of danger permeated his whole body. Run! Not even daring to hesitate for a second, Xu Feng poured all of his spiritual energy unreservedly into his legs. The instantaneous burst of spiritual energy was brutal. Xu Feng's physical constitution was basically still that of an ordinary human. His 2 legs simply could not withstand the impact of such intensity. A tearing sensation kept coming from his calves. He felt as if they were going to explode in the next second. However, Xu Feng did not dare to stop. Instead, he continued to pour in all his might, because the demon-devouring blood-crown beast that had locked onto him was definitely a grade A existence. Moreover, as its physique was sufficiently strong, this demon-devouring blood-crown beast was definitely not a weakling among the grade A creatures. If it were to catch up with him, Xu Feng, who was a mere grade C, would not have any living chance. A sharp pain came from his calves. It made Xu Feng really envious of the physical qualities of the beasts. If he had the physical qualities of a demon-devouring blood-crown beast, even if they were only equivalent to that of an average demon-devouring blood-crown beast, Xu Feng would have dared to turn around and FCK it. It was a pity that the spiritual energy cultivated by humans could not temper the deepest recesses of cells. To improve one's physical constitution was really too hard. The price one had to pay was unimaginable. He could only think about all this. As he ran madly, Xu Feng kept thinking of ways to escape. There was no way he could fight it head-on. In fact, if it were to catch up to him, Xu Feng would definitely die. There was only one way now. He had to jump into the blood lake with that piece of the violet spirit blood tree he had hidden in the cave. This was the only way to escape the pursuit of that fellow behind him. Thinking of this, Xu Feng could not help but let out a bitter smile. I didn't expect that I would go down the same path as the heaven-devouring great sage in my previous life. To be pursued to a dead end and having to jump into the blood lake to save my life. Having made up his mind, Xu Feng used all his might. As he ran madly, from time to time, he would draw out a bone arrow and shoot at the demon-devouring blood-crown beast king to slow it down. It did work. A look of fear flashed in the eyes of the demon-devouring blood-crown beast king. It seemed to be well aware of the danger of this blood water, and would rather slow down than allow the bone arrows to hit it. This gave Xu Feng a slight possibility of fleeing back to the cave. This guy isn't as stupid as his offsprings. He seems to have some intelligence. Otherwise, he will probably die a foolhardy death. Xu Feng sighed in his heart. The points reward for killing someone 1 grade higher was double. If he were to kill someone 2 grades higher, how many points would he get? Xu Feng could not even imagine. Of course, Xu Feng did not bother to think too much about this. Escape was more important. At the end of the day, the beast was not like those high-grade abyssal demonic creatures. Its intelligence was limited. It only knew how to chase and kill in rage, sensing the threat from the blood water. It had slowed down its speed. As a result, the demon-devouring blood-crown beast king could not catch up with Xu Feng in the end. There was quite a distance between them. The demon-devouring blood-crown beast king could only watch helplessly as Xu Feng disappeared into a cave. Then ran out carrying a piece of purple wood. and threw himself into the blood lake without the slightest hesitation. The demon-devouring blood-crowned beast king was stunned. With its simple intelligence, he thought that Chu Feng had committed suicide. Seeing that the culprit had died, the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast king was appeased. It walked slowly and leisurely toward its territory. It had lost quite a few offspring this time. It had to go back and work hard to create little blood-crowned beasts. In the blood lake, Chu Feng held his breath and concentrated, tightly clutching the piece of violet spirit blood tree. If it had not been for the purple glow emitted by the violet spirit blood tree, which had enveloped him, at this moment, there would not even be a shred of Chu Feng left. Damn, I've been driven into such a miserable state by a beast. When I come back again, I'll definitely convert you into points, Chu Feng thought viciously. There were still more than 20 demon-devouring blood-crowned beasts left, which was a huge sum of points. Furthermore, there was the Grade A Beast King. Currently, he had accumulated more than 70,000 points. It was enough to obtain the only divine grade reward on the miscellaneous items golden ranking list. Therefore, the matter of points could be put aside for now, since he had already entered the blood lake. Chu Feng naturally did not forget the most important purpose of this trip: the devouring bloodline. Chapter 13, Getting Rich. Everything in the world worked in unison. The humans from his previous life had already verified this. The blood water in this unknown lake contained a terrifying corrosive energy. It could even corrode grade A experts. However, even such a terrifying lake had a supernatural tree which could completely counter it. The violet spirit blood tree grew near the lake. It would absorb the blood water from the lake as its nutrients. Once grown, the violet spirit blood tree would emit a domain field naturally. This could completely isolate the corrosion of the lake water. The heaven-devouring great sage had been lucky back then. He had randomly grabbed a piece of wood with a purple glow and jumped into the lake, intending to use it as a life raft. Unexpectedly, he got lucky, and it saved his life. Chu Feng looked around carefully for any traces of the violet spirit blood tree. The violet spirit blood tree was extremely important to him, not just because of the devouring bloodline. To accumulate points, he would also need to use this kind of supernatural tree. However, on the ground slope, he could only look with his eyes, and it was really difficult for him to find it this way. As such, Chu Feng decided to take the risk and get closer to the blood lake. His heart came up to his throat. If the blood water were to splash onto his arm and leg, Chu Feng might have to become a hero without limbs in the future. He trod around the blood lake with extreme caution. The moment he saw the slightest ripple in the lake, Chu Feng would immediately scramble far away. Thus, relying on his sharp senses trained in the previous life, he had some close shaves but was not harmed. Finally, after half a day, he found a violet spirit blood tree about 10 feet tall. There was a faint purple glow, but when he got closer, the purple glow became more conspicuous. Without any delay, Chu Feng went forward and uprooted it. Then, he carried it and hurriedly found a cave and hid inside. He trimmed the violet spirit blood tree, squeezed out the juice from its branches, and set the purple juice aside for backup use. He sliced a small section off from the thickest main trunk and made a small can that looked like a bamboo tube. He also made a tight-fitting wooden lid. The remnant of big chunk of the violet spirit blood tree was carefully hidden in the cave. Everything was ready. Chu Feng felt extremely excited. He could finally try to accumulate points. Carrying with him the wooden can made from violet spirit blood tree, Chu Feng returned to the blood lake. This time, he was going to collect the blood water. As he approached the blood lake, Chu Feng's heart was pounding fast. If he was just a tiny bit careless, he would be done for. He came to the edge of the lake with fear and trepidation. This time, the boiling blood water was in close proximity. Chu Feng could even smell the stench of blood. Suddenly, a wave tumbled, bringing with it ebbs of blood water. It was coming toward Chu Feng. Gritting his teeth, Chu Feng did not flee. Instead, he held the wooden can made from the violet spirit blood tree in front of him. A miraculous scene happened. The blood water, with the capacity to even corrode a grade A expert, came into contact with the purple glow emitted by the violet spirit blood tree. And surprisingly, as if it had contacted glass, it slid slowly to the ground. A deep pit, the size of a head, appeared on the ground. Chu Feng let out a long breath. He had made the right bet. Fortunately, he had the wooden can with him. He carefully dug a channel and directed the blood water into the wooden can. After filling the entire can with blood water, he hurriedly closed the lid of the wooden can. He had obtained the blood water. His plan could finally begin. Chu Feng's plan to obtain points could be put simply as killing monsters in a game. And it was like killing monsters across different grades. In a pile of rubble not far from the blood lake lived a powerful tribe, the demon-devouring blood-crowned beasts. The weakest demon-devouring blood-crowned beasts were all grade B beasts. In the tribe, the king of the demon-devouring blood-crowned beasts was even an extremely rare grade A beast. To the current Chu Feng, if he were to encounter a beast of such a grade, he would not even need to run. He could just wait for death directly. In his previous life, after the heaven-devouring great sage had disclosed this location, a capable person discovered a business opportunity. That fellow had learnt that the heaven-devouring great sage had used the violet spirit blood tree to avoid being consumed by the corrosive blood water, and he suddenly had an idea. The blood water is so terrifying. If it is used to kill the ferocious beasts, wouldn't it be invincible? The ferocious beasts have low intelligence and act purely on instinct. If I can trap them somewhere, and use the blood water to attack them, wouldn't I be able to accumulate points effortlessly? So, that fellow made a bucket with the violet spirit blood tree and filled it with the blood water. Then, he went to test it on the demon-devouring blood-crown beasts. In the end, he had really found a perfect place. By using this method, he had made a fortune. It was only after the entire tribe of demon-devouring blood-crown beasts had been completely wiped out that he disclosed the method proudly. Of course, this method was meaningless to Grade A and the stronger Grade S experts. They could easily wipe out the demon-devouring blood-crown beasts with their own strength alone, but to some weaker martial artists, it was no less valuable than a supernatural weapon. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to find a perfect location like that fellow had. Moreover, in his previous life, the violet spirit blood tree had basically been all snatched up by that fellow. He had no way to even save some blood water. In the end, this method had fallen by the wayside, but now, Chu Feng would even be the first person to attempt to do so. Thinking of this, Chu Feng's heart was on fire. He could not wait to rush to the ruins of rubble. From a distance away, a series of roars could be heard. The tribe of the demon-devouring blood-crown beasts were the undisputed overlords of this region. At this time of the day, they had just returned from their hunt for food. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, the demon-devouring blood-crown beasts lay lazily among the ruins of rubble. They did not notice at all that a feeble human with bloodshot eyes was greedily sizing them up. That expression was like that of a money-hungry landlord looking at unlimited amounts of gold. Chapter 14. Crossing grades to kill monsters. A surge of wealth. Chu Feng moved with extreme caution. Crouching on a huge boulder, he surveyed the surroundings. He searched for the location that the strange fellow had disclosed. According to him, it was a scissor-shaped deep canyon pit somewhere in the ruins of rubble. The shape was peculiar. If he could lure the demon-devouring blood-crown beast into it, with their low intelligence and inability to fly, there was no way they could escape. Then, he could basically just bash the dogs behind closed doors. Chu Feng searched carefully. There were even a few times where he was almost discovered by the demon-devouring blood-crown beasts. Fortunately, Chu Feng was extremely experienced. With the aid of the different surroundings, he managed to obfuscate and get away. Finally, after an hour of hard work, Chu Feng discovered the scissors-shaped deep canyon pit. He found himself a foothold. Next, he had to think of a way to lure the demon-devouring blood-crown beasts over. He could not lure too many all at once. Chu Feng was worried that things might go wrong should there be too many of them. He sneaked quietly behind the tribe of demon-devouring blood-crown beasts, and drew out a bone arrow. He bent his bow to shoot the beasts. Swoosh, a sound pierced through the air. The bone arrow had been shot accurately into the ass of a demon-devouring blood-crown beast. Ahem, I really didn't mean to do that. Chu Feng coughed twice dryly, and ran. Behind him, the demon-devouring blood-crown beast roared in rage. It went after Chu Feng like crazy. According to its senses, an ape-like beast that was just a grade C had dared to sneak up on it. This was a provocation to the supremacy of the demon-devouring blood-crown beasts. It had to devour him. The other demon-devouring blood-crown beasts did not feel threatened at all. After a lazy glance, they could not be bothered anymore. Very good. Chu Feng glanced behind, and he was secretly delighted. Only that one particular demon-devouring blood-crown beast was chasing after him. Wind stirred beneath his feet as Chu Feng ran for his life. He had not forgotten that the big guy he had harassed was a grade B beast. Its speed was much faster than him. He had to hurry and run to the deep canyon pit. The demon-devouring blood-crown beast lacked intelligence. It only knew how to chase and kill in rage. Finally, in front of the canyon, Chu Feng made a leap into the air and landed on a protruding part of the cliff. Behind him, the demon-devouring blood-crown beast also intended to jump over and devour Chu Feng. However, how could Chu Feng give it the opportunity? He knocked an arrow. This time around, it was a special bone arrow that Chu Feng had prepared beforehand. The bone arrow had first been smeared with a layer of sap from violet spirit blood tree to prevent it from being corroded. Thereafter, it was immersed into the blood water to moisten it. The arrowhead had been stained with the terrifying blood water. Whoosh! In an instant, the deadly bone arrow shot out. It struck the demon devouring blood-crown beast's forehead squarely. A powerful corrosive energy erupted instantly. Roar, roar, roar. The demon-devouring blood-crown beast roared in excruciating pain. it could no longer support its frame. And it fell helplessly to the bottom of the pit. It hit its head repeatedly against a boulder to ease its pain. Actually, Xu Feng's bone arrow had failed to pierce through the sturdy skull of the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast. It had merely scratched the skin, but with the corrosiveness of the blood water, the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast's head began to change beyond recognition. Despite this, Xu Feng was not the least bit careless. He knew clearly how tenacious the life force of a grade B demon-devouring blood-crowned beast was. This little bit of blood water was far from enough to kill it. With his strength of a grade C martial artist in crossing grade to kill a grade B beast that was 10 times stronger than him, it was never too much to be careful. He knocked another arrow. It was also a bone arrow that had been smeared with blood water. Whoosh! 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 One arrow after another. He did not care where they would hit, as long as an arrow could come into contact with the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast, it would be able to destroy its life force. In the deep pit, the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast instinctively charged around and jumped, trying to escape, but the deep canyon pit was deep and smooth, there was no grip at all for it to exert any force. The attempts of the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast were all futile. 15 minutes later, the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast lay sprawled in the deep pit as if it were dead. However, Xu Feng still cautiously shot out another arrow. It was only when the prompt sounded in his mind that Xu Feng was finally assured that he had killed the grade B demon-devouring blood-crowned beast. Normal killing of a grade B demon-devouring blood-crowned beast. 3,000 points awarded, cross-grade killing successful. Additional reward 100%. Total reward points, 6,000 points. After listening to the notifications from the golden ranking list, joy could be seen on Xu Feng's face. I didn't expect that crossing grade to kill would have such great benefits. Killing one was equivalent to killing two. The points for grade B abyssal creatures were between 1,000 to 5,000 points. The demon-devouring blood-crowned beast was considered above average grade B beasts. It was worth 3,000 points. If it had been killed by a grade B expert, he would only be awarded with just its own worth of points. This was the case for that fellow from his previous life. However, Xu Feng had killed above his grade, so the points awarded were doubled. Although it seemed to be a cheap trick, whether it was searching for the violet spirit blood tree, collecting the blood water, or luring the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast demon out, every step had been like dancing on a blade. As such, it could not be considered a cheap trick anymore. Xu Feng was very satisfied. It was not difficult to tell from the points that grade C creatures were worth 10 to 100 points. Even the weakest grade B creature was worth more than 10 times as many points as the strongest grade C creature. This meant that the strengths of the two differed by at least 10 times, and the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast was more than 10 times stronger than the green thread viper. Despite this, he was still able to cross his grade and kill it. Even the golden ranking lists would regard such a human as a genius, hence, it had awarded a large number of points, just as he was. Feeling extremely emotional, Xu Feng suddenly felt a trace of warmth in his lower abdomen. It was much stronger than when he ate the grey lightning fruit. It was the spiritual energy reward from killing the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast. Xu Feng could feel the spiritual energy boiling in his belly. He hurriedly opened his personal information column. Name: Xu Feng. Grade C 6.5%. Pet beasts: none. Skills: water element domain field, entry level, not certified. Items: none. General points: 6,350. Trading area: temporarily not open. Looking at the various information about himself, Xu Feng was speechless. After killing a demon-devouring blood-crowned beast, his spiritual energy had increased by 5.5%. On top of that, he had received a huge reward of points. The gain was simply too great. It's a surge of wealth. One must note that not far away, there was still an entire tribe of demon-devouring blood-crowned beasts. Chapter 15. A surge of 70,000 points. Thinking of this, Xu Feng became even more excited. He quickly made his way back. Deploying the same old trick, he lured another demon-devouring blood-crowned beast. They were indeed from the same tribe. This demon-devouring blood-crowned beast was very much like its big brother earlier. The way they moved and roared, and even the way they thrashed about in the deep pit were all identical. Another 15 minutes later, as the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast took its final breath, the prompt sounded again: normal killing of a grade B demon-devouring blood-crowned beast. 3,000 points awarded, cross-grade killing successful. Additional reward 100%. Total reward points, 6,000 points. The points obtained were the same as the previous. However, this time, Xu Feng's spiritual energy only rose by 3%, reaching 9.5%. This was also normal. Each grade would become harder the further one progressed. it was very difficult to sustain the huge spiritual energy demand by relying on the spiritual energy rewarded for killing abyssal creatures. In the end, it had to depend on one's cultivation speed. He had only finished 2 rounds, and his points had already exceeded 12,000. Initially, he had thought that it would be difficult to obtain the only divine grade reward on the miscellaneous items golden ranking list. Now, it seemed doable. Xu Feng smacked his lips, as he thought conceitedly. For the next half a day, Xu Feng worked diligently. He labored on, even when he occasionally encountered a few not too obedient demon-devouring blood-crowned beasts. Xu Feng would still patiently persuade them all the way until they reached the deep pit. Thus, the entire tribe of demon-devouring blood-crowned beasts were very unlucky today. Only after 12 of them had been killed by Xu Feng did the entire tribe realize something was amiss. Just when Xu Feng was luring the 13th one, a behemoth which was 3 times the size of the other demon-devouring blood-crowned beasts suddenly woke up. A pair of pitch-black huge eyes like black holes instantly locked onto Xu Feng's position. Roar! At that instant, Xu Feng felt all of his hair stand on end. An unspeakable sense of danger permeated his whole body. Run! Not even daring to hesitate for a second, Xu Feng poured all of his spiritual energy unreservedly into his legs. The instantaneous burst of spiritual energy was brutal. Xu Feng's physical constitution was basically still that of an ordinary human. His 2 legs simply could not withstand the impact of such intensity. A tearing sensation kept coming from his calves. He felt as if they were going to explode in the next second. However, Xu Feng did not dare to stop. Instead, he continued to pour in all his might, because the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast that had locked onto him was definitely a grade A existence. Moreover, as its physique was sufficiently strong, this demon-devouring blood-crowned beast was definitely not a weakling among the grade A creatures. If it were to catch up with him, Xu Feng, who was a mere grade C, would not have any living chance. A sharp pain came from his calves. It made Xu Feng really envious of the physical qualities of the beasts. If he had the physical qualities of a demon-devouring blood-crowned beast, even if they were only equivalent to that of an average demon-devouring blood-crowned beast, Xu Feng would have dared to turn around and FCK it. It was a pity that the spiritual energy cultivated by humans could not temper the deepest recesses of cells. To improve one's physical constitution was really too hard. The price one had to pay was unimaginable. He could only think about all this. As he ran madly, Xu Feng kept thinking of ways to escape. There was no way he could fight it head-on. In fact, if it were to catch up to him, Xu Feng would definitely die. There was only one way now. He had to jump into the blood lake with that piece of the violet spirit blood tree he had hidden in the cave. This was the only way to escape the pursuit of that fellow behind him. Thinking of this, Xu Feng could not help but let out a bitter smile. I didn't expect that I would go down the same path as the heaven-devouring great sage in my previous life. To be pursued to a dead end and having to jump into the blood lake to save my life. Having made up his mind, Xu Feng used all his might. As he ran madly, from time to time, he would draw out a bone arrow and shoot at the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast king to slow it down. It did work. A look of fear flashed in the eyes of the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast king. It seemed to be well aware of the danger of this blood water, and would rather slow down than allow the bone arrows to hit it. This gave Xu Feng a slight possibility of fleeing back to the cave. This guy isn't as stupid as his offsprings. He seems to have some intelligence. Otherwise, he will probably die a foolhardy death. Xu Feng sighed in his heart. The points reward for killing someone 1 grade higher was double. If he were to kill someone 2 grades higher, how many points would he get? Xu Feng could not even imagine. Of course, Xu Feng did not bother to think too much about this. Escape was more important. At the end of the day, the beast was not like those high-grade abyssal demonic creatures. Its intelligence was limited. It only knew how to chase and kill in rage, sensing the threat from the blood water. It had slowed down its speed. As a result, the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast king could not catch up with Xu Feng in the end. There was quite a distance between them. The demon-devouring blood-crowned beast king could only watch helplessly as Xu Feng disappeared into a cave. Then ran out carrying a piece of purple wood, and threw himself into the blood lake without the slightest hesitation. The demon-devouring blood-crowned beast king was stunned. With its simple intelligence, he thought that Xu Feng had committed suicide. Seeing that the culprit had died, the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast king was appeased. It walked slowly and leisurely toward its territory. It had lost quite a few offspring this time. It had to go back and work hard to create little blood-crowned beasts. In the blood lake, Xu Feng held his breath and concentrated, tightly clutching the piece of violet spirit blood tree. If it had not been for the purple glow emitted by the violet spirit blood tree, which had enveloped him, at this moment, there would not even be a shred of Xu Feng left. Damn, I've been driven into such a miserable state by a beast. When I come back again, I'll definitely convert you into points, Xu Feng thought viciously. There were still more than 20 demon-devouring blood-crown beasts left, which was a huge sum of points. Furthermore, there was the Great A Beast King. Currently, he had accumulated more than 70,000 points. It was enough to obtain the only divine grade reward on the miscellaneous items golden ranking list. Therefore, the matter of points could be put aside for now, since he had already entered the Blood Lake. Xu Feng naturally did not forget the most important purpose of this trip: the devouring bloodline. Chapter 16, Unexpected Space. Everyone in his previous life knew how the heaven-devouring great sage had obtained the devouring bloodline. However, just how powerful was the devouring bloodline, no one knew. After all, it had been heaven-devouring great sage's deepest secret. However, everyone was sure about one thing: that the heaven-devouring great sage had actually relied on this devouring bloodline to cross grade A to fight against a grade S expert who had possessed a divine grade domain. To Xu Feng in his previous life, this was practically impossible. He knew all too well how terrifying a grade S expert was. In his previous life, his good big brother, warrior Emperor Lin Yi, had been a grade S expert. In front of Lin Yi, Xu Feng felt as if he was a toddler still learning how to walk. He absolutely had no ability to resist. However, the heaven-devouring great sage was able to contend against a grade S expert. This was simply too incredulous. He believed that the secret of what had enabled the heaven-devouring great sage to fight someone beyond his grade must lie hidden in the devouring bloodline. At this thought, Xu Feng became even more excited. He dived to the bottom of the lake and began to search carefully. An hour later, Xu Feng felt as if his hands had come into contact with a kind of enchanted boundary. In the next moment, it was as if the heavens and the earth spun. The yin and the yang were reversed. A blinding light caused Xu Feng to shut his eyes. Immediately after, boom, Xu Feng unexpectedly fell onto the ground in a heavy thud. He hurriedly opened his eyes, but he became rooted to the ground. What had greeted his eyes was a paradise-like scene: blue sky, white clouds, green trees, and red flowers. Colorful butterflies danced among the flowers, the leaves rustled in the breeze. It seemed that paradise had merged as one with its reflection in the waters. The whole scenery was simply intoxicating. Xu Feng was bewildered. Can this be the location of the blood pond mentioned by the heaven-devouring great sage? But this is not right. According to heaven-devouring great sage's description, it should be a blood pond at the bottom of the blood lake that embodied the devouring bloodline. Could it be that the heaven-devouring great sage in his previous life had lied? With all kinds of doubts, Xu Feng paced cautiously as he advanced slowly. This space was not big, and it did not seem dangerous at all. However, Xu Feng did not dare to be the least bit careless. There were very few places in the abyss that were completely safe. 15 minutes later, Xu Feng arrived at the center of this stretch of space. A drop of pitch-black liquid quietly floated above a stone pile that looked like an altar. There was not the slightest pressure coming forth. If it had not appeared in the middle of this mysterious space, no one would have taken notice of the drop of black liquid. What is this? Xu Feng could be sure this was not the devouring bloodline. The devouring bloodline possessed by the heaven-devouring great sage had been blood-red in color. Could it be that the heaven-devouring great sage in his previous life had not been here previously? But he had accidentally entered it by chance. Just as Xu Feng was feeling perplexed, suddenly a weird change took place. The entire space was trembling slightly. A faint ripple had appeared on the surface of the black liquid. Xu Feng felt as if he was facing a great enemy. He had never heard of anyone in his previous life encountering such a situation. Everything was completely out of his control. He could only remain still in response to the changes. The next moment, above the black liquid, suddenly, the phantom of a human figure slowly formed. The image was very blurry, as if it would disappear the next moment. A human being? Xu Feng opened his eyes wide. What is going on? While Xu Feng was shocked, the phantom suddenly opened his eyes. It became as dazzling as the sun. At this moment, Xu Feng felt as if his world spun. Staring into those elusive eyes, he felt as if he had transcended time and space. As the fluid gaze of the phantom moved, Xu Feng seemed to see how things had evolved in the universe, from the beginning of the universe to the end when the black hole devoured everything, forming a cycle. Who was this person? Xu Feng was unable to keep calm at all. His back was drenched in cold sweat. He was very sure that even if the person in front of him was just an illusion, he was many times stronger than the great S experts in his previous life. The difference could be described as between heaven and earth. Suddenly, the phantom spoke, and his eyes looked at Xu Feng. It has been hundreds of millions of years, and just when the last trace of my soul is about to perish, I am still able to meet someone who was facing the tribulation. How fortunate! Xu Feng was stunned upon hearing those words. What is this about? Someone facing a tribulation, is he referring to me? Is the Great Tribulation referring to the abyss? Who is this phantom? Is there such an expert among humans? Puzzled, Chu Feng shouted, Senior. Before Chu Feng could finish, the phantom had restrained Chu Feng directly. The wisp of my soul is going to dissipate very soon. I don't have much time. I'll speak, you'll just listen, understand? Chu Feng blinked his eyes to indicate that he had understood. In front of an existence that could easily destroy him, Chu Feng behaved like an obedient child. Seeing how cooperative Chu Feng was, the phantom seemed to smile. Then, it released the restraint. Looking at the drop of black liquid below him, his eyes were filled with reminiscence. Fortunately, I have met you at the final moment. Otherwise, it would have been a pity for this drop of destruction bloodline source. Chu Feng had sensed that this senior did not have any ill intentions. Unable to contain himself, he blurted out, Isn't this the devouring bloodline? When the phantom heard that, he glanced at Chu Feng and coldly snorted. Chu Feng was so scared that he hurriedly covered his mouth. This senior seemed to have a bad temper. Devouring bloodline? You're talking about the thing in the blood pond above. That's just a daughter bloodline produced from the destruction bloodline source. How can it be compared to the destruction bloodline? The ultimate form of devouring is destruction. Chu Feng was startled. A daughter bloodline, chapter 17, Ancient Gods. The devouring bloodline was just a daughter bloodline. Chu Feng was stunned. Could it be that the heaven-devouring great sage in his previous life had relied just on a daughter bloodline to pit his grade A strength against that of a grade S expert? In that case, how strong would the mother bloodline be? The phantom continued to speak. Absorb this drop of the destruction bloodline source and you'll be able to condense the foundation of the destruction bloodline, which will enable you to survive longer in this great tribulation. Senior, are you referring to the abyss when you speak of the Great Tribulation? Hearing that it was going to be a great tribulation, Chu Feng couldn't care less and asked directly. The phantom nodded. The abyss is too damned terrifying. Even though several of us had joined forces, we were still not a match for the master of the sky-connecting demon mountain. I am on the verge of death. Huang has fled far away. Zhou's whereabouts are unknown. Forget it, let's not talk about such humiliating stuff. The master of the sky-connecting demon mountain has also been severely injured. All of you still have time, I'm about to dissipate. I will use the last bit of my energy to help you absorb the source of the destruction bloodline. You will soon know of its effects. This is the last thing I can do for the human race. After I die, who cares about the flood? Hearing those words, Chu Feng's mouth fell wide open. The senior has a unique style. He dared to say anything. He was a carefree one. Looking at the source of the destruction bloodline, Chu Feng suddenly made some connections in his mind. Chu Feng remembered that in his previous life, the only divine grade reward on the bloodline golden ranking list had been the ancient immortal bloodline. Could it be that the source of the destruction bloodline was of the same grade as the source of the ancient immortal bloodline? At this thought, Chu Feng looked toward the phantom. With such an expert before him, whose strength when he was alive was unknown to him, it would be a waste if he had not asked, Senior, do you know the source of the ancient immortal bloodline? The phantom raised an eyebrow. He was a little surprised. I never expected you kid to know about the source of the ancient immortal bloodline. That was Gu's bloodline. But with the death of Gu, that bloodline had been lost. In terms of might, the two of them are of the same grade. The ancient immortal bloodline possesses an undying and indestructible characteristic. As he spoke to that point, Chu Feng could clearly sense the phantom's disdain as he curled his lips. Ha, undying and indestructible? In the end, old fella, you had still been killed by someone. You used to brag in front of me, humph, and my destruction bloodline source is much stronger. It can devour the power of all the bloodlines in the world and transform them into the most basic energy units to temper one's body without limit and improve one's constitution. It can be considered as an undying freak. Chu Feng could not help coughing lightly. He thought to himself, in the end, you had still ended up being hammered to death by someone. As if he had seen through Chu Feng's thoughts, the phantom raised his hand and hammered Chu Feng into the ground with a slap. He only revealed his head. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. The look in your eyes is exactly the same as when I heard Gu boasting back then. Kid, you're still too inexperienced. Chu Feng was on the verge of crying. Why does this senior not have the demeanor of a senior at all? He attacks at the drop of a hat and does not behave like an elder at all. Also, didn't you say that you were going to disappear soon? Why do you still have the energy to hit people? Chu Feng did not dare to speak anymore. Forget it, I won't bother with a junior like you. I better hurry up and help you absorb the source of the destruction bloodline, and not delay the important matters. As he spoke, he did not care whether Chu Feng was agreeable or not. He grabbed at the air. Chu Feng's body levitated from the ground. In an instant, the phantom threw the source of the destruction bloodline, which was on the altar, directly into Chu Feng's mouth. In the next instant, Chu Feng felt as if his entire body was on fire. His 5 viscera, 7 souls, and 6 spirits all began to hurt tremendously. In this instant, Chu Feng nearly lost his life. However, Chu Feng managed to tolerate it. When the phantom saw this, a trace of satisfaction flashed across his eyes. Then, he waved his hand, and the entire space could be seen to be cracking up inch by inch. The shattered space, together with everything within it, turned into a milky white energy and gushed into Chu Feng's body. In an instant, Chu Feng felt as if he had gone from hell to heaven. The comfortable sensation almost made him shout out. At this moment, Chu Feng then had the strength to open his eyes. He suddenly realized that the phantom in front of him had become increasingly blurred, and was almost transparent. Senior. Alright, that's all I can do. The energy contained in this block of space is totally enough for you to fuse with the destruction bloodline source. Once the fusion is completed, this place will be completely shattered and you will be able to leave. Oh, by the way, you mentioned the source of the ancient immortal bloodline earlier. If you have the chance to get it, with the foundation I've laid down for you, you can absorb it without any worries. The two are perfectly compatible. This is also the unique aspect of my destruction bloodline. Since the beginning of life, who doesn't die? To fight for humanity until the last drop of blood, I am considered to have died a worthy death. I've long accepted this. I'm leaving. At this instant, a sense of admiration suddenly rose from within Chu Feng's heart. For the sake of protecting mankind, an invincible human expert was willing to fight to the death. Unfortunately, he did not even know his name. Thinking of this, Chu Feng hurriedly asked, Senior, may I know your name? Ha ha. Call me you. I'm one of the top 10 master gods of the ancient race. Oh right, kid. Although I don't hold much hope, if you can reach the realm above the master god in the future, perhaps you will be able to reverse time and space, and revive. When the time comes, you must remember to revive me. I might have accepted it, but I haven't lived long enough. Damned abyss, I'll FCK all of you to death when I am revived. Oh, that's not right. If you could surpass the master god, the abyss would have long been destroyed. Damn, I won't be able to take revenge personally. What a pity. The corners of Chu Feng's mouth twitched. The little bit of admiration that had just risen was instantly extinguished. He had thought that the phantom was finally going to dissipate. Unexpectedly, it had returned. Oh, there's more. That old fella Huang had said before he left that he wanted to establish a world, to leave behind a pure land for humans. I wonder if he had succeeded. That old fella was stronger than I and had left behind more opportunities than I. If there is a chance, it would be best to get his desolate god ancient painting, and you will eventually be able to control the world he had left behind. There's really nothing more now. I'm leaving. The phantom dissipated completely, only the stunned Chu Feng remained. A world built by desolate god. Could this be the base camp of the humans from his previous life, the ancient realm of the desolate god? Chapter 18, Ancient Realm of the Desolate God. The last few words of you kept echoing in Chu Feng's mind. His emotions were in turmoil. So that was how it was. So this was how the ancient realm of the desolate god came about. He connected up everything in his previous life. Everything was clear now. The ancient realm of the desolate god. It was regarded as the place where the martial arts of humans from the previous life had originated, originally, after humans had experienced the first abyssal demonic tide. Although they had learnt a lot about the golden ranking lists, in reality, there was very little that they could use. Those who were weak could not get into the golden ranking lists, and they could not obtain any rewards. This had formed a vicious circle, but at that time, the ancient realm of the desolate god had opened in the first level of the abyss. It had been discovered by humans. Upon entering, many virtual humans had been found actually living inside. These humans were not real life forms, but they had intelligence. They adhered fully to the will of the world in the ancient realm of the desolate god. If one had to describe this to Chu Feng, it would be similar to the panoramic virtual online games he had played in his previous life. The virtual humans inside were like NPCs. They would help humanity in every way. Specialized NPCs would guide humans in their cultivation and in the honing of their martial arts skills. Special cultivation fields could be used to comprehend the domain fields, magical formations could speed up the cultivation of spiritual energy, there were even some powerful mercenaries, everything could be obtained by spending points. Yes, the ancient realm of the desolate god certainly had some connections with the golden ranking lists. The points could be used universally. In the previous life, during that terrifying tribulation 3 years later, humanity had lost the earth completely and transferred fully to the ancient realm of the desolate god. Abyssal creatures had been greatly rejected by the ancient realm of the desolate god. Any abyssal creatures that had entered would be suppressed. Even some legendary great NPCs would also take action against them. As such, the human race managed to survive and had not been exterminated. In his previous life, Xu Feng had also grown up in the ancient realm of the desolate god. Unexpectedly, in this life, he had accidentally learned about the origin of the ancient realm of the desolate god. It had actually been created by an expert of the Master God grade. As for the desolate god ancient painting which you had spoken of, Xu Feng also knew something about it. It had been extremely well known. In his previous life, that thing had always ranked top on the miscellaneous items golden ranking list. It was worth 10 billion points. No one could afford to exchange for it. Perhaps the golden ranking list also knew that the points were too ridiculous. There was also another way to exchange for it. After every abyssal demonic tide, the golden ranking lists would have a reward system. The bones of dead abyssal demonic creatures could be used to exchange for treasures. Those bones of demonic creatures were useless to begin with. This gesture from the golden ranking lists could be regarded as an extra reward for making use of waste. At that time, it was cheaper to exchange for the desolate god ancient painting. It only required 5 billion demonic bones. Xu Feng curled his lip. This requirement was as good as a no. In his previous life, no one could afford to exchange for it. Xu Feng tossed the matter to the back of his mind. He would have to wait for the first onslaught of the abyssal demonic tide before he would worry about it. At this moment, Xu Feng did not wish to suffer unnecessary torment. He quietly waited for the bloodlines to successfully fuse. One whole day later, at the bottom of the blood lake, a burst of light flashed. Xu Feng's form slowly coalesced. Phew, I'm finally out. The force from the shattering space was really tremendous. Xu Feng curled his lip. Fortunately, you had been quite reliable. Before that stretch of space was completely shattered, Xu Feng had completed the fusion and was teleported out. He looked around. Above his head was a transparent protective shield which had completely isolated the blood water. Inside the protective shield, there was a blood pond which was boiling. Xu Feng sized it up for a moment. This should be the devouring bloodline obtained by the heaven-devouring great sage in his previous life. Originally, this thing had been his target. However, Xu Feng had obtained the mother of the devouring bloodline by chance. As such, the devouring bloodline was nothing to him. Furthermore, after obtaining the destruction bloodline, Xu Feng already knew that he could create this kind of devouring bloodline in batches once he had absorbed enough energy from bloodlines. A devouring bloodline had produced a heaven-devouring great sage. It was equivalent to Xu Feng having the ability to mass-produce experts like the heaven-devouring great sage. Of course, he was still far from this. He needed to keep devouring the energy of bloodlines. However, Xu Feng planned to use the energy he had devoured to build himself up first. You was right. The destruction bloodline was definitely one of the most powerful bloodlines in the world. It could actually use the energy converted to temper the core units of cells. It could improve one's constitution from the fundamentals. It would not take long for Xu Feng's physical qualities to be comparable to that of a beast. Seeing the devouring bloodline in the blood pond, Xu Feng thought it would be a waste not to use it, so he absorbed it all. It was just as well that he was lacking energy from bloodlines now. This bloodline which had originated from the same source was easier to convert. At most, he could still give back the heaven-devouring great sage its share in the future. After absorbing from the blood pond, Xu Feng silently observed his body. He felt a surge of energy being converted into original energy molecules. They gradually seeped into every cell in his body, and began to strengthen his body from the cellular level. Furthermore, Xu Feng discovered that not just the absorbed energy could be used for tempering cells. Even the spiritual energy produced from his own cultivation could also be converted for tempering. Seeing this, Xu Feng could not help feeling delighted. This meant that even if he did not have enough bloodlines to absorb, his physical qualities could still continue to improve. He had a cultivation speed that was 100 times faster, so he could improve his constitution quickly. It would just hold back his spiritual energy grade a little. Xu Feng did not care about that. The more solid the foundation, the better. Moreover, with a powerful physique to complement his spiritual energy in battle would produce a synergy effect greater than 1 + 1 = 2. One could know by just looking at the heaven-devouring great sage in his previous life. In short, this trip to the abyss had been worth it. When he returned to Earth, he could also obtain the only divine grade rewards from the Bloodline Golden Ranking List and the Miscellaneous Items Golden Ranking List. Chu Feng even felt arrogant. The abyssal demonic tide a month later would be nothing. Chapter 19, The Strange Grey Mist. After absorbing all of the devouring bloodline from the blood pond, Chu Feng could even feel a sense of hunger from deep within his cells. All the energy just now had been used to strengthen the cells. It was equivalent to giving the cells an expansion. The stomachs of the cells were not full yet. He needed more energy to feed them. He opened his personal information column. Name, Chu Feng. Grade C 5%, pet beasts, none, skills, water. Element domain field, entry level, not certified, items, none, points, 72,350, trading area, temporarily not open. Chu Feng was surprised. He had fused with the source of the destruction bloodline and also absorbed the devouring bloodline. However, the grade of his spiritual energy had actually decreased instead of going up. From the 20% he had earlier after killing the demon-devouring blood-crown beasts, it had fallen to 5%. Seeing this, not only was Chu Feng not worried, he was overjoyed instead. The concentration of spiritual energy in his body had not changed. In fact, it even rose quite a bit due to the absorption of a large amount of energy, but the percentage had dropped. What did this mean? It meant that the total amount of spiritual energy that Chu Feng's body could hold had more than doubled. This was only the initial stage of tempering. It was not difficult to imagine that in the future, the total amount of spiritual energy in Chu Feng's body would be as much as a few times, or even tens of times that of a martial artist of the same grade. For long protracted battles, who could be a match? Of course, the price was that he would need even more energy to increase his grade in the future. However, Chu Feng had a cultivation speed that was 100 times faster. He was not worried about his upgrading speed at all. Taking a good look at himself, Chu Feng could not be more satisfied. It was time to return to Earth to exchange for rewards. He broke directly through the protective layer of the blood pond. Without the protection of the violet spirit blood tree, his body was directly exposed to the blood water. But what was shocking was that Chu Feng had actually been completely unharmed. After absorbing the source of the destruction bloodline, Chu Feng came to a realization that the blood lake had been formed from the energy emitted by the devouring bloodline. Even the heaven-devouring great sage from his previous life would not have been affected by the blood water's corrosiveness, not to mention Chu Feng who had obtained the destruction bloodline. The journey was smooth. Upon reaching the surface of the lake, he leapt out and let out a long whistle. He was not worried at all about attracting other abyssal creatures. After everything he had been through, although the grade of his spiritual power had barely changed, Chu Feng felt that he was now fully able to wrestle with a grade B beast. The benefits of having a strong constitution were simply too great. If he were to deal with the demon-devouring blood-crown beast again, Chu Feng could even fight it head-on. Of course, if it had attracted a grade A beast king, he could still dive into the blood lake to escape. He suppressed the urge to continue provoking the tribe of demon-devouring blood-crown beasts. Right now, it was more important to go back and obtain the only divine grade rewards on the 2 golden ranking lists. His spiritual energy burst forth. Chu Feng shook off all the blood water from the surface of his body. Just after he had walked a short distance away, he suddenly sensed something. He looked toward the sky not far away. The originally dim sky had been unexpectedly filled by a gray mist drifting into it. It had covered half the sky, and the speed of this gray mist was fast. Before Chu Feng could look at it carefully, gray clouds had rapidly approached. Then, Chu Feng actually heard a human scream, "Ah! Save me! Save me!" The next moment, the voice stopped abruptly. It sounded like the person had died. It should be the humans from various countries that had poured in through the abyssal passages all over. Chu Feng frowned. In this sky-connecting demon mountain, he had no intention to be a hero. Things that had nothing to do with him, he was not going to care. Curiosity killed the cat. If these humans had wanted to ascend to the heavens in a single step through the abyss, they had to pay the corresponding price. However, just when Chu Feng was planning to make a detour, he suddenly saw a familiar figure, Lin Xiaoling. Next, he saw the other members of the Huaxia expedition team, one after another, and also the obnoxious people from the Great Harmony country. Captain Tortoisefield Ashiro was running the fastest. He had lost his gun and was running for his life. Everyone was frantically running for their lives. However, there was no sign of Captain Wei. Chu Feng frowned. Why are they running here? Where's Captain Wei? Anyone, as long as he thought of the sky-connecting demon mountain in his mind. Regardless which direction he had gone, would eventually arrive at this place. Most likely, there was someone in the team who was interested in the sky-connecting demon mountain, so unknowingly they had come here. Since there were people from the Huaxia expedition team among them, Chu Feng naturally could not leave them in the lurch. with a light tap of his feet, he shot forward like a cannonball. His speed was much faster than an ordinary grade C martial artist. This time, the spiritual energy had been poured completely into his legs. Chu Feng did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort. This was one of the benefits of having a strong constitution. He was coming toward Lin Xiaoling and the others. When he got closer, Chu Feng could then recognize what the gray mist was. He was pleasantly surprised. It's an ingesting nightmare beast. This was the mist emitted by an extremely rare beast, the ingesting nightmare beast. The ingesting nightmare beast was a formless ferocious beast. The mist was equivalent to its body. It could use illusions to attack, luring people into dreams and causing them to die unknowingly in their dreams. Its attacks were extremely bizarre. In his previous life, numerous people had desired to have an ingesting nightmare beast as their pet beast. Imagine if in the middle of a battle, the ingesting nightmare beast could use an illusion attack to make the opponent hesitate for even a moment. It would be enough to turn the situation around. The most common ingesting nightmare beast was a grade B beast, and it was extremely rare. It was very difficult even for a grade A expert to capture one. The mist emitted by the ingesting nightmare beast in front was only gray. This meant that its potential was average, only equivalent to a grade B beast. Legend had it that among the ingesting nightmare beasts, there was a kind of ingesting nightmare beast which could grow to a grade S. The mist it emitted was as black as ink. For a grade S expert, this was something that could only be chanced upon by luck. Chu Feng thought it was a pity. Unfortunately, back on Earth, he had not exchanged for some pet beast balls on the miscellaneous items golden ranking list. Otherwise, he could have captured one today. With the special characteristics of the ingesting nightmare beasts, Chu Feng was even confident about making it to another ranking list. He could even obtain the only divine grade reward on the pet beast golden ranking list. Chapter 20. Could it be him? Soon, Chu Feng got closer and closer to the gray mist. He could see more clearly now. Those who were fleeing for their lives could be divided into two distinct teams. At the very front was Captain Tortoisefield Ashiro, who had fled the fastest. He was also surrounded by soldiers from the Great Harmony Country. The few remaining researchers from the Great Harmony Country had been simply abandoned by them because they were physically weak and could not run fast. When fleeing for their lives, the soldiers of the Great Harmony Country did not care about them. Things were different on the other side. All the members of the Huaxia expedition team had gathered together and formed a tight circle. The researchers were inside, and the fully armed soldiers were outside. Everyone walked in unison. No one had been abandoned. When the gray mist approached, the soldiers took out highly explosive grenades, incendiary bombs and other firearms, and hurled them at the gray mist. The gray mist seemed to be more afraid of explosions and flames, because they would damage the painstakingly coalesced gray mist. Thus, the Huaxia expedition team managed to hold out. However, the number of highly explosive grenades and incendiary bombs in the hands of the soldiers were limited. Once these firearms were used up, they would face certain death as they would not be able to outrun the grade B ingesting nightmare beasts with their speed. At this moment, one of the soldiers from the Huaxia team gave a bitter laugh. He looked suddenly at his companions beside him and grinned. "Save me a highly explosive grenade. I think I've been contaminated by the gray mist. I'm hallucinating. I'm afraid I can't hold out any longer." A smile appeared on the soldier's determined face. At this moment, he seemed to have seen his parents, wife and children on Earth. Unfortunately, he would never be able to return. He could only use his incapacitated body to fight for a chance of survival for his companions. Brother Lu Ming. No. Hang in there. In the team, Lin Xiaoling started crying uncontrollably as they fled all the way. In order to protect them, none of these Huaxia soldiers had deserted them. They would obey Captain Wei's orders even unto death. Even if they were to die, they would want to die in front of the researchers. The soldier named Lu Ming showed a row of white teeth and two dimples when he smiled. "Xiaoling, if you can escape and return to Earth this time, please help to convey to my parents and wife that I, Lu Ming, have let them down." No. Lin Xiaoling was bawling her eyes out. "You guys, don't bother about us. We are not physically fit. We will only drag all of you down. Split up and flee. All of you will be able to escape." From the side, the other researchers also looked at these young soldiers with pain in their hearts, who were not the precious children of their parents. They were human too, and they were in general only in their 20s or 30s, and these were the best years of life. Xiaoling is right. There's no need for everyone to die here. Leave while you can. Leave the incendiary bombs and grenades with us. All of you have been the ones protecting us all the way. Let's switch this time. It's only fair, a tall researcher said casually. On the other side, Tortoise Field Ashiro, who was fleeing for his life, sneered in disdain when he heard this. Foolish Huaxia people. They're still talking about moral obligations at a time like this. However, it's also good that they are stalling for time for us. It can be considered as making use of wastes. As Tortoise Field Ashiro was talking, all of a sudden, he sensed the flash of a figure ahead of him. It was too fast, and he could only see a blurry silhouette. What was that? Tortoise Field Ashiro had been stunned for a moment but did not think too much about it. Escape was more important. The figure was none other than Chu Feng. At this moment, the gray mist had almost caught up with the Huaxia expedition team. Lu Ming had ignored advice and was resolutely holding a highly explosive grenade. He was getting ready to charge into the gray mist and detonate it. Lin Xiaoling and the others felt as if their hearts were being sliced by a knife, but they were helpless. At this moment, everyone could feel a gust of wind blowing. In an instant, a figure had rushed in front of Soldier Lu Ming. With lightning speed, he snatched the highly explosive grenade, which already had its safety pin pulled off, from Lu Ming's hands, and immediately hurled it far away. Boom, the grenade exploded. You. What are you doing? This is one of the few grenades we have. Lu Ming was furious. His sanity was close to foggy and he did not have the strength to return to the team to get another grenade. In other words, his sacrifice would be in vain. He was reluctant. Cut the crap, I'll save you. With me around, there's no need for you guys to be human bombs. Before Lu Ming could reply, Chu Feng extended his hand directly and placed it on Lu Ming's forehead. The destruction bloodline surged. A surging devouring energy emerged from Chu Feng's palm. If Chu Feng was willing, he could suck Lu Ming dry in an instant. But this time, he was saving someone. He could only painstakingly absorb the gray mist, which had already seeped into Lu Ming's mind. Little by little into his body, the gray mist that had entered Chu Feng's body was unable to even cause a ripple. It was instantly transformed by the destruction bloodline into the smallest energy units. Soon, Lu Ming's sanity began to slowly recover. Behind him, the Huaxia crowd not far away was shocked by what they had seen. Oh my god! Lu Ming seems to have recovered. This is too unbelievable. Who is this figure? He looks like a human. The scene had really exceeded the cognitive limits of ordinary earthlings. This back view looks so familiar. Lin Xiaoling rubbed her eyes. She could feel a sense of familiarity from that back view, but before she could think further, the gray mist suddenly churned violently. It was as if it had become angry. Unlimited amount of mist came rushing toward Chu Feng. Clearly, it blamed Chu Feng for meddling. Lin Xiaoling was shocked. Whoever you are, run. The gray mist is terrifying. However, that person seemed to have not heard her. In the gray mist, a cold smile slowly appeared across Chu Feng's face. Facing the surging gray mist, not only did he not dodge, he even extended both his arms. He had activated the destruction bloodline to its maximum. A force of attraction like that of a black hole suddenly erupted. The gray mist seemed to have sensed danger and it wanted to flee. However, it realized that it could not escape. No matter how much mist there was, Chu Feng did not refuse any. He absorbed them all. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Chu Feng smiled lightly. It so happened that he was short of energy to temper his body. This scene made everyone in the Huaxia expedition team behind him speechless. Lin Xiaoling covered her small mouth tightly. She stared at Chu Feng's back in disbelief. The gray mist that had forced them into a dead end could not even escape from this person. Furthermore, that person's voice was somewhat familiar. Unconsciously, a figure had appeared in Lin Xiaoling's mind. Could it be him? Chapter 21. What are you waiting for? Shoot. Chu Feng. Is that you? Lin Xiaoling could not help but exclaim. Everyone was stunned. What? This terrifying guy is Chu Feng? That young man? Impossible. Lin Xiaoling was too lazy to explain to her teammates, and she shouted again, is that you? Chu Feng. At this moment, Chu Feng slowly turned around and grinned. Everyone, what a coincidence. I'll come and look for all of you after I've finished absorbing this gray mist. Hiss. Damn, it's really him. How brutal, he even dares to absorb this gray mist. Who is this guy? He's divine. The group of Huaxia expedition team members could not help but exclaim. Chu Feng thought that his luck was pretty good. It was such a coincidence. His destruction bloodline was the nemesis of the ingesting nightmare beasts, and had restrained them in a deadly grasp. To others, this gray mist was poison, but to him, it was like a perfect tonic. Originally, to deal with a gray beast, Chu Feng would have to put in great effort, but now, there was no need to do anything at all. He only needed to suck and the ingesting nightmare beasts would be sucked to death. The ingesting nightmare beast had also sensed a mortal crisis. This human in front of them had held them in a dead grip. The moment the gray mist came into contact with Chu Feng, it would be immediately absorbed. There was simply no way to infiltrate Chu Feng's brain. The ingesting nightmare beasts were different from the stupid demon-devouring blood-crown beasts. They had intelligence and knew how to cut their losses. They would rather let the gray mist around Chu Feng explode than allow Chu Feng to continue to absorb it. The crowd had only heard a loud boom, and the gray mist surrounding Chu Feng dissipated completely. That gray mist had fled for its life. Chu Feng, don't let it escape. Take revenge for Captain Wei. Lin Shaoling hurriedly shouted. Chu Feng frowned upon hearing those words. Bringing Lu Ming along, he appeared in front of everyone in a flash. Before anyone could be surprised by his speed, Chu Feng asked with a frown. Has Captain Wei sacrificed himself? Lin Shaoling looked downcast. At that time, in order to protect everyone, Captain Wei chose to be in the rear and was devoured by the gray mist. We do not know the specifics, but most likely. Lin Shaoling did not complete her sentence, but they had all seen with their own eyes that those devoured by the gray mist would be slowly ingested and turned into bloody liquid, and Captain Wei was most likely dead. Chu Feng frowned. He did not want to believe that Captain Wei had died just like that. Suddenly, Chu Feng looked to a spot inside the gray mist that was fleeing. He grinned. Captain Wei is not dead. Follow me. Hearing what Chu Feng had said, hope was ignited in everyone's eyes. A group of people followed closely behind Chu Feng. Ahead, the gray mist was frantically fleeing for its life. Chu Feng and the others were chasing after it. The hunted and the hunter had instantly swapped positions. Within Chu Feng's field of view, he could see the unconscious Captain Wei. He was being carried by the gray mist. But it seemed that the gray mist could not do anything to him because there was a golden stone hovering in front of Captain Wei. The golden light from the stone had protected Captain Wei. Chu Feng recognized that stone. It seemed to be a guardian golden stone. He must have found it in the abyss. The guardian golden stone was also sold on the miscellaneous items golden ranking list and was worth a few thousand points. It was considered a precious thing. Once activated, it could form a protective golden light for a certain period of time. It seemed more troublesome for the ingesting nightmare beast, which specialized in illusion attacks, to penetrate the golden light. The ingesting nightmare beast could not be bothered. It planned to wait for the golden light to dissipate on its own. Chu Feng guessed that this thing was what the Great Harmony Country expedition team had coveted. It was also a treasure, which Captain Wei had risked his life to obtain from the abyss. Of course, Chu Feng was not interested in it. He could shatter the golden light with a single punch. Ingesting nightmare beast, I know you understand what I want. Release that human inside you. Otherwise, I'll certainly suck dry all the mist you've accumulated for 100 years. Chu Feng was worried that something might happen if he delayed. He had to threaten the ingesting nightmare beast first. After Chu Feng had finished speaking, the gray mist suddenly trembled. Then, a figure could immediately be seen thrown to the ground by the gray mist. The gray mist did not dare to tarry. It continued in its frantic flight. Behind, Lin Shaoling and the others were speechless. That extremely arrogant strange gray mist has admitted defeat, without even a symbolic resistance? Everyone was affected by the figure that had fallen onto the ground. It's Captain Wei. Captain Wei is not dead. This is great. Chu Feng, you are the benefactor of our expedition team. In future, if you need us, our team is at your disposal. Chu Feng smiled in response. As he was about to wake Captain Wei up, suddenly he heard a series of screams coming from ahead. Damn, it's hissing. It's hissing. Lin Shaoling raised her eyebrows and her expression was odd. It seems that the Great Harmony Country expedition team that just fled is running in the same direction as the gray mist. They are shouting for help. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. Oh, isn't this interesting? After a while, the screams gradually faded away. Suddenly, a short human turned back and ran in the opposite direction. Heading back, upon discovering Chu Feng and the others, he frantically tried to run toward them. Damn, Huaxia guys, help! Save me! The Huaxia team members looked at each other. Isn't this Captain Tortoisefield Ashiro who was the fastest one to flee just now? His team members are all dead, but he is still alive. He sure is lucky. Should we save him? One of the team members asked gloomily. It did not seem good to leave him in the lurch, but if they were to save him, they would feel depressed. Behind him, the gray mist was also depressed. Its losses today had been too great. As it was fleeing, it had run into a few prey, so it decided to swallow them for some nourishment. But one prey was too tenacious, he had even tricked his companions so he himself could escape. It had not been able to catch him. As it saw this fellow run toward that terrifying human, the ingesting nightmare beast hesitated. It did not dare to continue chasing. But at this moment, Chu Feng, who had been watching the show, suddenly spoke loudly, "Ingesting nightmare beast, if you swallow him, I promise to let you go." As he spoke, Chu Feng shifted his body to the side. Everyone was stunned. What was the meaning of this? Then, Chu Feng looked at Lin Xiaoling and the others and said in a faint voice, "What are you waiting for? Shoot with your camera. This will be extremely rare footage of an ingesting nightmare beast capturing its prey. It will be of great scientific value, and we can prove that the expedition team of Great Harmony Country all died at the hands of the ingesting nightmare beast, and it has nothing to do with us. Isn't this great?" Chapter 22, Back to the Ground. After having heard Chu Feng sentence Tortoise Field Ashiro to death with just a few words, and even absolved himself entirely from it, Lin Xiaoling could not help but shudder. This fellow, despite his young age, is really ruthless. Once such a person became an enemy, there would be no end of trouble, so the best option was to be his friend. Idiot! Chu Feng, you guys quickly come and save me. Or else when I return to Earth, I will say that the members of the Great Harmony Country expedition team have all been killed by you guys. As Tortoise Field Ashiro listened to what Chu Feng said, his face turned green. He threatened without thinking, from a distance. They had also seen Chu Feng unleash his might earlier and drove the grey mist away like a stray dog. Now that Chu Feng had said those words, wouldn't he be sending him to his death? Chu Feng laughed coldly. Is this guy a primary school student? He's so childish. When everyone from the Great Harmony Country expedition team is dead, who can still accuse us? Besides, we have video proof that the monster killed all of you. If there were to be a dispute over this, do you really think that Hua Xiao would be a pushover? Brother, it is already the year 2052. Do you still think that Hua Xiao's strength is inferior to that of your Great Harmony Country's master? The ingesting nightmare beast was still hesitating. It was worried that Chu Feng was luring it closer, so it remained on the same spot, hesitating. Seeing this, Chu Feng snorted coldly. The raging spiritual energy surged out from his body. Ingesting nightmare beast, if you do not do as I say, I, Chu Feng, guarantee that no matter where you escape to, I will definitely kill you. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. Lin Xiaoling and the rest were dumbfounded. What is this guy doing, threatening an abyssal creature to do things for him? If you're obedient, I won't kill you. If not, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth and kill you. How domineering! The ingesting nightmare beast's intelligence was not low. It was truly afraid of Chu Feng's bizarre devouring ability. He was simply the natural nemesis of ingesting nightmare beasts. After it had weighed the pros and cons, the ingesting nightmare beast was convinced that it had no choice but to submit. It was better to be obedient. The next moment, the ingesting nightmare beast suddenly accelerated. It was even faster than before. Evidently, it was worried that Chu Feng would be displeased, and had decided to go all out. Seeing the grey mist getting closer and closer, Tortoise Field Ashiro was in complete panic. He begged for mercy frantically. Chu Feng, please be magnanimous and spare me. But before he could finish speaking, he was completely enveloped by the grey mist, before everyone. His eyes slowly turned dull, and he spat out blood. Gradually, he turned into a puddle of bloody liquid. When the Huaxia expedition team members saw the scene, unconsciously, they looked at Chu Feng with an added tinge of fear in their eyes. Upon completing what Chu Feng had instructed it to do, the ingesting nightmare beast did not dare to delay. It fled in a hurry. Chu Feng looked calmly at the departing ingesting nightmare beast. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. It would be a pity to let an extremely rare ingesting nightmare beast go just like that. But what if he put out a long line to catch a big fish? Chu Feng had heard in his previous life that the ingesting nightmare beasts were rare, but they lived in a tribe. Usually, if one had been found, it would lead to finding several of them. This ingesting nightmare beast was of the grey mist grade. The limit of its growth was only grade A. Chu Feng was not interested in it. But what if he could find one which was the black mist grade amongst the tribe of ingesting nightmare beasts? Chu Feng had just absorbed a large amount of grey mist from the ingesting nightmare beast. He was already able to determine the rough location of the ingesting nightmare beast. When he returned to Earth this time, he would exchange for some pet beast balls or even super balls. Next time, I must see this old friend again. As Chu Feng pondered, Captain Wei had already been awakened by his team members. After finding out that it was Chu Feng who had saved everyone, including his own life, he led all the members of the expedition team and came before Chu Feng with a serious expression. Everyone lined up and bowed in unison to Chu Feng. Chu Feng, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. I, Wei Xinghua, still have some influence in the Huaxia military. In the future, if you need me, I will not hesitate to do anything even if I have to die 10,000 deaths. Only then did Chu Feng know Captain Wei's name. After this experience, Captain Wei could also tell that Chu Feng's background might not be ordinary. It is very likely that he has come from one of those hidden sects. Otherwise, how can he be so strong? But he knew better than to probe further. No matter what, Chu Feng was a Huaxia citizen, and this was enough. Captain Wei had read a top-secret national document. It was written on it that those hidden sects were able to cultivate a type of miraculous energy, which they called internal energy. Before there was spiritual energy, some of them could be called gods on land. If they had not been restricted by the country in various ways, plus the fact that the country also had its own experts of internal energy, they would have made big news. Of course, the newly emerged spiritual energy was a form of energy that was many times stronger than internal energy. There was no comparison between the two. Captain Wei had limited discernment, so naturally, he could not tell that within Chu Feng's body was not some internal energy, but pure spiritual energy. Thereafter, Chu Feng led the Huaxia expedition team and departed the sky-connecting Demon Mountain. He revealed a little about the strange features of the sky-connecting Demon Mountain, and made Lin Xiaoling and the others shocked. A day later, the team had returned safely to the Great Wilderness. Chu Feng then left to return to Earth alone. His own speed was much faster. In less than 4 days, Chu Feng had walked out from the abyss again, compared to when he first entered the abyss. His strength had undergone a tremendous change. Although his spiritual energy was only grade C, his true strength was comparable to that of a grade B. As for the other humans in the world, no matter how talented they were at most a grade D. The difference was too great. As he had been thinking about the 2 divine grade rewards on the golden ranking lists, Chu Feng returned home directly. No one was home. He locked the door. First and foremost, he had to apply for a grade C rating. Chapter 23, Familiar Face on the Ranking List. Apply for a grade C rating. Chu Feng thought to himself. When he was in the abyss, there was no way for him to contact the golden ranking lists, except in very few places. So, even if Chu Feng had been promoted to grade C in the abyss, he could not be evaluated. In the next moment, a golden light enveloped him. The voice of the golden ranking list sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Grade C rating passed. Spiritual Energy Golden Ranking List. Information is being updated. The Spiritual Energy Golden Ranking List remains unchanged. Ranked first, you can continue to enjoy Cultivation Speed 10. He raised his head and glanced at the golden ranking lists. Behind the word Feng, there was a grade C added. All of this was within Chu Feng's expectations. There were no surprises. What kind of shock would this cause in all the countries? Chu Feng did not mind. He had no intent to continue to hide his identity. Currently, he had the ability to protect himself. There were also benefits from revealing his identity. According to the attitude Huaxia, in his previous life, had towards cultivators, there was a possibility that it might even greatly nurture him, although Chu Feng did not really need this. Next, Chu Feng intended to first certify his water element domain field. Without the support of the golden ranking lists, the water element domain field activated from relying just on the comprehension he had in his previous life, could still restrain a grade C beast, but it would not be enough for a grade B beast. The water element domain field was extremely important in Chu Feng's plan. It was a life-saving skill that could greatly improve his ability to survive. Just when Chu Feng was planning to apply for the rating by the golden ranking lists, suddenly, in the sky, the Spiritual Energy Golden Ranking List emitted golden light once again. The dazzling golden light had also attracted Chu Feng's gaze. Someone has also made it to the ranking list. Chu Feng had seen this scene many times in his previous life. Once someone had made it to the golden ranking lists, or had a change in their ranking, strange changes would occur. Chu Feng's guess was correct. In the next moment, the golden light slowly faded. 2 large black Chinese characters, Linny, had appeared on the Spiritual Energy Golden Ranking List. First place, Feng, grade C. Second place, Linny, grade D. Now, there were just these 2 names on the Spiritual Energy Golden Ranking List, because another name had suddenly appeared on the Spiritual Energy Golden Ranking List. This immediately attracted the attention of the entire world. Look! There's another name on the Spiritual Energy Golden Ranking List. Another Huaxia citizen? These people are so abnormal. I've just understood what these rankings are all about, and they're already on the ranking list. That's right. My dad has just spent a big sum of money to get me a demonic creature to kill. I've just managed to condense a trace of spiritual energy. It is really infuriating to compare myself with them. This Linny must be a peerless prodigy as well.
I think he's not inferior to that person called Fong.
Bro, open your condescending eyes wide. The one in the first place, Fong, has a grade C behind his name.
Linny has just made it to the ranking list. Damn, this is true. It's only been a few days and that God Fong has upgraded again? I really don't know how God Fong cultivated. Where did he get so many demonic creatures to kill? Maybe he had gone into the abyss.
I heard that many people had gone into the abyss and made quite a lot of gains.
Into the abyss? I'm not doing that.
It's true that some people have made quite a bit, but most people have died there.
I haven't lived long enough yet.
As Linny had made it into the ranking list and Xu Feng's grade had increased, the entire world was in heated discussion. Originally, Xu Feng had not been interested in the changes to the spiritual energy golden ranking list. But when he saw that the person on the list was called Linny, a cold smile appeared on his face. As expected of my good big brother, his cultivation speed is still as fast as it was in my previous life. Unfortunately, in this life, your 100-fold cultivation reward is gone. Xu Feng stood before the full height window. He stared at the name on the spiritual energy golden ranking list. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. Good big brother, wait for me a little longer, it will be soon. Xu Feng would not give Linny any chance to turn things around. The gap between the two would only keep widening until they would meet. The next moment, Xu Feng suddenly sat down cross-legged. No matter how noisy the outside world was, it could not affect him in the slightest. A resounding voice could be heard. Apply for domain field recognition. Please select the domain field to be recognized, water element domain field, said Xu Feng without the slightest hesitation as he looked at the dozens of domain fields before him. The water element domain field assessment is about to begin. Please get ready. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown in his mind ended, Xu Feng's vision became blurred. The next moment, his consciousness appeared in the middle of a pitch-black space. He did not panic as he had experienced it more than once in his previous life. A mechanical voice sounded in the dark space. The entry-level assessment for the water element domain field will begin now. Just as the voice finished speaking, the dark space before him instantly transformed into a vast ocean. The ocean was deep and bottomless. There was a faint sense of oppression. Within the entire test space, there was only one small island, where Xu Feng was standing, at this moment. The mechanical voice sounded again. The water element domain field assessment is divided into 4 major stages. The candidate's diving depth will be used as the standard for the judging. Dived 100 meters, entry level, dived 1000 meters, minor accomplishment level, dived 10,000 meters, major accomplishment level, dived 100,000 meters, perfection level. Special reminder, comprehension of any domain field to perfection level will receive the only divine grade reward on the domain golden ranking list. Listening to the familiar rules, Xu Feng smiled. Then let's do it. Chapter 24, Major Accomplishment Level Assessment. Passed. Xu Feng did not hesitate, he leapt. Thump, he had dived into the deep ocean. There was a huge splash all around. After the view of Xu Feng had disappeared, the surface of the ocean returned to its calm state. The taste is still the same. In the deep ocean, Xu Feng casually moved his body. It looked like a simple movement, but it seemed to have matched the frequency of the fluctuations of the surrounding seawater, significantly reducing the pressure exerted by the seawater on his body. For the assessment of the water element domain field, one word was of the essence: pressure. In the seawater of this assessment space, every drop of the seawater contained immense pressure. The candidate had to withstand the pressure and continue diving. The lower he went, the greater the pressure, and in the assessment space, everyone's physical qualities were the same. One could only rely on his own understanding of the water element to dive as deep as possible. Xu Feng recalled that the person who had the deepest comprehension of the water element domain field in his previous life had dived to a depth of more than 50,000 meters. It was 5 times more than when Xu Feng was at his peak. His utilization of the water element domain field could be said to be at pinnacle. Of course, even for that fellow, he was still far from the perfection level in the water element domain field. After 10,000 meters, every drop of seawater brought with it a pressure that could make one feel like dying. In his previous life, Xu Feng had only managed to break through the 10,000 meter mark. With this new life, I could see where my limit is. Xu Feng's gaze was determined. His body seemed to have transformed into a fish. With a light twist, he dived down fast like an arrow. He dived 100 meters without any obstacle. A mechanical voice sounded in Xu Feng's ears. Entry level, assessment passed. Xu Feng did not pay any attention and continued to dive. 1,000 meters was still very easy. Minor accomplishment level, assessment passed. Here, Chu Feng felt a little pressure. This meant that he could no longer fully offset the pressure of the seawater. However, it was not a big problem. He continued to dive deeper, 2,000 meters, 4,000 meters, all the way to 8,000 meters. Chu Feng had done all of that in one go. However, at a depth of 10,000 meters, Chu Feng stopped for the first time. Veins were bulging all over Chu Feng's body. His entire body was enduring an indescribable pressure. He struggled to move his body. What's going on? Could it be that in this life, I can't even reach 10,000 meters? Chu Feng frowned. Logically speaking, with his comprehension, he should be able to reach 10,000 meters at the very least. After all, his comprehension would not disappear along with rebirth. Right at this moment, Chu Feng suddenly felt intermittent needling pain in his mind. He seemed to have understood something. Chu Feng could not help smiling. I see, although his physical qualities were the same as in his previous life, the strength of his soul was different, and this assessment space was within the space of consciousness, and closely related to the strength of the soul. In his previous life, he had broken through the 10,000 meter barrier only after he had become a grade A. At that time, his soul was hundreds of times stronger than it was now. The pressure he could withstand was naturally much stronger. Chu Feng smiled bitterly. Could it be that he will stop here? He could feel, with his current comprehension of the force deflection technique in the water element domain field, that he had reached the limit. Going any deeper in his body would be directly shredded apart. If he wanted to continue diving deeper, his soul would have to undergo a metamorphosis. Another way was that his comprehension of the water element domain field would have to reach a deeper level. In the end, it was still because his comprehension was not enough. Chu Feng shook his head. He could only try again next time. With this thought in mind, Chu Feng gave up on resisting the surrounding seawater. His body stopped moving. In the next second, Chu Feng would be crushed by the underwater pressure. At that time, his consciousness would return to the real world. Although the process was painful, it would not cause any harm. On the contrary, he could reap enormous benefits. Although the assessment space was called an assessment, it was actually also an opportunity for comprehension. In his previous life, many martial artists had deliberately used this method to comprehend the essence of the water element domain field at close range. He felt the pressure from every drop of seawater without any dead angle. The tempering of one's techniques would often allow one to gain unimaginable insights. As Chu Feng pondered, endless pressure swept over. Chu Feng felt as if he would be crushed into dust the next moment. The intense pain caused his body to struggle instinctively. In what was like a stroke of genius, Chu Feng's body began to move rhythmically involuntarily. It was as if he had become one with the surrounding water droplets. More than half of the pressure around him disappeared instantly. This discovery made Chu Feng overjoyed. Immediately, he began to resist the pressure. In his mind, he kept recalling the sensation of that earlier moment. Slowly, Chu Feng felt as if he had assimilated into the water. It was no longer a stiff confrontation. They were one body and all-encompassing. A full half an hour later, Chu Feng suddenly opened his eyes. He smiled. The pressure around him, which originally had almost solidified, was negligible at this moment. With a light twist of his body, he began to dive at extreme speed. It was much faster than before. The 10,000 meter mark was instantly broken. Major accomplishment level, assessment passed. However, Chu Feng still felt that he was not done yet. He felt like he could still continue. 15,000 meters, easy. Only after 20,000 meters did he begin to feel some pressure. 30,000 meters. 35,000 meters. After diving for 40,000 meters, Chu Feng finally stopped. He had reached his limit. Chu Feng felt a bit regretful. He still could not surpass that fellow from his previous life. However, that guy had apparently achieved 50,000 meters only after he had become a grade A. By the time that he himself became a grade A, it would definitely be more than that. No matter what, this assessment had surpassed Chu Feng's expectations. A depth of 40,000 meters had represented Chu Feng's stage of comprehension of the water element domain field. He did not know how terrifying his water element domain field was presently. Chu Feng was filled with anticipation. Chapter 25, Origin of the Ancient Immortal Bloodline. His consciousness gradually became blurred. His body was crushed to pieces. Chu Feng's consciousness returned to his body. He suddenly opened my eyes and let out a long breath. There was unspeakable joy in his eyes. He opened his personal information column. Name, Chu Feng. Grade C 6%. Pet beasts, none. Skills, water element domain field. Major accomplishment level, certified. Items, none. Points, 72,350. Trading area, temporarily not open. From entry level to certified major accomplishment level, Chu Feng was clear how enormous the disparity was. He wanted to test it out but was also worried that he would cause the house to collapse. He decided to go out.
He climbed up the park behind the mountain. It was midsummer and there were not many people in the park. Xu Feng deliberately found a secluded location, looking around, and after ascertaining that there was no one around, Xu Feng focused and unleashed his water element domain field, which was of the major accomplishment level. A circular light halo in the form of ripples appeared around Xu Feng. Water waves were flowing within it. It looked harmless. Halt! Xu Feng suddenly shouted. In the next instant, the originally undulating water waves suddenly froze. The halo of light had completely covered a radius of tens of meters around Xu Feng. Boom! Boom! Whether it was the ornamental stones on the ground or the large trees beside them, as long as they were within the range of the water element domain field, they were all crushed to pieces in an instant. The loud boom startled the park security guard. He looked towards the sound of the explosion. Half of the original lush mountaintop park became barren. Oh my! Is this a lightning strike in broad daylight? The security guard hurriedly called the police. As for the perpetrator, Xu Feng, he was also dumbfounded. This power was really beyond his imagination. He was only a grade C martial artist, but the power unleashed by the water element domain field was enough to crush an ordinary grade B beast instantly. Xu Feng made a comparison in his heart. If he were to challenge the demon-devouring blood-crown beast again and unleash this domain field, even if the demon-devouring blood-crown beast was not crushed to death directly, it would be left with just a tenth of its strength, and could be easily beaten to death, even against a grade A demon-devouring blood-crown beast king. Xu Feng was certain that he would be able to escape unscathed. The increase in strength was too great. He returned home. Quietly, there were still 2 divine gradle rewards which he had not yet claimed. Again, there was no one at home. According to the timeline in his previous life, his parents should still be in the capital on business. But they would return soon. It should be a matter of 2 days. He sat down cross-legged in his room. Xu Feng looked at the Bloodline Golden ranking list. At this moment, the Bloodline Golden ranking list was still blank. In his previous life, when the ancient immortal emperor ascended to the Bloodline Golden ranking list, it was already the first onslaught of the abyssal demonic tide. Xu Feng held his breath and concentrated, and spoke in a deep voice. Apply for Bloodline recognition. In the next moment, a golden light shot out from the Bloodline Golden ranking list and enveloped Xu Feng. Detecting the bloodline of human, Xu Feng, human bloodline concentration, 99.9%. Grade, normal. Failed assessment, concentration of the destruction bloodline, 0.1%. Grade, divine. Past assessment, detected that the bloodline quality of the human, Xu Feng, fulfilled the requirement to be on the Bloodline Golden ranking list. Ranked first. Do you agree to be on the ranking list? Agree? Xu Feng did not hesitate. The reward for being ranked first on the Bloodline Golden ranking list has been issued. Receive the Bloodline Enhancement Nirvana skill. Duration is 120 minutes, changes according to ranking. As the human, Xu Feng, is the first to be on the ranking list, he can receive in addition the only divine grade reward on the Bloodline Golden ranking list, which is the ancient immortal bloodline source. After the mechanical voice had spoken, a drop of golden blood appeared out of thin air on Xu Feng's forehead. The next moment, the golden blood entered Xu Feng's body without any resistance. In the next instant, Xu Feng felt his entire body burning. His skin began to turn blood red. It was as though it was about to explode. A hazy golden light emanated from his whole body. His blood vessels kept rupturing and then repairing. Suddenly, the destruction bloodline in his body seemed to have been stimulated as well. It began to revive violently. A pitch-black faint light in the golden light began to fight for Xu Feng's body. Xu Feng's body had completely turned into a battlefield between 2 different divine-grade bloodlines. It was constantly being destroyed and then repaired. This caused Xu Feng so much pain that he wished he were dead. The unique characteristic of the ancient immortal bloodline was that it was undying and indestructible. It continued to unleash its power. The destruction bloodline was much more cunning. It continued to secretly absorb the power released by the ancient immortal bloodline into itself. Only at this moment did Xu Feng understand what Xu had said. With the destruction bloodline, he could then possess both of the divine grade bloodlines, if not for the devouring characteristic of the destruction bloodline. Xu Feng would definitely be stuffed to death by the 2 enormous powers. As time passed, with the ebb and flow, the ancient immortal bloodline source had almost been devoured by the destruction bloodline. But when the destruction bloodline, which had been successful so far, had to deal with the ancient immortal bloodline which had already been swallowed into its body, it also seemed a little powerless. This was because there was no way to break it down. They were both divine grade bloodlines. One could not do anything to the other. There was no choice.
The destruction bloodline could only compromise and choose to coexist. In other words, the destruction bloodline was cunning. It slowly devoured the ancient immortal bloodline. If the destruction bloodline had been replaced by any other divine-grade bloodline, Xu Feng would have already been killed by the battle between two divine-grade bloodlines. In the end, the bloodlines in Xu Feng's body gained two colors. The main one was the destruction bloodline, while the ancient immortal bloodline was the supplementary one. All the characteristics of the two divine-grade bloodlines had been perfectly retained. As he quietly felt the might of the bloodlines in his body, Xu Feng could not contain his laughter. Powerful. Too powerful. Chapter 26, the only divine grade reward on the miscellaneous items golden ranking list. Currently, Xu Feng's great confidence in resisting future abyssal invasions was unprecedented. His cultivation speed was 100 times faster than others. The destruction bloodline continued to temper his physical constitution without upper limits, rendering his physical body comparable to that of the most distinguished royalty in the abyss. The ancient immortal bloodline was alive, undying and indestructible, enabling his life force to reach a terrifying level. In addition, there was the Bloodline Enhancement Nirvana skill, the reward for being ranked first on the Bloodline Golden ranking list. Within 120 minutes, he could burn his bloodline at will and unleash several times the power of his bloodline. Yet it would not cause any subsequent damage to his bloodline. Xu Feng had also not expected that the reward for ranking first would be so impressive. Generally speaking, the Bloodline Enhancement skill rewarded by the Bloodline Golden ranking list would produce different abilities. The most common was that for a certain period of time, one's strength would increase by 10 to 100%, and subsequently, there might be varying degrees of complications. A skill like Nirvana was similar to cheating. It was simply heaven-defying. In his previous life, the immortal emperor must have relied on the ancient immortal bloodline and also the enhancement by the Nirvana skill to delay the pace of invasion of that terrifying demonic emperor. Otherwise, even with the help of the golden ranking lists, humans would not have had time to evacuate from Earth. With the added support of so many divine-grade powers, Xu Feng was like a cockroach that could not be killed. His cultivation speed was heaven-defying, his explosive power was heaven-defying, his defense was heaven-defying, and his life force was heaven-defying. Moreover, the further he progressed, the more obvious the effects became. Besides, these were not all. Xu Feng still had a divine-grade reward which he had not claimed. This was an existence which would make all humans love and also hate, the miscellaneous items golden ranking list. It was also known as the treasure chest of the human world. All sorts of items were being sold in it, and their effects were simply amazing. However, the price was in uncountable points. Everything would require points. There was just too much good stuff, and points were always insufficient. In order to gain points, one had to continue to fight with the abyssal creatures. Perhaps this was also the purpose of the golden ranking lists. Xu Feng looked at the last golden ranking list seriously. This was the first time since his rebirth that he was carefully browsing through the miscellaneous items golden ranking list. After concentrating, a thick book with golden rims suddenly appeared before him. With a thought, he could see the contents of the book. On the title page, all the items for sale had been divided by their grades, grade D, C, B, A. Before each grade, the minimum points required had also been specified. Minimum points required to browse through grade D items, 10 points, minimum points required to browse through grade C items, 100 points, and so on. It meant that if one had insufficient points, he did not even have the right to view what was inside. It was worth mentioning that if one had ever fulfilled the requirement for a grade, even if he were to use up all his points to zero, he would still be able to browse. Xu Feng had over 70,000 points. The highest he could browse were the grade A items. He started to look at the items from the beginning. All kinds of strange and weird things were available for sale. There were one-time use scrolls, guardian golden stones, shell injury magic bombs, demonic fangs venoms, water of life, pet beast balls, super balls. He flipped directly to the last page of the book. Xu Feng recalled an interesting game from his previous life, Open Mystery Treasure Chest. On the miscellaneous items golden ranking list, there were some treasures which could not be purchased directly. It would only be possible to get them by opening mystery treasure chests. Xu Feng saw that on the last page, there were 7 neatly arranged treasure chests: bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, sub-legendary, legendary, and divine grades. Behind each treasure chest was a number which represented the points consumed. What item one would get would depend on heaven's will. In the previous life, Lin Yi had been extremely lucky. He had once opened and obtained a special legendary grade item, the Strange Dimension Door. it could ignore all obstacles and traverse through space. The distance traversed was determined by the strength of the user's spiritual energy. It was similar to teleportation. With the strange dimension door, Lin Yi's ability to pursue, flee, and dodge could be said to be the strongest in the entire human race. It was also because of this reason, Xu Feng had nowhere to run. Opening the mystery treasure chest was a huge gamble. Each opening of a legendary grade treasure chest would require 10 million points. If one was unlucky, it could be an empty chest. If one was lucky like Lin Yi, he could come and go freely in the abyss. In his previous life, Xu Feng's points had always been very tight. He did not have extra points to play such a rich man's game. Encountering it again in this life, it would be a lie to say that his hands were not itchy. Coincidentally, he also knew of the bug in this open mystery treasure chest. It was a hidden mission. By following the special method, one could obtain a fragment of a special legendary grade item in the end. In the previous life, a minor character had been lucky enough to discover it. It immediately caused an uproar globally. In this life, Xu Feng thought he could give it a try. The points he had seemed sufficient, but before this, he had to obtain the only divine grade reward from the miscellaneous items golden ranking list. This was a reward which could make everyone die of envy. It was extremely practical. Applying for the miscellaneous items golden ranking list, point recognition. Xu Feng spoke impatiently. After a long wait, a heavenly voice sounded in Xu Feng's ears. After appraisal, human, Xu Feng, has 72,350 points. As the first human to surpass the requirement of 50,000, he can receive an additional divine grade reward from the miscellaneous items golden ranking list, an entitlement for 50% discounts on purchases. That's it. Xu Feng did not even know how to describe his current feeling. There was just one word to describe it: awesome. Chapter 27, Place of Enlightenment on Martial Arts. All items on sale on the miscellaneous items golden ranking list were at half price, and this was permanently valid. For example, the pet beast balls used for subduing pet beasts were divided into 3 grades, namely, low, mid, and high, each of which had a certain probability of subduing pet beasts of the corresponding grades D, C, and B. The original price had been 100 points, 500 points, and 1,000 points respectively. With the 50% discount privilege, only 50, 250, and 500 points were required. Further up, there were super balls with higher success rates. Low-grade super balls had a high probability of subduing a grade B pet beast and a very low probability of subduing a grade A pet beast. The original price had been 10,000 points, and the current price was 5,000 points. Mid-grade super balls had a certain probability of subduing a grade A pet beast. The original price had been 50,000 points. The current price was 25,000 points. High-grade super balls had a high probability of subduing a grade A pet beast and a very low probability of subduing a grade A pet beast. The original price had been 100,000 points. The current price was 50,000 points. Master balls, 100% probability of subduing a grade A pet beast. The original price had been 1 million points. The current price was 500,000 points. The cheap stuff might not reflect the value of the 50% discount privilege. However, if he were to open the legendary grade mystery treasure chest, others would need 10 million points, but Xu Feng would only need 5 million points. Another example would be one of the most precious treasures on the golden ranking lists, the Desolate God ancient painting, which was worth a whopping 10 billion points. After the abyssal demonic tide, the ranking lists had activated the additional reward mode. At that time, the bones of demonic creatures could be used for exchange, and it would be cheaper by half. It would only require 5 billion bones of low-grade demonic creatures, but even that was a sky-high price. Even in the first abyssal demonic tide, if all the demonic creatures had been slaughtered by humans, there would only be less than 5 billion bones, but with the use of the 50% discount privilege, that would only require 2.5 billion bones of low-grade demonic creatures. This would no longer be an impossible task. Xu Feng had a wild ambition in his heart, and that was to obtain the Desolate God ancient painting in the first abyssal demonic tide, and to take control of the entire ancient realm of the Desolate God. That had been the base camp of humans in his previous life. There were too many benefits from having complete control. It was of utmost importance to his future growth, thus, Xu Feng had to go all out. There were only 20 days left until the first abyssal demonic tide. Xu Feng's current strength was still inadequate to support his ambition. He had to become stronger. Xu Feng spurred himself on silently in his heart. Just as he was about to open the mystery treasure chest and obtain the fragment of that special legendary grade item, he suddenly heard a creaking sound. The door opened, then came a slightly hurried shout. "Xiao Feng, we're back."
Dad and Mom are back? Chu Feng stood up excitedly. He rushed to the living room like a madman. He looked at the two familiar faces in front of him and hugged them both in his arms. Dad, Mom, I miss you guys. I miss you guys so much. At this moment, tears began to flow from Chu Feng's eyes. It had been too long. It was as if they had been living in separate worlds. In his previous life, to protect Chu Feng, the two old folks had used their mortal bodies to desperately block a grade C abyssal demonic wolf. Xiao Feng, run, don't look back. Run, go find your sister. We hope the two of you siblings will live. In the final glance, Chu Feng saw his parents being shredded into pieces by the demonic wolf. His heart bled. At that moment, he decided, this life, he would fight the abyss to the death. Father, Chu Tianlai, mother, son Nianying. Although the two of them were exhausted from their trip, and their luggage had not yet been placed properly, when they saw their son running over, they still hugged him with a big smile. Son Nianying wiped the tears from the corners of Chu Feng's eyes. Silly boy. Mommy misses you too. You're already a real man. We've only been away for a little more than a week. What are you crying for? Chu Tianlai slapped the back of Chu Feng's head, but the warmth in his eyes could not be hidden. Chu Feng chuckled. Certainly, he would not explain what had happened in his previous life. In this life, he must protect his family. Oh yes, Dad, Mom, why are you guys back early? Chu Feng vaguely remembered that in his previous life, his parents had come back when the first abyssal demonic tide was about to erupt. Could it be that his rebirth had also triggered some butterfly effects? Chu Tianlai said in a deep voice. In the past week or so, the world hasn't been peaceful. Various strange changes have been happening rather frequently, and monsters keep popping up from underground. Your mother was worried that you wouldn't be safe at home alone and insisted on coming back early. Sun Nianying glanced at Chu Tianlai and snorted coldly. If you're worried about your son, don't find other excuses. Who was the one planning to give up his job and come back to see his son? Chu Tianlai cleared his throat awkwardly. He had just managed to put on the stern look of a father, but it was starting to crumble. Seeing this, Chu Feng felt like laughing. Chu Tianlai cleared his throat and continued. Our trip back this time was to see if you were safe. Also, your mother and I have discussed, we have decided to move to the capital to look for your uncle. The future is uncertain, even if there's danger. The capital is one of the places with the highest safety index. It also happens that your sister is also attending university in the capital. With our family reunited, I can feel more at ease. Also, I heard from a few old comrades in the military that the country was planning to open a martial arts university. The University of Martial Arts will teach people how to cultivate and how to make use of the golden ranking lists in the sky. It was even said that students with outstanding performances can obtain some spiritual fruits and elixirs from the underground world. You have to give it a try. Even if you can't get in, try to fight for the chance to enter the preparatory camp of the University of Martial Arts. Now, everyone is saying that the future world will be the world of martial artists. Listening to his father, Chu Feng's heart quivered. Is the Huaxia University of Martial Arts finally coming? This was the place where Chu Feng, in his previous life, had received enlightenment on the martial arts. It was also where Linny and Lu Xianer met. Finally, it was coming. Chapter 28, The Bug in Opening the Mystery Chest. The Huaxia University of Martial Arts had been a world-renowned institution of higher learning in his previous life, the outpost of humanity against the abyss. It had nurtured a large number of top experts for humanity: War Emperor Linny, Kunlun Fairy Lu Xianer, Martial King Chu Feng. There was also the Super King in his previous life who walked in the shadows, the sword wielder's shadow. This was a super expert who was not inferior to Linny. He was ranked among the top 10 experts in his previous life. It was rumored that the path of Shadow's rise had been extremely bumpy, and that there was some animosity between him and Linny. Chu Feng did not know exactly what had happened. Calculating the time, in his previous life, the Huaxia University of Martial Arts had probably been established a week before the arrival of the first abyssal demonic tide. In other words, there were still almost 2 weeks left. These 2 weeks were also the period that cultivators of spiritual energy proliferated in this world. A large number of humans had returned from the abyss with at least some gains. There were many who had become Grade D cultivators. At that time, one would have to be at least a Grade D cultivator to be assured of a place in the Huaxia University of Martial Arts. Of course, Chu Feng naturally did not have to think about these things. 2 weeks later, who would know how powerful Chu Feng would become? Seeing that Chu Feng was a bit distracted, Chu Tianlai tapped Chu Feng's shoulder. Hey, I'm talking business with you. What are you thinking about, kid? Chu Feng raised his head and chuckled. He did not say anything.
Chu Tianlai could not do anything to his son, so he could only continue helplessly. The appraisal method used by the Huaxia University of Martial Arts is unusual. One must possess a trace of spiritual energy to be eligible to enroll. That's why I have specially obtained a spiritual fruit through my former old comrade by pulling a few strings. As Chu Tianlai spoke, he carefully took out a gold silk wooden box and handed it to Chu Feng. I heard from Old Wei that this is called the Grey Lightning Fruit.
An ordinary person can produce spiritual energy just by eating one.
Chu Feng looked at the Grey Lightning Fruit before him with a strange expression. Dad, which old comrade did you
get this from?
Oh, I don't think you've seen him before. He's your Uncle Wei, Wei Xinghua. He's my good buddy from back then. Your dad, I had been lucky. On my trip to the capital, Old Wei had just returned from the underground world.
We had a drink together.
Oh yes, your Uncle Wei is a really impressive person. He has real power in the military and is also the leader of the Huaxia expedition team. They have managed to obtain a lot of good stuff from their trip to the underground world this time. He had some quota on hand. I had a hard time getting it out of that old boy's hands.
Xu Feng's expression became even more astonished. Wei Xinghua?
Captain Wei, isn't this the group of people he had saved in the abyss? Gosh, this world is really too small. As for the Grey Lightning Fruits, he still had a dozen of them. If his father had not mentioned it, he would have completely forgotten about them. To him, they were really useless. Chu Tianlai did not notice Xu Feng's expression as he spoke with pride. I have also discussed with your Uncle Wei. I'll send you to his place for special training in the next few days. So you could get a good score when the University of Martial Arts opens. How about this? Your mother and I will pack up the things at home and prepare to move. You can go to the capital tomorrow to look for your Uncle Wei.
Xu Feng was speechless. Me?
I go to Captain Wei for special training. Won't Captain Wei be frightened to death by me? Xu Feng could imagine Captain Wei's expression if he were to see his old comrade's son. Hey, kid, did you hear me? Chu Tianlai cast an unfriendly glance at Xu Feng. This is an opportunity that I, your old man, have worked hard to get. You should cherish it, do you understand? Xu Feng grinned and coughed lightly. Ahem, got it. Xu Feng had made up his mind. I'll take advantage of this opportunity to get into the abyss tomorrow. Find Captain Wei for special training. What a joke. Who should be giving the special training? In the worst case, he would go and see Captain Wei when the University of Martial Arts was about to open. He spent some more time with his parents again. Xu Feng was able to tell that his parents had been exhausted from the long journey. He quickly asked the two old folks to return to their room to rest. He also hurried back to his room and locked the door. The urgent matter at hand was to retrieve the fragment of the special legendary great item. That way, with that, Xu Feng would be able to carry out some of his plans. He opened the Miscellaneous Items Golden Ranking List and flipped to the last page of the gold gilded book. He looked at the 7 types of neatly arranged treasure chests. Xu Feng carefully recalled the method used by a trivial character from his previous life. It would have been 2 years after the abyssal invasion. The top echelons had already become Grade S experts. Grade A experts were born one after another. Humanity had almost entered the era of martial artists. There was a middle-aged Grade C martial artist who was originally addicted to gambling. After becoming a martial artist, he also did not have much ambition. He had his eye on the mystery treasure chests. The excitement of the unknown from opening the treasure chest suited him the most. He scrimped and saved, carried out many simple missions, and diligently saved more than 30,000 points. He could not afford to open the dark gold treasure chest, 100,000 points, nor could he afford to open the gold treasure chest, 10,000 points. Although the silver treasure chest was cheap, it still required 1,000 points. He only had enough points to open 30 times. This was not satisfying, therefore, he had set his sights on the bronze treasure chest, 100 points. At least he could open it many times. To him, the most important thing was to enjoy the process of opening the mystery chests. It did not matter what could pop out. At that time, everyone's grades had increased. The ability to earn points was also much stronger. Who would still open a bronze treasure chest? Even those who would open the silver treasure chests were few. After all, the items from the bronze and silver treasure chests were too rubbish. They were only for the Grade D and Grade C martial artists to use. But that guy did not care. He opened the bronze treasure chests like crazy. It was not until he had reached the 300th one, and when his points were almost all gone, that an accident happened. Chapter 29, Fragments of a Legendary Great Item. When that guy was about to open the 300th bronze treasure chest, A voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Human, Li Dahai, has fulfilled the hidden condition and activated the special reward. The 300th bronze treasure chest will give out a fragment of a special legendary grade item. Thereafter, this guy obtained a priceless treasure, the fragment of a special legendary grade item, the blazing wings of the sky. Afterwards, somehow this secret was leaked. Countless people scrambled to open the bronze treasure chests. However, there were people who opened up to 1,000 bronze treasure chests without getting any treasures. Some people refused to believe the negative outcome, and they started trying to open the silver treasure chests and even the gold treasure chests. Finally, someone figured out the pattern. The first person to open the 300th silver treasure chest got the second fragment of the blazing wings of the sky. The first expert to open the 300th gold treasure chest had spent 3 million points before the last fragment popped out. In the end, this expert used all kinds of means, both overt and covert ones, to gather all the 3 fragments of the blazing wings of the sky and synthesize the legendary great item, the blazing wings of the sky. In terms of might, it was not inferior to Ling Yi's strange dimension door. However, the points spent were lower than what would have been required to open a legendary grade treasure chest. To open a legendary grade treasure chest would require 10 million points. And even then, there was a hit and miss risk. At that time, this was also a major matter which had stirred up the whole of humanity. Later on, someone had wanted to try opening 300 dark gold treasure chests. However, that would be 30 million points. Even the top 10 experts might not have that number of points. The matter was then placed on hold. But everyone had guessed that when the 300th dark gold treasure chest was opened, there would also be a hidden reward. Chu Feng did not know whether or not anyone had opened it subsequently. Even if an expert had opened it, it might not have been announced. In his previous life, Chu Feng would naturally not have a share in such a good thing. But as a reborn person, in this life, no one could beat him to it. He composed himself and focused his attention on the bronze treasure chest. Open the bronze treasure chest. What followed was a soft sound which only Chu Feng could hear. The original price was 100 points. 50% discount privilege valid. 50 points will be deducted. The bronze treasure chest is opening. Ding. Congratulations to human, Chu Feng, for obtaining the tenacious spider web 1. Chu Feng opened his personal panel and saw an introduction on the tenacious spider web. A tougher spider web that can effectively restrain grade D creatures. I knew it wasn't anything good. Chu Feng curled his lip. As expected, he could not have much hope for the bronze treasure chests, but at least it was not an empty chest. He was still lucky. He continued to open the treasure chests. Ding. Congratulations to human, Chu Feng, for obtaining the violet spiritual fruit 5. Chu Feng's eyelids moved. He knew that this was quite useful. 5 of them was enough to create a grade D martial artist. It would also produce quite good effects if eaten by a true grade D martial artist. Continue. Chu Feng began to frantically open the treasure chests. Towards the end, he was already starting to go numb. So far, there had been nothing good. Most of the items were for use by grade D martial artists. It was already considered lucky that there were a few times where he opened up something which a grade C martial artist could use. To Chu Feng, they were all completely useless. As time passed, suddenly, a voice attracted Chu Feng's attention. Ding. Congratulations to human, Chu Feng, for obtaining high-grade pet beast ball 1. Say, Chu Feng became slightly spirited. His luck was pretty good. He had not thought that such an item would pop out. A high-grade pet beast ball was worth 1,000 points. It was considered one of the most precious items in the bronze treasure chests. Of course, this high-grade pet beast ball was the only item of the slightest interest to Chu Feng. It had some probability of subduing a grade B pet beast. It was just barely acceptable. Chu Feng no longer cared about ordinary grade B pet beasts. Of course, it would be a different story if it was something as rare as the ingesting nightmare beast. He could not stop opening the treasure chests. Finally, with Chu Feng's unrelenting effort, the 300th bronze treasure chest was about to be opened. Chu Feng had also heard the voice of the golden ranking lists. Human, Chu Feng, has fulfilled the hidden condition and activated the special reward. The 300th bronze treasure chest will give out a fragment of a special legendary grade item. It's here. Chu Feng braced himself. He stared carefully at the treasure chest which was about to open. Ding. With a crisp sound, a mechanical voice sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Ding. Congratulations to human, Chu Feng, for obtaining a fragment of the special legendary grade item, First Blazing Angel, Michael's Wings, 1/3. This is it. Chu Feng was overwhelmed with excitement. This was a fragment of a legendary grade item. Even with his previous life included, Chu Feng had only seen treasures of this grade a few times. Unexpectedly, he owned one in this life. He hurriedly opened his personal information panel. Name, Chu Feng, grade C 6%, pet beasts.
None, skills, water element domain field, major accomplishment level.
Certified, bloodline enhancement nirvana, items, fragment of the blazing wings of the sky, first blazing angel, Michael's wings, high-grade pet beast ball, tenacious spider web, points, 57,350, trading area, temporarily not open. There were simply too many things under Chu Feng's items section. He chose to hide it and only open it when he needed it. Chu Feng clicked to open the fragment of the blazing wings of the sky. What appeared before his eyes was an introduction on the fragment of the blazing wings of the sky. At the end of the distant era of coexistence, a war broke out between the angels and the abyss. In order to resist the invasion of the abyss, Archangel Michael self-destructed his angel body and left behind the wings of emerald. Through the hands of the divine craftsman Mito, it became one of the key divine items to forge the blazing wings of the sky. The introduction roughly described the origin of this fragment. It was also Chu Feng's first time seeing this. He was shocked. It turned out that humans were not the only ones who had fought against the abyss in history. There were also many other groups which had started a war with the abyss. No wonder when he was in the abyss in his previous life, Chu Feng had encountered many mixed-blood abyssal creatures, for example, abyssal elves, abyssal fiends, fallen angels, etc. Among them, there were groups which willingly became slaves of the abyss, and there were also groups which constantly resisted and tried to restore the former glory of their tribes. Chapter 30, points, here I come again. With a thought, Chu Feng put on Michael's wings. It was as if two wings had grown out of Chu Feng's back. They were white as snow and had specks of golden light. At the same time, Chu Feng also received information on the use of Michael's wings. Only effect, extremely fast flight, 100 times the speed of sound. Seeing this, Chu Feng suddenly exclaimed out in shock, this is too perverted. As a fragment of a special legendary grade item, Michael's wings could indeed be considered a supernatural weapon. After all, a martial artist was only able to fly using his own ability after he had reached grade A, and the speed was only about 10 times the speed of sound. Those martial artists who were of grade A, and were good at controlling the energies of wind, lightning, and so on, might be faster. However, they would still be far from reaching 100 times the speed of sound, and just like human martial artists, in the abyss, unless it was a creature born with wings, otherwise, it would not be able to fly. Only those of grade A could fly, and this was an iron rule. As for Chu Feng, he was able to fly at only grade C. This would mean that from now on, a grade A creature that could not fly would no longer be a threat. Even if he were to face some grade A creatures which had shed their mortal forms and had spirit transformation, he would still have a chance to escape. Of course, it was only a chance. Those of grade A were a completely different tier of existence. They could evolve all kinds of strange and bizarre abilities. Even the most ordinary life form, if it could break through the shackles and become a grade A, it would be like a fish that had leapt over the dragon's gate, transforming from a fish into a dragon. The difference would be between heaven and earth. To say that those below grade A were all ants was definitely not empty talk. To Chu Feng, flying at 100 times the speed of sound was the most powerful supernatural weapon which could save his life, and if he were to attack a demon-devouring blood-crowned beast from a distance like before, he would not need to find a terrain to corner it, he just had to chase it directly and shoot. Even a grade A beast would not be able to escape. This was a killing machine for accumulating points. In an instant, Chu Feng's heart was on fire. Too many thoughts had popped up in his mind. With Michael's wings, there were many things he could do. He could even continue to go deeper into the abyss, to the second level, third level, to some of the mysterious places which Chu Feng had known about in his previous life, to obtain a large number of heavenly treasures, magic pills, and spiritual elixirs, and to capture king-grade pet beasts. He had to accumulate a large number of points to prepare for the opening of the trading area during the first abyssal demonic tide. There were simply too many things that Chu Feng needed to do. Chu Feng wished he could split a minute into two for concurrent use. He could barely suppress the stirring in his heart. Before entering the abyss, Chu Feng needed to make some preparations. He opened the miscellaneous items golden ranking list and found the Super Ball. He glanced at the 57,000 points left, steeled his heart and bought a high-grade Super Ball. It has a high probability of subduing a grade A pet beast. It has a very low probability of subduing a grade A pet beast. Chu Feng treated the last sentence as a fart. Without the Master Ball, it was impossible to subdue a grade A pet beast. The original price of the high-grade Super Ball had been 100,000 points. After the 50% discount, it would cost 50,000 points. Chu Feng's points were almost emptied in one go. He had no choice. Chu Feng was still thinking about the tribe of demon-devouring blood-crowned beasts in the abyss. If he was lucky enough to encounter an ingesting nightmare beast of the Black Mist grade and could not subdue it because he did not have a Super Ball, then Chu Feng would regret it to death. Low-grade and mid-grade super balls would not be safe as their subduing probabilities were not high. He could still earn back the points. Anyway, it was no longer difficult to kill monsters now. Chu Feng exchanged all the remaining 7,000 points for high-grade pet beast balls. The original price was 1,000 points, half price was 500 points. He managed to get a total of 14 of them. Chu Feng planned to use them when he encountered some suitable grade B beasts. Although the success rate of this thing was average, it was cheap, everything was ready now. He only had to go into the abyss tomorrow, as his father wanted to send him to Captain Wei. It had saved Chu Feng from having to make an excuse. Early the next morning, inside the room, Chu Feng was cultivating as he inhaled and exhaled. Suddenly, he heard Chu Tianlai knocking on the door. "Xiao Feng, wake up. I've already booked the air ticket for you. Don't be late. Your Uncle Wei is very busy. Don't cause trouble for him when you get there." Get it? Chu Feng opened his eyes and let out a helpless smile. Got it, Dad. The family had breakfast. Chu Feng verbally turned down the offer by the two old folks to accompany him and scurried away. He had arrived at the school gymnasium with ease. Because of what had happened a week ago when the abyssal passage appeared, the entire school was temporarily closed. The army had already surrounded the area. There were soldiers with real guns and bullets all over the place. Of course, this was not a problem for Chu Feng. With a casual leap, the waves of spiritual energy enveloped his entire body and he easily avoided all detection. In an instant, he vanished into the abyssal passage like a breeze. In the dark sky, across the scorched earth, a gust of light breeze blew past. Chu Feng had arrived in the first level of the abyss again. Only this time, Chu Feng's strength could be described as upheaving heaven and earth. As for his actual strength, Chu Feng was unable to tell without testing it. However, ordinary grade B creatures would not be able to survive a single blow from him. This was for sure. With the burst of his full strength, Chu Feng would even dare to fight against a grade A creature. If he were to use Michael's wings, he could torture a grade A creature to death. With such powerful strength as protection, there were very few things in the first level of the abyss which could pose a threat to Chu Feng. He unleashed his full speed. Chu Feng was very clear about his destination, the sky-connecting Demon Mountain. He would take care of the remaining demon-devouring blood-crown beasts first. Chu Feng was very vindictive. The last time, he had been pursued by the Beast King and nearly lost his life. He had to take revenge. So what if it was a grade A Beast King? In Chu Feng's eyes, it was nothing more than white shiny points. Chapter 31, Demonic Nature. Chu Feng had not forgotten that he was currently only grade C. If he were to really kill a grade A abyssal creature, he wondered how many times his points would be multiplied for the additional reward he would receive for killing someone of a higher grade. This was what attracted Chu Feng the most. Chu Feng's speed was extremely fast. To even test out the limits of his existing speed, Chu Feng had already equipped himself with Michael's wings. He immediately activated Michael's wings. Like a cannonball, Chu Feng shot straight into the sky. The powerful force had caused Chu Feng's back to creak. Gasp. My spine almost broke. Chu Feng felt a lingering fear. He had only used a portion of the power of Michael's wings just now, which was only about 10 times the speed of sound, and his body was already unable to take it. Chu Feng shook his head. At the end of the day, it was because his current physical qualities were still not strong enough. However, Chu Feng was not discouraged. The speed of an average grade A creature was only 10 times the speed of sound. Most grade A creatures could not even reach the speed of sound. There were only some grade A creatures with excellent bloodlines, which could break through the speed of sound limit. Thus, Chu Feng's speed was already sufficient, as long as Chu Feng continued to use the destruction bloodline to temper his physical constitution. Sooner or later, he would be able to bring the speed of Michael's wings into full play. After repeated tests, Chu Feng found that 5 times the speed of sound was most suitable for him now. If he were to go any faster, his body would be subjected to immense pressure. Along the way, Chu Feng maintained 5 times the speed of sound. He was like a shooting star streaking across the sky. He thought about the sky-connecting Demon Mountain, and he arrived in less than half an hour. Before him was the familiar blood lake. The corrosive blood water churned, making the scalp of anyone who saw it tingle. Without stopping, Chu Feng flew directly toward the demon-devouring blood-crown beast's territory. There was no need to resort to trickery this time. After his strength had skyrocketed, Chu Feng was itching to find an opponent to spar with. In the ruins of rubble ahead, the tribe of demon-devouring blood-crown beasts were leisurely basking in the sun. They were still the overlords of this region. After the devastation caused by Chu Feng the last time, there were only 20 of them left. Chu Feng did not hide or avoid. He flew directly above all the demon-devouring blood-crown beasts. His gaze locked onto the largest Beast King. His eyes were salivating. The Beast King's senses were still very sharp, and it immediately sensed the danger from above.
It raised its huge head. Roar! Instantly, the Beast King remembered Chu Feng. It roared with rage. This was the ape-like creature which had lured and killed its offspring. He was still alive. Devour him. This was its only thought. The surrounding demon-devouring blood-crowned beasts also stood up and glared at him angrily. Rumble! The Beast King suddenly leapt up and extended its thick front claws, wanting to tear apart Chu Feng, who was in the air. Chu Feng smiled faintly, as he remained in the air without moving. Jump with all your might. The Beast King's jumping height was at most 100 meters, but now, he was riding high, 300 meters in the sky. The demon-devouring blood-crowned beasts relied on their powerful physique. They had no offensive means for long-range attacks. What could it use to attack him? Before Chu Feng's eyes, the Beast King fell powerlessly. It growled. The Beast King, whose intelligence was not high, could not understand. From the strength the ape-like creature had displayed previously, how could he fly? He was not a bird-type creature. It kept growling. The Beast King's eyes were filled with indignation. Do you mean you want me to come down and fight you? Chu Feng said casually. Roar! Roar! Chu Feng grinned. Do you think I wouldn't dare? I'll do as you wish. Chu Feng was also someone of great skill and courage. He landed directly inside the encirclement by the devouring demon blood-crowned beasts. Chu Feng could see clearly. At that instant, a trace of scorn flashed in the eyes of the Beast King. Seeing this, Chu Feng felt like laughing. You beast, how dare you mock me? You're asking for a beating. Before Chu Feng could finish, roar! At the command of the Beast King, all the surrounding demon-devouring blood-crowned beasts swarmed forward with their devouring mouths wide opened. Good timing. Chu Feng gave a faint smile. His body shook slightly and suddenly, waves of water like ripples surged around him. They covered a radius of dozens of meters, and enveloped the demon-devouring blood-crowned beasts which were charging forward. Water element domain field. Restrain! Right after Chu Feng had said those words, the gigantic demon-devouring blood-crowned beasts all froze suddenly. They were completely restrained in mid-air. The demon-devouring blood-crowned beasts, which were only of grade B, could hardly resist the water element domain field of major accomplishment level. In the next moment, Chu Feng's form appeared in a flash. He had to beat the dogs when they were down. He threw a forceful punch directly at the forehead of the demon-devouring blood-crown beast nearest to him. The bone which was adjacent to the forehead was covered in scaly armor. It was the hardest part of the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast, but in the next second, crack, a cracking sound could be heard. The demon-devouring blood-crowned beast's skull had burst open, and blood was flowing out, but it was not dead yet. Seeing this, Chu Feng shook his head regretfully. Looks like I still lack a suitable weapon and some offensive supernatural powers. Attacking with just the strength of my fists is still a little inadequate, Chu Feng muttered to himself. Looks like I have to mobilize the power of the bloodlines. He wanted to finish off the Beast King's lackeys cleanly. It would be quite a chore for Chu Feng not to use his full strength. Bloodline enhancement nirvana. After Chu Feng had spoken those words, suddenly, powerful fluctuations of the bloodline erupted from his entire body. Within his body, the ancient immortal bloodline and the destruction bloodline seemed to have been awakened by an invisible force. An indescribable pressure emanated from his body. Two lights, one golden and one black, intertwined with each other. It was like a bizarre picture. At this moment, Chu Feng's bloodlines were boiling. Nirvana effect. Within the next 120 minutes, strength will double. What came after was much simpler. Chu Feng lightly threw a punch, and his fist glowed with a dark light. It seemed like a gentle caress, yet it went through the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast's head easily. Normal killing of a grade B demon-devouring blood-crowned beast. 3,000 points awarded. Cross-grade killing successful. Additional reward 100%. Total reward points, 6,000 points. Simultaneously, the notifications from the golden ranking list sounded in his mind. He died just like that. Chu Feng shook his head. I can't waste this bloodline. He activated the destruction bloodline. The demon-devouring blood-crowned beast in front of him rapidly turned into a dry carcass. This bizarre scene terrified all the demon-devouring blood-crowned beasts into a retreat. As for Chu Feng, he calmly enjoyed the sense of comfort coming from deep within his cells. Comfortable. Currently, Chu Feng was even more demonic than the abyssal demons. Chapter 32. Can you run away? Inside his body, the destruction bloodline completely broke down the bloodline of the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast which it had absorbed. It was transported to all parts of his body, and greedily absorbed by the hungry cells. Chu Feng was able to sense this. His meridians, tendons and bones were getting stronger. His constitution seemed to have improved a little. Strengthening the body is really difficult.
Xu Feng sighed. Even though he had the divine-grade destruction bloodline, he still had a long way to go before he could possess a constitution comparable to that of the royalty in the abyss. It required a massive amount of bloodline power. The rest would be much simpler. With his full strength, Xu Feng was like a prehistoric tyrannosaurus. Every punch could bring tons of damage to the demon-devouring blood-crowned beasts. His form weaved in and out among the herd of beasts, but not a single demon-devouring blood-crowned beast could come within 3 feet of Xu Feng. He was carefree and unrestrained. The powerful grade B beasts of the abyss, in front of the current Xu Feng, were like they were made of paper. Actually, it was no wonder that the devouring blood-crowned beasts were not resisting the beatings. Their overall strength had been greatly suppressed by the water element domain field. What Xu Feng had used was a domain of major accomplishment level which only those of grade A could comprehend. If it could not even suppress a few grade B beasts, then it would not be worthy of its name. Everything went smoothly like flowing water. Not a single demon-devouring blood-crowned beast could withstand one punch from Xu Feng. Finally, after the deaths of more than 10 of their kind, the remaining demon-devouring blood-crowned beasts were terrified. Regardless of how much urging from the Beast King, they dared not go forward. They merely surrounded Xu Feng from a distance, whimpering in their growls. Xu Feng saw this scene, and he grinned at the Beast King, saying, "Your underlings are really useless." These words infuriated the Beast King instantly. A grade A beast could not tolerate a provocation on its dignity. In the blink of an eye, the Beast King charged to the front of Xu Feng like a beam of light. Xu Feng only sensed a blurring of his vision. The Beast King's gigantic claws were coming toward him. Fortunately, the Beast King had already entered within the range of the water element domain field. Under the immense resistance, the speed of the Beast King plummeted. Xu Feng was then able to barely see its movements. Xu Feng could only sigh in his heart. If it had been an ordinary grade C human martial artist, before he could even have time to think, he would have been instantly smashed into a meat paste by the Beast King. Xu Feng was also someone of great skill and courage. The water element domain field of major accomplishment level had suppressed most of the Beast King's strength, and he possessed 2 divine bloodlines. His physical constitution and his life force were all much stronger than ordinary grade C experts. In addition, Nirvana had doubled his strength. This had given Xu Feng the confidence to face the Beast King head-on. In this battle, Xu Feng did not plan to use the blazing wings of the sky. After his strength had increased tremendously, Xu Feng desperately wanted to know accurately his current strength. This was important for his future plans, and the Beast King in front of him was the best opponent to test out his strength. Instantly, spiritual energy poured into his legs, and there was wind beneath Xu Feng's feet. He ducked with just the right amount of clearance, and managed to avoid the Beast King's claws just in time. Then, he took advantage when the Beast King was in midair, and had its soft abdomen exposed to Xu Feng. Without any hesitation, Xu Feng delivered a punch. This was followed by a sonic boom, boom. A punch, without any fancy moves, had slammed hard into the abdomen of the Beast King, blasting the Beast King more than 100 meters away, and smashing it into the ground, forming a pit of more than 100 meters long and half a meter deep. Roar. In the deep pit, the Beast King roared furiously. The sound carried a hint of abnormal breathing. In its carelessness, it had actually been injured by this weak human. Yes, the Beast King was only slightly injured. Even though Xu Feng had unleashed his full power, the punch which could easily kill an ordinary demon-devouring blood-crowned beast had merely injured the Beast King. The difference between grade A and grade B was too great. After standing up, the Beast King roared and charged toward Xu Feng. The man and beast were locked in a battle. Yellow sand and rocks scattered everywhere. The violent shockwaves even sent one demon-devouring blood-crowned beast flying. This was the difference between grade A and grade B. A grade A beast could easily kill dozens of grade B beasts. However, Xu Feng had used his grade C physique to fight against a grade A beast king. Whether in his previous life or current life, he was a freak. Of course, Xu Feng discovered that this was the most he could do. At his current state, to want to kill a grade A beast barehanded was simply not realistic at all. In fact, even defeating it would be difficult. After fighting for a long time, Xu Feng curled his lip. With the experience from his previous life, he had roughly understood his current strength. With his full might, he was roughly equivalent to a top-notch grade B beast, with the help of the water element domain field. And within the 120 minutes of his Nirvana bloodline, he could fight against the most ordinary grade A creatures. However, there was a high chance that he could not do anything to the other party. If the Nirvana time was up, he could only wait for death. However, Xu Feng was already very satisfied. It had only been a little more than a week since his rebirth, yet he was able to fight against a grade A. This was already legendary. He shot a glance at the arrogant Beast King which was still eager to devour him. Xu Feng grinned. "Do you really think I can't do anything to you?" He had completed the Testing of his strength, it was time to collect points. Chu Feng was filled with anticipation. Killing someone 1 grade higher would double his points. What would be the reward for killing someone 2 grades higher? In his previous life, no one had ever done this. The difference between 2 grades was at least 100 times. To a human martial artist, this was an impossible task. Then, under the Beast King's angry watch, Chu Feng slowly rose into the sky. The speed of the blazing wings of the sky instantly exploded at 5 times the speed of sound. Chu Feng's figure instantly disappeared into the horizon. The Beast King could only roar furiously, but there was nothing he could do. Looking at the single-digit number of lackeys left, it felt even more depressed. After leaving, Chu Feng did not go far away. Instead, he went back to the Blood Lake. He had no choice. Since he could not kill the Beast King head-on, he had to kill him remotely. Thus, Chu Feng planned to use the same trick again, only this time, he did not have to go through the trouble of using bow and arrows. He directly gathered some pieces of the violet spirit blood tree and cut them into the shape of javelins. Then, he submerged them into the Blood Lake. After they were completely soaked, he held them directly with his hands and flew into the air. He was not afraid of the blood water, but the Beast King was. While later, Chu Feng's figure once again appeared above the territory of the demon-devouring blood-crowned beasts. Seeing that its old enemy had come again, the Beast King was so incensed that his massive body trembled. Roar! Without the slightest delay, it leapt up to kill Chu Feng. Even if it could not reach Chu Feng, it could at least vent its anger. This is simply too much bullying beasts. How many times in a day are you coming? Seeing this, Chu Feng gave a faint smile. Don't worry. I promise this will be the last time. As he spoke, the piece of violet spirit blood tree he was holding, which had been tainted with the blood water, shot out like a shell. It stabbed straight at the Beast King. When it felt the familiar corrosive power of the blood water, the Beast King immediately turned pale with fright. It hurriedly dodged, but in midair, it had nowhere to pivot onto for strength. It could only take the shot. The javelin only managed to pierce through a tiny bit of Beast King's hide before it lost energy. However, the blood water on it started to take effect. White smoke constantly billowed from the Beast King's body. Large pieces of beast skin fell off. The pain was so excruciating that the Beast King roared repeatedly. As soon as it landed, it turned around and ran. It even disregarded his underlings. In the air, Chu Feng smiled faintly. Run? Can you run away? As he watched, the Beast King moved and leaped through the ruins of rubble. An illusory pair of wings gently flapped behind Chu Feng. His form instantly disappeared. Chapter 33. Crossing grades to kill enemies is the way to go. In the next moment, Chu Feng appeared above the Beast King's head again. Another javelin shot out. The angle was extremely tricky. With Chu Feng's experience, there would basically be no mistakes. This meant that the Beast King could not dodge at all. It could only be passively shot at, one after another. The javelins were shot into the Beast King's body. The blood water had already stained the Beast King red, yet it was still not dead. The life force of a grade A beast was unbelievably tenacious. Seeing that there was no escape, the Beast King also did not flee. It stared fixedly at Chu Feng in the air. Looking for an opportunity to bite this nasty fellow to death, Chu Feng naturally would not give it this opportunity. He looked at the Beast King, which was holding his head high. Chu Feng suddenly had an idea. A high-grade pet beast ball appeared in his hand. Beast King, I know you can understand what I'm saying. In the current situation, sooner or later, you will be tortured to death by me. The Beast King roared. However, it was also clear that the ape-like creature in front of it could fly, and could do so at a great speed, and that it would not be able to escape. Chu Feng continued. Now, I will give you a chance to live. If you are willing to become my pet beast, I will spare your life. To be able to subdue a grade A beast by using just one high-grade pet beast ball was a sure win situation. As he spoke, Chu Feng tossed the high-grade pet beast ball he was holding toward the Beast King. A burst of light flashed, and the Beast King was sucked into the pet beast ball. But in the next moment, the pet beast ball exploded into pieces. Roar! 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 The Beast King, which had broken free from the pet beast ball, roared furiously. Even though its entire body was rotten and festering, he was still extremely tyrannical. A cold glare shot out from his eyes. Clearly, Chu Feng's actions had enraged it. If it had the chance, Chu Feng believed that it would kill him without the slightest hesitation. What a pity! Chu Feng's gaze turned cold, then die. After he had finished saying those words, Chu Feng no longer hesitated. The javelins were wildly hurled. I've given you a chance to live. Since you are unwilling, there is nothing more to say. Ferocious beasts were tyrannical by nature, not to mention a grade A Beast King. They were innately arrogant. To make them submit willingly was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. To forcefully subdue a grade A pet beast, he had to use at least a super ball. The restraining force of the super balls was much greater than that of pet beast balls. Even so, the low-grade and medium-grade super balls only had a 10% and 50% chance of success respectively. Only the high-grade super balls had a 90% success rate, but this thing was also ridiculously expensive. One would cost as much as 100,000 points on the miscellaneous items golden ranking list, much more than the value of a grade A beast. If not for a particularly precious grade A beast, it would simply not be worth using. Chu Feng only had one on hand, having bought it at half price. However, it had been prepared by Chu Feng for an ingesting nightmare beast of Black Mist grade. He would not use it on the Beast King. In his previous life, the humans had tested it and discovered a pattern to it. When subduing a pet beast, the less clear the consciousness of the pet beast, the higher the chance of subduing it. To put it simply, under the condition that the pet beast was still alive, the more badly it was beaten up, the higher the chance of subduing it. However, after that, he would have to pay a considerable price to help the pet beast recover. Chu Feng looked at the tyrannical Beast King in front of him and lost his patience. He intended to only turn it into points. After this wore on for half an hour, boom, the body of the Beast King had fallen apart. Its entire body had already become rotten beyond recognition. The blood in its body had practically drained dry. Even if Chu Feng wanted to devour it, he would not be able to. This was a pity. While he was at it, he also finished off all the remaining demon-devouring blood-crown beasts. By this time, the entire tribe of demon-devouring blood-crown beasts had been wiped out by Chu Feng. Just at this moment, the prompts, which Chu Feng had been longing for, appeared again. This is the reward notification for killing the Beast King. Normal killing of a grade A beast, the demon-devouring blood-crown Beast King. 30,000 points awarded. Successful cross-grade killing of someone 2 grades higher. Additional point reward 1000%. Total reward 330,000 points. Damn. Unable to contain himself, Chu Feng cursed. He completely did not expect to receive a reward of such a high number of points. The reward for killing someone 2 grades higher was actually 10 times the points. Just this wave alone was already 300,000 points. Thinking back, Chu Feng had previously only obtained 6,000 points from his painstaking killing of a grade B demon-devouring blood-crown beast. A Beast King was worth more than the entire tribe combined. Chu Feng took a look. The reward for the 22 ordinary demon-devouring blood-crown beasts he had just killed, plus the reward for their cross-grade killing, were 132,000 points in total. This was only a third of that of the Beast King. In this round, he had earned more than 450,000 points. The pouch which had just been flattened was now full. Chu Feng felt extremely excited. Indeed, crossing grades to kill enemies above one's grade was the way to go. There had never been a time when Chu Feng was so glad about his status as a grade C martial artist. He had to make good use of this period as a grade C. Once he had advanced to grade B, if he wanted to cross 2 grades, he would have to kill those of grade A. Chu Feng did not even dare to think about it. Absolutely no chance. He knew too well how big the gap was. Mortals were of no match to those of grade A. After checking around to confirm that he had not missed anything, Chu Feng flew into the air. This trip to the abyss had another important purpose, which was to subdue the ingesting nightmare beast. Certainly, this would not be of the grey mist grade which Chu Feng had no interest in. He wanted to follow the tracks and see if there was a chance of capturing an ingesting nightmare beast of black mist grade. Only an ingesting nightmare beast of that grade had an extremely high growth rate. If he could nurture it to grade A before him, that would be awesome. At the same time, he would also be able to obtain the only divine grade reward on the Pet Beast Golden ranking list. The reward was something which Chu Feng had greatly coveted. That was a genuine ancient ancestral dragon, the ancestor of all dragons. Even if it was just a wisp of its soul, it was still inconceivable. No one knew if it had been saved on the golden ranking list. Chu Feng was worried that someone would beat him to it soon, therefore, he dared not delay further. Quietly, he tried to sense that cowardly grey mist ingesting nightmare beast. As he had previously absorbed a large amount of the original mist from that fellow, Chu Feng was now able to barely determine its approximate location. It was still in the periphery of the sky-connecting Demon Mountain. However, Chu Feng frowned slightly and carefully confirmed it. Why does it feel like that fellow is on forbidden grounds? Without thinking further, he decided to hurry up and find that fellow first. He flew at 5 times the speed of sound. Along the way, he would encounter some ferocious beasts. Chu Feng killed all of them and turned them into points. As he got closer and closer to the ingesting nightmare beast, Chu Feng's senses became clearer and clearer. Basically, he had already determined the location of the ingesting nightmare beast. However, the fellow seemed to be in the middle of rapid motion. Chu Feng was a little puzzled. Can it be that it has found out that I am chasing it? This can't be.
How can a small, puny grade B ingesting nightmare beast sense me? With his doubts, Shufeng continued to chase after it. Finally, 15 minutes later, Shufeng stopped on the edge of a bottomless cliff. He stepped on a thick layer of gray powder. It did not look like dust. Instead, it looked like the ashes of some creatures. Countless ashes, piled and weathered, had formed the edge of the cliff. A gray-white world stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. Strong winds blew past, raising large patches of white ash. It made one's scalp tingle. It could be imagined that a long, long time ago, countless creatures were once buried here. Shufeng frowned. It's really here. Looking down, it was a bottomless abyss, deep and dark. It spanned tens of thousands of miles. It was as if some unknown terrifying existence had opened its bloody mouth and chosen humans to devour. Just one look was enough to make one's hair stand on end. This was the passage to the second level of the Abyssal Passage. It also had another name, Fallen Demon Cliff. Chapter 34, Grade B? A matter of one punch, standing beside Fallen Demon Cliff, Shufeng's thoughts wandered. He was feeling uneasy. This is the source of all the cholera. Shufeng let out a long breath. The origin of Fallen Demon Cliff could no longer be investigated. However, Shufeng knew that the so-called abyssal demonic tide had started here. Countless abyssal creatures had charged out from this place and swarmed the earth, exterminating and enslaving all living beings they saw. Countless years ago, perhaps a supreme expert had used a great divine power to completely seal the passage to the levels below the second level of the abyss. A great formation, which connected heaven and earth, had completely trapped the abyssal colony within the abyss. This situation persisted for countless years. However, despite the masterwork of that mighty power back then, with the corrosion of time, the Great Formation had also begun to become unstable. Every time the Great Sealing Formation weakened, the abyssal creatures would swarm out, the tribulation began, and this instability was cyclical. Perhaps it was because the Great Formation had the ability to repair itself. Every time it became damaged to a certain extent, the Great Formation would begin to recover. Thus, the cycle repeated itself. As such, the once glorious and prosperous angels, elves, dragons, and goblins all became extinct after the repeated invasions of the abyss. Perhaps there were still some descendants who were barely surviving. Unfortunately, the glory of the past was long gone. Would humans follow in the footsteps of these races? No one could say for sure. Shufeng silently sensed his surroundings. The current restrictions were still very strong. Some powerful creatures were simply not able to pass through the Great Sealing Formation. Of course, creatures that could be called powerful had to be at least grade A. However, Shufeng did not feel very optimistic. 20 days later, the Great Sealing Formation here would once again weaken to a certain extent. At that time, there might even be grade A abyssal creatures which would take the opportunity to come out. Under the lead of these high-grade abyssal creatures, countless abyssal creatures would storm the earth. This was the first abyssal demonic tide in his previous life. He recalled the countless wars between humans and the demonic creatures in his previous life. The sense of urgency in Shufeng's heart grew even stronger. He had to become stronger as soon as possible. Capturing the Black Mist grade ingesting nightmare beast, and then getting the only divine grade reward from the Pet Beast Golden ranking list, was the priority right now. He sensed again. Shufeng raised his brows and muttered. That ingesting nightmare beast isn't even on the second level yet. It's halfway up the mountain? And it's still moving at high speed. It's like it's being chased by something? Shufeng was suddenly amused. Why is this fellow either hunting someone down or being hunted down by someone? Moreover, from the looks of it, it was planning to pass through the Great Sealing Formation and head to the second level. But what is so attractive about the second level? Shufeng was perplexed. With the ingesting nightmare beast's grade B strength, it was considered top-notch in the first level. The number of grade A beasts in the first level was countable. If this fellow did not go crazy and provoke them, it would basically be able to do whatever it wished. However, if it were to go to the second level of the abyss, there were too many abyssal creatures which could take its life. Regardless, Shufeng had to find the ingesting nightmare beast first. He leapt and charged straight into the Fallen Demon Cliff. The blazing wings of the sky flapped gently behind him. The speed of his descent immediately slowed. There were many dangers hidden in this Fallen Demon Cliff. The energy of heaven and earth surrounding the Great Sealing Formation was very dense, giving rise to many powerful beasts. One could know this by just looking at the ingesting nightmare beast. It was the target of some unknown fellow. Along the way down, there was less and less light. Darkness seemed to have become an eternal melody. After descending for 2 hours, Shufeng sensed that he was very close to the ingesting nightmare beast. However, the perception this fellow had given Shufeng was that it was on the verge of dying, and about to die any time. The speed of its movement had also become much slower.
is it going to die? Chu Feng curled his lips. Suddenly, the wings on his back flapped, and his speed suddenly increased. The sonic boom that came with the super high speed attracted several strange shadows in the darkness. Some of the beasts emitted auras which seemed almost on par with the Beast King. However, Chu Feng simply did not care. With the blazing wings of the sky, these guys could not threaten him at all. He carefully circulated his spiritual energy into his eyes and everything became clearer. Not far away, a small ball of gray mist could be seen struggling to escape. Surrounding him were numerous flames that emitted a dark blue glow. Carcass ghost flames? Chu Feng recognized it. Carcass ghost flames was a special life form in the abyss. It was a kind of flames born from the carcass of a dead creature. In the beginning, it would only rely on its instincts to devour and strengthen itself. As it grew stronger, it would slowly gain sentience and become the carcass ghost flames. The average carcass ghost flames was grade B in strength. There were more than 10 of them here. The ingesting nightmare beast was inherently afraid of fire, so it was no wonder that it had been badly beaten up like this. The mist around it had shrunk countless times. If the last bit of its original mist was devoured by the carcass ghost flames, the ingesting nightmare beast would have lost its sustenance and it would be dead. Squeak, as if it had discovered that there might be a living creature in front of it, the ingesting nightmare beast became overjoyed. It let out a cry that Chu Feng had never heard before. This guy can even vocalize. Where are its vocal cords? What's the mechanism? Chu Feng still had the time to let his imagination run wild. The ingesting nightmare beast used all its strength to get closer to the creature in front of it. In its perception, most of the creatures in the first level of the abyss were idiots. With its intelligence, it could easily divert the trouble. If it could divert the attention of those idiots behind him, it would be able to escape. It got closer. The ingesting nightmare beast suddenly froze in midair. How can it be him? Isn't this the ape-like nemesis? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Although Chu Feng was unable to understand what that fellow meant, but looking at its intense reaction, it should be scolding him for not keeping to his promise. Chu Feng merely grinned. He was calm. He had said that he would not kill it, but he had never said that he would not subdue it. Yes, Chu Feng planned to subdue this ingesting nightmare beast first. This was the only way the ingesting nightmare beast would do its best to find the king of their tribe. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The ingesting nightmare beast was so nervous that it spun around. It dared not get closer to Chu Feng anymore. Comparatively, it was more afraid of Chu Feng's strange devouring ability. Once touched by him, the only way to survive was to lose an arm. If not, it could even be swallowed by him directly without even leaving any residue. This is it. A wolf ahead and a tiger behind. The ingesting nightmare beast felt that it had been extremely unlucky. At this moment, Chu Feng suddenly smiled as he spoke. Do you want to live? I can save you. The price is to be my pet beast. The remnant original mist of the ingesting nightmare beast began to tremble. Obviously, no creature would want to die. Moreover, its intelligence was not low. In other words, it was more afraid of death. It sized up Chu Feng carefully. Judging from the intensity of the energy, it was no different from the last time they met. It was merely of grade C quality. Where did he get the confidence to save it? That strange devouring ability might be able to restrain it, but it might not necessarily be able to restrain a carcass ghost flames. Not to mention, there were more than 10 carcass ghost flames. Any one of them could burn a grade C beast to death. At this thought, the ingesting nightmare beast lost interest. It was disinclined to pay attention to Chu Feng. It intended to find an opportunity to escape. It would not be a bad idea to let this annoying fellow by it sometime. Chu Feng smiled as he looked at the ingesting nightmare beast. From the way this fellow was slowly sneaking closer to him, he wondered what tricks it was up to. Its intelligence was really not low. However, to Chu Feng, this was like watching a joke. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and plots were useless. Like now, a grade B beast? It was simply a matter of one punch. Chapter 35, Subduing a Grade B Pet Beast. The ingesting nightmare beast held no expectations of Chu Feng. It was completely focused on plotting against Chu Feng and creating an opportunity for itself to escape. It could not die here. In the second level of the abyss, it seemed that an extraordinary treasure had appeared. Anyone who could obtain it would be able to ascend to the heavens in a single leap. Moreover, the Beast King was there too. It seemed to have encountered some trouble. It had to rush over as soon as possible. However, the carcass ghost flames were getting closer and closer. It was already worn out. In comparison, its grade B energy was more suitable for the appetites of the carcass ghost flames. Suddenly, the ingesting nightmare beast made up its mind. It suddenly accelerated and charged toward Chu Feng. Due to the sudden acceleration, the remnant gray mist in its body fluctuated violently. It was clearly going all out. Chu Feng merely looked on quietly, expressionless. Even though the ingesting nightmare beast was almost upon him,
he did not make a single move. This is great.
The ingesting nightmare beast was secretly delighted. It had been worried that Chu Feng would attack it. In this way, there was no way he could survive. Behind it, the carcass ghost flames flickered. They had also caught up quickly. The ingesting nightmare beast steeled its heart with single-minded determination. It threw whatever little left of the remnant gray mist surrounding it at Chu Feng to envelope him. Only a tiny bit of its body remained. It was like a thin, transparent mist. It had given its right arm to survive. What the carcass ghost flames wanted to devour most was the essence of the original mist which it had concentrated over the past 100 years, so it had used it as bait, throwing it all at the ape-like creature. It would let the two sides fight it out, so it could take the opportunity to escape. With its gray mist dissipated, the ingesting nightmare beast was almost transparent, formless and colorless. It would be difficult to be discovered.
Escaping during the chaos would not be hard.
Everything went as planned. As expected, the attention of the carcass ghost flames were diverted. Like a swarm of bees, they swarmed toward Chu Feng, who was standing motionlessly on the spot. What a pity! This ape-type creature is out of luck. This thought flashed across the mind of the ingesting nightmare beast. However, it stopped thinking about it in an instant. Who asked that fellow to break his promise? It squeaked twice, as if to remind Chu Feng to run. The ingesting nightmare beast felt that it had done its part. After the reminder, the ingesting nightmare beast planned to flee, but the next moment, it suddenly froze on the spot. The innermost mist around it seemed to have frozen.
What's going on? Why can't I move?
It was as if time had stopped. Its body was completely restrained. The ingesting nightmare beast was greatly terrified. Out of the corner of its eye, it saw that even the 10+ carcass ghost flames were not moving. What happened? Before the ingesting nightmare beast could think further, the next second shattered the ingesting nightmare beast's life view of beasts. It saw the ape-like creature, which it had thought was going to die, move suddenly. Everything around had been restrained, except him. The energy surging around him was still that weak grade C energy. He had gently thrown a punch, and it blasted right through the carcass ghost flames in front of him. He then clenched his fist. The carcass ghost flame let out a miserable shriek. Its embers were extinguished. It was dead. A carcass ghost flames that was on par with it had been instantly killed. Isn't he a grade C creature? How can he be so strong? I made use of him just now. Oh no, I'm dead for sure. The ingesting nightmare beast's mind was in a mess. Its imagination had run wild. Chu Feng naturally did not know that the ingesting nightmare beast had so many tricks up its sleeve. All along, he had not cared about these carcass ghost flames. With each landing step, Chu Feng's form would appear exactly in front of each carcass ghost flames. He would blast it apart and kill it. His moves were swift and crisp. In less than 10 seconds, the surrounding area was empty, including the few grade B beasts which had been attracted over. All had been killed by Chu Feng, without exception. The voice kept resounding in his mind about the cross-grade killings. TSK, I didn't think that the quality of the beasts in this fallen demon cliff would be so good. They have given me quite a few points. Chu Feng made a rough calculation, adding the cross-grade reward. One carcass ghost flames had contributed 8,000 points. Just now, the wave had earned him another 100,000 points. Killing grade B beasts in the capacity as a grade C martial artist had given him easy points. Chu Feng wished that he could continue killing here. Unfortunately, he still had important things to do. He could only put aside accumulating points for now. He took a glance at the trembling ingesting nightmare beast. Chu Feng had long dispersed the water element domain field, yet, the ingesting nightmare beast just stood there and did not even dare to move. It had really been frightened by Chu Feng. He was not that powerful the last time we met. It had been so easy for a grade C to go against grade BS. This fellow was an absolute freak. Could he have run up from the bottom of the abyss? It knew that if it dared to escape, it would definitely die. Chu Feng grinned. With a high-grade pet beast ball in his hand, he came closer with just a single step. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. If you become my pet beast, I will spare your life. Otherwise, you will have to pay with your life for scheming against me just now. In fact, judging from the current condition of the ingesting nightmare beast, there was a high chance that it could be forcibly subdued even by using a high-grade pet beast ball. However, Chu Feng had hoped to spare himself from the effort as far as possible, and to act according to the principles of equality, free will, and respecting the rights of beasts. He decided to give the ingesting nightmare beast a chance. He believed that with its intelligence, the ingesting nightmare beast would know what to choose. As expected, the ingesting nightmare beast gave a soft squeak and actually took its own initiative to charge toward the pet beast ball in Chu Feng's hand. Cough. Not only is this fellow cowardly, it's also afraid of death. What a disgrace to the tribe of ingesting nightmare beasts. Chu Feng shook his head. The pet beast ball vibrated slightly and then went silent. Knowing that he had succeeded in subduing it, he actually felt a small joy in his heart. His first pet beast since his rebirth was surprisingly a grade B ingesting nightmare beast. In the current human world, it could be considered a boss level. He would nurture it a little. When it advanced to grade A, it would be of great help. With this thought in mind, he let the ingesting nightmare beast out. The moment it appeared, Chu Feng could sense a master-slave connection with the ingesting nightmare beast. With just a thought, he would be able to control the ingesting nightmare beast completely. This was the effect of the pet beast ball. It was unique to the human race. Legend had it that it was invented by an ancient expert. Compared to how other groups controlled pet beasts, it was much simpler. There was no need to cultivate beast taming techniques, and there was no cap to the number. In his previous life, numerous groups had become envious. Master. At that moment, a timid voice sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Its voice was crisp and clear, like that of a human child. Chu Feng looked at the miserable ingesting nightmare beast. That was its voice earlier. He did not expect him to be so juvenile. It seemed it was still a minor among the ingesting nightmare beasts. After thinking for a while, he took out a bunch of fruits from his personal storage space and tossed them all to the ingesting nightmare beast. Eat them all and recover as much as you can. These fruits were basically for use on grade C and D creatures. They would still be of use to the ingesting nightmare beast, but the effects would not be great. But at least, it could recover a little. In an instant, he had emptied more than half of his personal storage space. If he were to encounter any other treasures in the future, he would not be unable to bring them with him. The personal storage space was also a bestowment by the golden ranking lists. Every human being has one. The starting size was the same, 100 grids. If he wanted to increase the capacity, he would have to use points to upgrade it. After the ingesting nightmare beast had finished absorbing the energy from the fruits, the mist around it recovered to a radius of half a meter. At this moment, Chu Feng looked at the ingesting nightmare beast, puzzled. Let me ask you a few questions. Firstly, has there been a king born among your tribe of ingesting nightmare beasts, a black mist grade ingesting nightmare beast? What is its strength? Secondly, why did you try so hard to go to the second level just now? What attracted you there? Chapter 36, 9 Metamorphoses of Spirit Transformation. Hearing Chu Feng's questions, the ingesting nightmare beast immediately cried out, Master, a king had been born among us in the recent 100 years. I am an offspring of the king. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow upon hearing those words. He really could not imagine how the ingesting nightmare beasts reproduced. He had thought that they were formed naturally. These fellows had no physical form. Chu Feng really could not imagine how they could reproduce. Without saying anything, he continued to listen to the voice of the ingesting nightmare beast. The king is very powerful. I don't know the true strength of the king, but I've seen him swiftly kill a grade A creature which had wanted to devour us. Hearing those words, Chu Feng frowned and said seriously, could your king be a grade A? If it was a grade A, Chu Feng would definitely turn around and stay as far away as he could. He could not afford to provoke a grade A. The ingesting nightmare beast hurriedly shook its head. No, our king is far from shedding its mortal form and transforming into a spirit. Chu Feng heaved a sigh of relief. How many times has it metamorphosed? Since the king of the ingesting nightmare beast could kill a grade A creature swiftly, it certainly would not be an ordinary grade A creature like the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast king. It might have already evolved several times. The difference between a grade A creature and a grade A creature was like the difference between clouds in the sky and mud on the ground. Hence, it would be impossible for it to ascend to the heavens in just a single step. Therefore, there were the 9 metamorphoses of spirit transformation. Each metamorphosis was a sublimation of the essence of life. One step closer to grade A, its strength would also increase tremendously. In the end, it would shed its mortal form and reach a higher level of existence. The ingesting nightmare beast seemed to understand the meaning behind Chu Feng's words. After a long while, it said hesitantly, I know that the soul of the king's ingesting nightmare has already evolved 6 times and has already started to condense soul crystals. Hiss. Chu Feng gasped. This meant that the ingesting nightmare beast king was at least a 6th stage spirit transformation grade A creature. Chu Feng really wanted to turn around and leave. Although it was not grade A, it was an existence which could kill Chu Feng with a single slap. There was no difference with Chu Feng's current strength. He was barely able to contend against one with the strength at 1st stage spirit transformation. It would be a bit of a struggle to deal with one at 2nd stage spirit transformation, provoking such a fellow, unless he used the blazing wings of the sky to move at great speed constantly and stay far away. Otherwise, the moment he stopped, the ingesting nightmare beast king could seize the opportunity.
A hallucination was enough to trap Chu Feng in an illusion, then, he could only wait for death. After all, the ingesting nightmare beasts were not stupid creatures like the demon-devouring blood-crowned beast king. They were very smart, and they could fly, although not very fast. In short, there was a high chance that he would die. The risk was extremely high. Chu Feng already had the intention to retreat. Although the ingesting nightmare beast king was extremely precious, it was not more precious than his own life. Chu Feng knew that there were still many precious pet beasts. There was no need for him to get himself killed for one. However, if he could successfully subdue the ingesting nightmare beast king, it would be equivalent to having a 6th stage spirit transformation grade A beast with him. In that case, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted? Unfortunately, Chu Feng could only think about it, just when Chu Feng was planning to give up. The ingesting nightmare beast asked anxiously, "Master, can we hurry to the second level of the abyss as soon as possible?" The king sent news earlier that he had discovered an extraordinary treasure in a treacherous place. However, it seemed that the ground demon tribe had found out. He is severely injured and currently trying to escape. Previously, I had desperately wanted to head to the second level of the abyss because I wanted to find the king and see if I could help him. Hearing those words, Chu Feng's eyes lit up. The ingesting nightmare beast king is injured, and there is a treasure. He was tempted. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, even if he could not subdue it. It would be good to sabotage the ground demon tribe. His hatred for the demon tribes of the abyss had already been deeply engraved into Chu Feng's bones. The ground demon tribe was one of the many demon tribes of the abyss, bloodthirsty and brutal. The tribe was very powerful. In his previous life, it was one of the main forces that attacked Earth. "Master." The ingesting nightmare beast's voice grew increasingly anxious. A subdued pet beast could still maintain its self-awareness, but its life was in the hands of the one who had subdued it. Therefore, the ingesting nightmare beast still had feelings for the ingesting nightmare beast king. After all, it was like a parent to it. Chu Feng could also understand. It was just that he could not just head to the second level hastily. He was well aware of the various dangers in the second level. If one were to say that the dangers of the first level mainly came from various natural environments and ferocious beasts, from the second level down danger often came from intelligent life. It was a chaotic and bloody world. The demon tribes dominated, and all other groups were slaves. However, there were no humans, because in the last tribulation, the ancient human race had defended Earth. Although they had paid a terrible price, at least humans were not slaves. If he were to rashly proceed to the second level, Chu Feng would face the pursuit of the entire abyss. To head to the second level, he still needed to make many preparations. He looked at the anxious ingesting nightmare beast. Chu Feng suddenly came to a decision. "Little ingesting nightmare, will you be of any help if you find the ingesting nightmare beast king? You are only a grade B." The ingesting nightmare beast hurriedly explained, "Master, I'll be of help." All of us ingesting nightmare beasts have a special attribute. The souls of our ingesting nightmares can fuse with each other and create a catalytic effect. If we fuse with the king, the strength of our king will skyrocket instantly. He might even be able to kill that ground demon tribe. Hence, we have all received the summon by our king this time. As Chu Feng listened, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. If his ingesting nightmare beast, which he had already had a soul contract with, were to fuse with its king, could the power of the contract also take effect on the ingesting nightmare beast king? If possible, wouldn't that mean he could subdue the ingesting nightmare beast king without any effort? Thinking of this, Chu Feng made up his mind. "Little ingesting nightmare, I can't rush to the second level in such a hurry. That place is too dangerous for me." Chu Feng could sense that the fellow instantly became extremely downcast after hearing his words. It pursed its lips. The ingesting nightmare beasts were quite united. "Listen to me first. I need to make some preparations. Go and find the ingesting nightmare beast king first. When I'm ready, I'll go and find you immediately." "Really?" The mist around the ingesting nightmare beast began to ripple in excitement. It wore its heart on its sleeve, and was no different from a human child. Chu Feng nodded. "I'll send you to the bottom of Fallen Demon Cliff. You should be careful. Attach yourself to me first." The ingesting nightmare beast was invisible and colorless. Chu Feng was unable to grasp it either. He could only let the little fellow attach itself to him. Then, the blazing wings of the sky appeared behind him. As the wings flapped, he flew rapidly toward the bottom of Fallen Demon Cliff. "Master, you are so fast. Much faster than the king. Master is obviously only a grade C creature." He could not be bothered to explain to the ingesting nightmare beast. Watching the little fellow struggled and made it through the huge seal at the bottom of the cliff, Chu Feng took off into the air again at great speed. If he wanted to enter the second level of the abyss,
he had to make a lot of preparations. Firstly, it seemed that he would have to make a trip back to Earth, buy some treasures. He glanced at the points balance, a total of 587,000 points, a large number of points. He could choose whatever he wanted now. There were also the Supernatural Power Golden Ranking List and the Supernatural Weapon Golden Ranking List. These points should be enough to exchange for a decent supernatural ability and weapon. Xu Feng was truly unaccustomed to using his fists all the time. Chapter 37, Super Big Purchases. Xu Feng flew rapidly across the sky in the first level of the abyss. Beneath the slightly dim clouds, Xu Feng actually found quite a number of traces of humans. They were either in groups or exploring alone. From the looks of it, humans have started to flock into the abyss on a large scale. More and more people will begin to advance to grade D, Xu Feng muttered to himself. However, he did not stop for even a moment. Soon, he disappeared into the horizon. On the way, he had come across an abyssal passage. Xu Feng rushed in directly. This time, he was going back to Earth at the last minute. It did not matter where he was going, as long as he could establish communication with the golden ranking lists. He felt dizzy from the teleportation. Xu Feng leapt out of the abyssal passage and disappeared in a flash. With his strength, no one on Earth could detect him. After a quick surveillance of his surroundings, Xu Feng thought he might have arrived in Great Africa. He randomly found a forest, landed, and immediately sprang into action. After communicating with the Miscellaneous Items Golden Ranking List, he flipped directly to the column for Grade A items, all sorts of magical items. Greeted his eyes, each of them had heaven-defying effects. Xu Feng started to drool. He wanted each and every one of them. Demonic Fangs Venom, collected from a Grade A creature, Python of colorful scales and demonic fangs. Extremely poisonous. Effects instantaneous. 0.1 grams can cause a Grade A creature to go into shock, 0.5 grams can be fatal. Flaw, it can only take effect upon contact with blood. Price, 100,000 per gram. Demonic Fangs Dagger, made from the tooth bone of a Grade A python of colorful scales and demonic fangs. Extremely strong penetration. Anyone below Grade A will die upon contact. Price, 5 million. Flame Dragon Storm, a one-time use fire-based scroll, extremely powerful. Price, 10,000 per sheet. Absolute Protection, a one-time use earth-based scroll. It can withstand the full strength attack of most Grade A creatures. Price, 100,000 per sheet. Water of Life, it contains rich energy of life and can enable severed limbs to grow back. Price, 100,000 per serving. Mask of Disguise, changes the body form and has a great camouflage effect. Under normal circumstances, those of Grade A and below cannot see through it. Permanently effective. Price, 2 million. Alteration Potion, changes the appearance of one's form and has a camouflage effect. Within 6 hours, Grade A creatures cannot see through it. Price, 10,000 per bottle. Xu Feng flipped through it for a long while. However, he still felt unsatisfied. There were too many things that made him drool. Unfortunately, the more heaven-defying the effects, the more prohibitively exorbitant the price. For example, the Mask of Disguise and the Demonic Fangs Dagger were all priced at more than $1 million. However, their effects were really amazing. The Demonic Fangs Dagger could kill any Grade A creature, including a creature at the 9th stage of spirit transformation. If the other party did not possess any special life-saving treasures, or skills and the like, he would die upon contact. But the price also made one flinch. It was enough for one to even hire a Grade A expert to help him. The effect of the Mask of Disguise was also very heaven-defying. Unfortunately, he could not afford it. Xu Feng could only target the Alteration Potion. In the second level of the abyss, if one were to appear in human form, the entire abyss would be coming to hunt him down in less than half a day. He had no choice. There were no humans in the second level of the abyss. Therefore, he had to buy the Alteration Potion. He estimated the time. Xu Feng believed that the trip would take at most 3 days. In other words, he would need 12 bottles of Alteration Potion. To be on the safe side, Xu Feng purchased 16 bottles directly. The original price had been 160,000. Half price was 80,000. He felt the pain in his heart, but he had no choice. This was a necessity for entering the abyss. Compared to ordinary humans, Xu Feng already had huge savings. Except for these, Xu Feng also purchased a total of 10 sheets of Flame Dragon Storms. Xu Feng had used this in his previous life. The effect was quite heaven-defying. Whether it was to kill the enemies or to stop them from pursuing him, it was extremely useful. To be able to contend with the full strength attack of an ordinary Grade A creature at the first stage or second stage of spirit transformation, its main effect was area of effect damage. Therefore, this thing was used mainly for killing monsters. Chu Feng knew that there were several large groups of grade B creatures in the second level. When the time came, he would throw a few sheets down. There would be rewards for cross-grade killing those points. Just thinking about all this made Chu Feng happy. He steeled his heart and bought a sheet of absolute protection scroll. The price of this thing was 100,000 per sheet. Its defensive effects were much stronger than the Guardian Golden Stones. Chu Feng reckoned that even if the ingesting Nightmare Beast King were to attack with all its might, it would not be able to achieve a breakthrough within an hour. Chu Feng had never used it in his previous life. After all, he had never been so extravagant. However, he could not save money on something which could save his life. Who knew what kind of dangers one could encounter in the second level? It was never too much to be careful. In just a short while, he had spent 180,000. Chu Feng felt a slight pain in his heart. Indeed, no matter how many points he had, they were still not enough. However, he still had to continue buying. He gritted his teeth and bought 2 grams of demonic fangs venom at half price. It still cost 100,000. Originally, Chu Feng was not interested in this thing. The venom had to come into contact with blood to work. In other words, this would mean having to break through the enemy's defense. Wouldn't it be much easier and more effective to pour in spiritual energy directly and destroy everything within the opponent's body? As for the grade A creatures at upper stages, Chu Feng would not be able to break through their defense without a suitable weapon. Therefore, this thing would be somewhat useless. In his previous life, other than the few big families that used poisons, not many people would buy it. However, an idea had come into Chu Feng's mind just a while ago. The image of a saber had appeared in his mind. It was a well-known saber in his previous life. Saber name, Cleaved Edge. It had no other effects except one unique characteristic. It was extremely sharp, because it came with an offensive skill, sharpness, which greatly enhanced its sharpness. It often worked wonders against opponents with armor and the like. To Chu Feng, this saber and the demonic fang's venom were a perfect match. The venom could be smeared on the blade of the saber. The moment Chu Feng had an opportunity, even a grade A creature in the upper stages of spirit transformation could also be surreptitiously killed. With the demonic fang's venom, even ordinary iron could be turned into deadly weapons. Furthermore, the cleaved edge saber was not at all ordinary. In his previous life, many martial artists had used this saber. It was considered one of the most cost-effective weapons for martial artists before they reached grade A. Most importantly, there was a way to obtain this saber for free. In his previous life, a martial artist had stumbled upon this secret by mistake. Later on, the secret was leaked and it spread. Those martial artists who had spent huge amounts of points to buy the saber fainted from sobbing in the toilets. Knowing the hidden strategy, Chu Feng would naturally not be so foolish as to use points to buy it. At this thought, he closed the miscellaneous items golden ranking list and opened the supernatural power golden ranking list, which he had not paid attention to before. Like the miscellaneous items golden ranking list, the supernatural power golden ranking list was also shining with golden lights. Its imposing stature was not inferior to any of the other golden ranking lists. The posture was as if it had recorded all the mighty supernatural powers in the world. Upon closer inspection, rows of small characters appeared before Chu Feng. At the very top was the name of each and every shocking supernatural power. He felt a stinging pain in his eyes just from staring at them. Each of them seemed to be just a name, yet it also had a great force of coercion. Reincarnated Buddha Palm, grade, divine grade. Price, unqualified to check, undying physical form, grade, divine grade. Price, unqualified to check, 9 sabers, grade, divine grade. Price, unqualified to check. In his previous life, all humans had looked forward to possessing a divine grade supernatural power. This was because the prerequisite for the only divine grade reward on the supernatural power golden ranking list was to gain basic mastery of a divine grade supernatural power. Unfortunately, no one in his previous life knew how to obtain a divine grade supernatural power. Regardless of whether one had reached grade A or even the higher grade S, the suffix of each divine grade supernatural power was still unqualified to check. It was hard to figure out, let alone master it. There were quite a lot of rumors, or rather speculations, that each divine grade supernatural power had a corresponding basic grade supernatural power. Cultivating the corresponding basic grade supernatural power to perfection would allow one to activate the qualification to exchange for the divine grade supernatural power. Of course, this was just a possibility. Chapter 38, Sublegendary Supernatural Power. Although he could not be sure, based on the clues, Chu Feng believed that the possibility might not be far from the truth. For example, the supernatural power, 9 sabers, had offered a hint. To practice 9 sabers, first cultivate the Lu Wave saber. Based on this hint, people had found a very compatible supernatural power in the Supernatural Power Golden Ranking List, the sub-legendary grade Supernatural Power, Weapon Art of the Nine-Wave Saber. Although it was called a weapon art, it actually contained a set of movement techniques and a unique power channeling technique, one slash of the blade stacked upon another like overlapping waves. Once the saber is unsheathed, it is like raging torrential waves. Each slash is heavier and stronger than the last, the more stacked layers there were. The more powerful the unleashed force would be. If one cultivated to a high level, he could unleash tens of times his strength. It could be considered a divine skill. In his previous life, many people had cultivated this, not to mention that it also concerned the right to purchase a supernatural power. However, since it was a sub-legendary grade supernatural power, its price was also fearfully high. The price for the complete set was 10 million. Logically speaking, only those few grade S experts could afford it. The golden ranking lists might have also taken this situation into consideration. Such an extremely exorbitant supernatural power could usually be bought in separate volumes. Weapon Art of the Nine-Wave Saber. First volume costs 50,000 points. The first 2 volumes cost 100,000. The first 3 volumes cost 200,000. The prices were listed in this manner all the way till the last. The complete set of 9 volumes was stated as costing 10 million. This was also encouraging martial artists to start cultivating such mighty supernatural power when they were weak. In this way, he would be able to increase his strength very rapidly to better protect his life. The golden ranking lists could be said to have taken great pains to make all the various arrangements. Of course, if one had chosen this kind of supernatural power, it would be equivalent to choosing a gold-devouring cave. He would have to slave hard for points in the days ahead. To Chu Feng, points were not a problem at all. As long as he could become stronger, such a price was nothing. Furthermore, that free saber was also associated with this supernatural power. Yes, this looked like a promotional event organized by the golden ranking lists. Purchase a supernatural power and receive a free saber. To be precise, it was more like a $1 purchase. If one had purchased the Weapon Art of the Nine-Wave Saber, regardless of the number of volumes bought, and then opened the Supernatural Weapon Golden Ranking List to purchase the Cleaved Edge Saber directly, he would realize that the price had become 1 point. It was no different from a free gift. Of course, everyone would only have one chance. It could not possibly allow one to exploit this as a loophole and profit from buying and reselling. It just so happened that Chu Feng lacked both a weapon and a supernatural power. Great! Everything is working in tandem. The benefits are maximized. With such benefits, Chu Feng would naturally place an order immediately. He bought directly the first 3 volumes of the Weapon Art of the Nine-Wave Saber and spent 200,000 points. This was not the miscellaneous items golden ranking list. Chu Feng's 50% discount could not be used on the Supernatural Power Golden Ranking List. He could only buy it at the original price. Without stopping, he opened the Supernatural Weapon Golden Ranking List and searched directly for the Cleaved Edge Saber. As expected, the price had already become 1 point. He bought it without thinking. This feeling was very satisfying. At this juncture, in the space of just a short half an hour, Chu Feng had already spent 480,000 points wildly. He glanced at his personal panel and sighed again. He really did not have enough points. He had only bought a few items which he liked, and he was left with only 107,000 points. After some thought, he decided that keeping these points would not make any difference. He might as well quickly convert them into strength. Chu Feng opened the Miscellaneous Items Golden Ranking List, again, gritted his teeth and bought 2 portions of the Water of Life. The total price was 200,000, half price was 100,000. This thing could be a life-saving treasure at critical moments. It contained an extremely rich energy of life, so Chu Feng spared no expense. He then closed all the golden ranking lists. Seeing that his points balance was only a 4-digit number, Chu Feng sighed. He had to be a slave to points again. I'll go down into the abyss and earn points. At this moment, Chu Feng, who was armed to the teeth, was in high spirits and full of confidence. Without any hesitation, he left Earth, made his way through the abyssal passage, and headed straight for the fallen demon cliff. This time, he was going to be the first human to go deep into the second level. With the rapid flight of the blazing wings of the sky, Chu Feng soon arrived again by the edge of the fallen demon cliff. He leapt. He could not be bothered with the ferocious beasts at the bottom of the cliff. This time, Chu Feng was going to the second level to earn lots of money. Looking at the great ceiling formation before him, Chu Feng took out a bottle of alteration potion from his personal storage space and gulped it down. He kept thinking about the looks of a kind of tribe. The next moment, Chu Feng's appearance and form gradually changed. His ears became elongated and pointed, and they were raised. His hair, skin color, and eyes all turned blue. A slim blue tail emerged from his rear. His height did not change much, but he became a little thinner. The Blue Elves tribe was a branch from the lineage of elves. The elves were a tribe that looked similar to humans. There were many elves in the abyss. This time, it was also one of the preferred tribes that Chu Feng had chosen to disguise himself as. After checking and finding nothing amiss, in the next moment, Chu Feng entered the Great Ceiling Formation like a fish swimming in water. At the bottom of the fallen demon cliff, calmness was once again restored. Within the Great Ceiling Formation, it was as if the heavens and earth spun. Chu Feng could sense faintly a vague oppressing force. It seemed to have swept across his body in an instant, like it was probing something. Chu Feng knew this was the Great Ceiling Formation probing his intrinsic strength of energy. At the current stage of the Great Ceiling Formation, those of Grade A were still unable to pass through. If one were to attempt to force his way through, he might be killed directly by the shocks. Of course, this had little to do with Chu Feng. He was just a puny Grade C martial artist. Even the ingesting nightmare beast was one grade higher than him. It was not known how much time had elapsed. Time seemed to have come to a standstill here. The next moment, Chu Feng could sense a bright light ahead. "I'm out." His feet landed on the ground. A strong gust of wind blew past, carrying with it the smell of decaying wood. He had reached the second level of the abyss. The concentration of energy here far exceeded that in the first level. It was no wonder that few abyssal creatures would go to the first level. Chu Feng took a glance at his feet. A giant sheet of patterns seemed to have been carved into the ground from underneath. It stretched for hundreds of miles. The patterns were densely packed and extremely complex. There was a faint pressure beyond his reach coming from beneath his feet. This was how the Great Ceiling Formation was like in the second level. He found a random hill and went on top of it. As far as the eye could see, the sky was still gloomy. The air mixed with the smell of sulfur had made breathing difficult. From time to time, a few white-feathered vultures would fly across the sky in the distance. They circled around Chu Feng as if he were their prey. Chu Feng ignored these ferocious beasts. The first step was to locate the ingesting nightmare beast. As the soul contract had been sealed through the pet beast ball, he could sense more clearly. With the strength of Chu Feng's soul, he was able to communicate directly with anyone within 1,000 meters. Those further away, he could only sense their rough location. He sensed quietly for a moment. It was vague. The distance between the two of them should be quite far. He could only conclude that the approximate location was about 500 kilometers to the south. Chu Feng recalled for a moment. If he had remembered correctly, 500 kilometers south of the Great Ceiling Formation was a large city, the Demonic City. It was a large city controlled by the Ground Demon Tribe. There were a large number of tribes in the city. The Ground Demon Tribe was the master in all the various tribes its slaves. The city lord Mo Qianfan was a great general of the Ground Demon Tribe, and his strength had reached Grade A. He led a bunch of experts from the Ground Demon Tribe. In the previous life, his hands had been stained with the blood of countless humans. That little fellow mentioned that their king had encountered some danger associated with the Ground Demon Tribe. It looks like it is true, Chu Feng thought. As he thought, the blazing wings of the sky gradually appeared behind him. With a flap of his wings, his form instantly vanished from the spot. This trip, he had to create chaos in the Demonic City. Chapter 39, Demonic City. Carrying a sharp long saber on his back, Chu Feng sped all the way. With the speed of the blazing wings of the sky, Chu Feng quickly arrived outside the Demonic City. Looking from afar, the Demonic City spanned several hundred miles. It could be considered one of the few large cities in the second level of the abyss. Inside, it was divided into an inner and an outer city. The two were separated by tall city walls. A large number of tribes thrived here, except for the demonic tribes. All the other tribes could only live in the outer city. Most ordinary folks had only been spared their lives. They were slaves doing hard labor, living a life of constant danger, other than a few powerful tribes which could barely ensure that they were not bullied. Most of the tribes were in a miserable state. The city had a strict hierarchy. The Ground Demon Tribe was the heaven. They could arbitrarily execute anyone from the various tribes. If the other tribes dared to go against them, they would usually carry out the guilt by association system and kill them all, including those associated with them. Just a moment ago, Chu Feng was standing at the entrance of the demonic city. He saw with his own eyes several centaurs, who had been pulling a mining truck, being beaten to death by an overseer when they could no longer walk due to the heavy load. The overseer was not from the demonic tribe, but was actually a centaur, yet he mercilessly slaughtered his own kind. Every tribe had lackeys who were willing to work for the demonic tribe. They were heavy-handed toward their own kind, but meek and submissive toward their master. The people around them only glanced at them indifferently and no longer cared. Obviously, this sort of thing was commonplace in the demonic city. The people here had already become numb. They held no hope for the future. This was the world under the rule of the demonic tribe, bloody, cruel, and inhumane. Chu Feng began to ponder. If humanity had been defeated during the last abyssal Great Tribulation, perhaps those working as slaves here today would include humans. I must never let this happen. If the demonic tribe dared to step into the human world, he would kill as many of them as they came. He would kill till they become terrified, to the point that they would be petrified at the mere mention of humans. For this goal, Xu Feng knew very well that he had to seize every opportunity to fight all the way. It would not be adequate to be a great martial artist, even reaching the strength of you would not suffice. He had to become even stronger. He could not allow himself to relax even for a moment. Taking a deep breath, he strode into the demonic city. The priority now was to get into the city and gather some intelligence. There were many experts in the demonic city, and there were many grade A beings, not to mention the grade A Mo Qianfan. Xu Feng had to be careful. He had just stepped into the outer city when he saw a simple shed on his left. A large group of creatures from various tribes had gathered together. They seemed to be listening to a story. There were continuous cheers. Xu Feng had also walked over. He managed to push through the crowd. Under the tattered shed was a table with a short goblin standing on it. Spittle flew everywhere as he talked non-stop about something. You don't know this, but 4 hours ago, the third demonic son led his army and surrounded the ingesting nightmare beast king in Carcass Soul Ridge. The two sides fought a fierce battle, and it was as if the heavens and earth were in chaos. A tall mountain of 1,000 meters at the Carcass Soul Ridge was raised flat. The experts in the stages of spirit transformation are too terrifying. Hearing this, Xu Feng raised an eyebrow. He became interested. The goblin continued to yell and gesticulate with his hands and feet, afraid that others might not hear him clearly. Speaking of which, this ingesting nightmare beast king is really powerful. It's already at the 6th stage of spirit transformation. Even 2 of the demonic guards by the side of the third demonic son have died. That lord of the demonic guards is also an expert in spirit transformation. When can I become such an expert? Sigh. Hey, Brooke, why is your old habit acting up again? Stop wasting time. Quick, tell us what happened. Someone below the stage booed and urged him to continue, on top of the table. The goblin named Brooke glanced at the crowd. What's the rush? I was just about to continue. A brother of mine participated in the Encircle and Kill mission and saw with his own eyes. After that ingesting nightmare beast king had killed the 2 demonic guards, Lord Carl made his move. He is one of the ground demon tribe's elites, with the strength of 7th-stage spirit transformation. The moment he made his move, he beat up the ingesting nightmare beast king till it could not bear it anymore. The third demonic son was already prepared to use the enslavement contract, but at this moment, an unbelievable thing happened. At this point, Brooke suddenly stopped. He picked up a glass of some unknown liquid and drank it leisurely. What happened? Quick, tell us. I'm dying of anxiety. This guy is asking for magic stones. He's really cunning. At this moment, a tall orc with the head of a lion and a human body coldly threw out a crystal clear stone. Tell me quickly. Brooke, the goblin, caught it quickly and immediately beamed with joy. My lord, you must have come for the ingesting nightmare beast king and the 1,000-soul spirit flower. Don't worry, the ingesting nightmare beast king escaped in the end. I heard that at that critical moment, several more ingesting nightmare beasts had appeared. They mysteriously merged into the ingesting nightmare beast's body. At that moment, the ingesting nightmare beast king seemed to have been injected with drugs. It erupted directly, forcing Lord Carl back, while it took the opportunity to escape. Of course, the ingesting nightmare beast king was also severely injured. It is most vulnerable now. My lord, if you're interested in the ingesting nightmare beast king and the 1,000-soul spirit flower, this is definitely the best opportunity. Of course, you have to also be prepared for the consequences of being hunted down by the lord of the ground demon tribe. I have no interest in the ingesting nightmare beast king and that treasure. Don't spout nonsense. I wouldn't dare to compete with the third demonic son. The lion-headed martial artist hurriedly denied it, but there were dark ripples in his eyes. One could not tell what he was thinking. Xu Feng also glanced at the half-beast man. This guy was definitely not weak. At the very least, he was a great expert. As to whether he had been transformed into a spirit, this was hard to determine. Goblin Brooke chuckled and did not expose him. Alright, that's all the latest news. If there is further news, I, Brooke, will certainly be the first to inform everyone. I only need some service fees, hee hee. With that, Brooke jumped off the table. he decided to pack up and leave. Just at this moment, all of a sudden, the sound of metallic hooves and wolf howls could be heard coming from within the city. Brooke, who was about to leave, suddenly grimaced.
We're done for. It's the city guards.
The lion-headed orc also turned around to see. Chu Feng looked in the direction of the sounds. There were more than 10 members from the ground demon tribe, each riding a three-eyed demonic wolf. With their heads held high, they had galloped their way here. All the commoners of the various tribes hurriedly knelt down. Even the group around Chu Feng hurriedly fell to their knees and placed their hands on their heads. Reluctantly, Brooke also dropped to his knees. Only Chu Feng and the
half-beast lion man remained standing. Seeing this, Brooke reminded them hurriedly, "Quick, kneel down. This is Demonic City's rule. When you encounter the lords of the ground demon tribe,
you must kneel down to express your respect." Before Brooke could finish, a dozen or so three-eyed demonic wolves had already arrived in front of them. The leader of the ground demon tribe, Kuposh, coldly swept his gaze across the entire area. He immediately noticed Chu Feng and the half-beast lion man. This could not be helped as they were the only ones standing. "How dare you not kneel when you see our tribe?
Men! Kill them!"
Kuposh said indifferently. In fact, he did not bother to even talk to the two of them. His arrogance was evident. Chapter 41 From the saber. At Kuposh's command, the rest from the ground demon tribe had everyone surrounded. They did not even care about the strength of their opponents. In the demonic city, regardless of one's strength, one had to live in strict obedience. Wait. It was the half-beast lion man who spoke. He pulled out a token from his pocket. There were 2 words written on it: Demon Descent. I am Wild Lion, captain of the elite guards under Lord Moto.
Who dares to touch me?
As he spoke, the half-beast man Wild Lion's aura suddenly erupted. The waves of surging energy made Kuposh's eyes freeze. Both of them were grade A experts, however, from the looks of it.
This lion had already stepped into the spirit transformation stage.
It was just unclear if he was in the first or second stage of spirit transformation, but he was stronger than him. Of course, in the demonic city, as long as the other party was not a grade A, Kuposh was not afraid. Why did you not stay in your demon descent city?
What has brought you to my demonic city?
Kuposh's tone softened a little. He knew that he could not kill this fellow. After all, he was Lord Moto's subordinate. Even their city lord could not afford to provoke that person to carry out a mission, of course. Wild Lion was clearly too lazy to say more, whether he was out really for a mission, or that he had come out on his own accord because he coveted the ingesting nightmare beast king. Kuposh would not be able to tell. Since he was from the demon descent city, Kuposh dared not do anything to him. At this moment, Kuposh was full of anger, yet he could not vent it. He turned his gaze toward Chu Feng. What about you?
Where are you from?
Kuposh stared at Chu Feng and sneered suddenly. You're just a puny grade C elf. Don't tell me you're also a subordinate of some big shot. No, Chu Feng shook his head honestly. Then, how dare you not kneel? Kuposh was furious. This was a provocation to the majesty of their demonic city. Chu Feng did not say a word.
He did not want to draw attention to himself right now.
To kneel to a demonic tribe? Never. He could eat their flesh and drink their blood though. After all, his deep-seated hatred saw no bounds. He would never submit to the demonic tribes even unto death. In the previous life, a countless number of humans had given their lives to upkeep this principle.
Capture him.
Send him to a slow, lingering death by thousands of slashes tomorrow in front of the city gate. It looks like my ground demon tribe has been too lenient with these lowly commoners for some time.
Don't forget, my ground demon tribe is supreme in this demonic city.
Kuposh's voice reverberated out into the distance. Everyone prostrated on the ground with fear and trepidation. No one dared to even raise his head. Chu Feng could only feel sorrow in his heart. There were even several grade B experts among those who had knelt on the ground. They had chosen to capitulate. Sigh, the Blue Elves tribe seems to have quite a backbone.
It looks like he has a deep grudge against the demonic tribe too.
Originally, I was hoping to recruit him into the organization, but unfortunately, this guy is dead for sure. Brooke, who was kneeling, sighed in his heart. Around Chu Feng, 10 or more starving wolves were staring at him with ferocious eyes. A few from the ground demon tribe were about to capture Chu Feng with the chains they were holding. Upon seeing this, Chu Feng muttered faintly to himself, "This is a bad start.
I've only stepped into the city and have to expose my identity so soon."
Only Chu Feng himself was able to hear those words. The others who saw Chu Feng's expression still thought he was scared. Kid, don't resist.
"If you come with us immediately, you can spare yourself some physical suffering," said a fellow from the ground demon tribe, who was smiling sinisterly. However, Chu Feng paid no attention at all to those of grade B strength from the ground demon tribe. Chu Feng was weighing his options. With this distance, will it be possible to kill the leader, Kuposh, with just a single blow? I'll give it a try. It's a pity that I haven't had the time to apply the demonic fang's venom on the cleaved edge saber. Otherwise, things would be much simpler. Chu Feng suddenly raised his head, a bright smile appeared on his face, his eyes were fixed on Kuposh. "Bastard! You're courting death." Kuposh was indignant that Chu Feng still had the audacity to laugh in the face of death. "You're the one courting death." Chu Feng burst out suddenly, a faint layer of patterns like water-like ripples radiated out from Chu Feng. With him as the center, it gently brushed past everyone. It was as gentle and harmless as a breeze. However, in the next second, these water ripples came crashing down like a giant boulder. Oppressing and restraining, the water element domain field had erupted. Within his body, the two divine-grade bloodlines surged at the same time. Bloodline enhancement nirvana, his strength doubled. At the same time, Chu Feng drew out his saber in a backhand grip. The next moment, an ordinary-looking long saber appeared in Chu Feng's hand. The blade had no special features. It was the kind that no one would bother to pick up if it had been discarded on the street. It was an ordinary saber, yet one seemed to hear the roars of a tsunami within it. Before anyone even had any time to react, the resplendent glint of the saber sliced through the sky. It dazzled like a shooting star and slashed at the leader of the ground demon tribe, Kuposh. A powerful force enveloped everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. It was as if they were drowning. The 9-wave saber art, the first wave of the saber, even though Kuposh was a grade A expert, but under the twofold suppression from the water element domain field and the weapon art of the 9-wave saber, it was extremely difficult for him to move even half a step. Chu Feng's eyes shone brightly. He discovered that when the water element domain field and the weapon art of the 9-wave saber were used together, there was actually a sense of integration and fusion. The power suddenly increased greatly. This was a domain worth further exploration. He slashed down. Kuposh could not even put up any effective resistance. Before everyone's dumbfounded gaze, a huge head with hideous spikes of bones fell to the ground. Kuposh died with his eyes still open. Even to his death, he could not fathom how an ordinary grade C martial artist could kill him with one slash from his saber. He was clearly only a grade C, dead. Dead? Brooke stared blankly at the scene before him. He has been killed by that fellow? Hiss. Beside him, Wild Lion could not help but gasp. All his muscles were trembling. He stared at Chu Feng with extreme wariness and assumed a defensive posture. Who was this guy? That stunning display of saber weaponry. He felt that if he were on the receiving end of that slash, he would also be unlikely to intercept it. He might bear a few slashes, but he would surely die in the end. His saber was too swift and too heavy-handed, and that strange oppressive aura, one could not even hide from it. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Chu Feng. This was a ruthless person who dared to kill the ground demon tribe in Demonic City. Suddenly, Chu Feng opened his mouth to speak. He smacked his lips in an unsatisfied manner and said, "It looks like the ground demon tribe is not impressive at all. They'll also die once decapitated." As he spoke, he picked up Kuposh's body from the ground. He activated the destruction bloodline. In just a short time, he had completely absorbed the bloodline from Kuposh's body. He casually took out the bag of money from the dry corpse, threw it down, and murmured, "Although the blood of the ground demon tribe is rather filthy, it still has some use. It also tastes rather good." He turned and looked around. The rest from the ground demon tribe had all been terrified stiff by Chu Feng's actions. When they saw Chu Feng's gaze, they scrambled and fled like frightened birds. They were afraid of being slashed by Chu Feng if they were too slow. Being hacked to death was not even the end. This fellow could actually also suck blood. He is too brutal. In comparison to this fellow, all from our ground demon tribe are no different from kittens. At the very least, we don't suck blood. Ha, a bunch of trash. Chu Feng was too lazy to chase after them. They were merely grade BS, so he had long disregarded them. At this moment, in his mind, the voice of the golden ranking list sounded. Chapter 41, The Collegial Revolutionary Army, Ordinary Killing of a Rank Ground Demon, Reward of 20,000 points, additional 50% points for killing demons, 10,000 points in total. Successful cross-rank killing of a creature 2 ranks higher. Additional reward, points 1,000%. Total reward, 330,000 points. He listened to the voice in his head. Chu Feng pursed his lips. This guy was not even comparable to the Beast King, and he was only given 20,000 points. This meant that Kyoposh had just entered the A rank. To think that he had taken it so seriously and unleashed all of his strength, however, killing demons gave him an additional 50% reward. It was equivalent to the points awarded from the Beast King. This meant that the Golden List hoped that human martial artists would hunt down more demons. After all, the greatest enemy would always be the Abyss demons. In the end, the 10 times reward for the killing a creature 2 grades higher was the best, another 330,000 points. At that moment when Chu Feng was listening to the notification, in the inner city of the demonic city in the distance, an extremely powerful energy fluctuation spread from there all of a sudden. Moreover, it was rapidly hurtling over. It was likely that the ground demon race's elites had found out about the situation here and were charging over. He had no choice but to flee. Chu Feng shrugged his shoulders helplessly. He had only killed the most ordinary A-rank creature. This didn't mean that he could directly confront the ground demon race's elites. He glanced at Brook and the half-beast man Wild Lion. One of them was AB rank and the other an A rank, but they were also shocked at the same time. Sir. Brook stood up, looking like he wanted to say something. However, Chu Feng had no time to listen. He thought about it, he forced out a sentence, and the sound reached Brook's ears. "I'll find you when I get the chance." With that, Chu Feng turned around and left. Out of the city? Fine. He had only been in the city for half an hour before he was forced to leave again. Chu Feng felt rather helpless about this as well. That moment when Brook stood up before he left, Chu Feng suddenly felt a familiar aura from his body. That was why he left a message for Brook in the end. As Chu Feng fled, he recalled his previous life. If he had remembered correctly, that aura seemed to be the symbol of the Revolutionary Army. The Collegial Revolutionary Army was a large rebel organization rooted in the Abyss. In the Revolutionary Army days, the thousands of races led by the angels were defeated by the Abyss demon race. From then on, they fell into the Abyss. They became the slaves of the demon race for generations. Among them were some from the races, and some humans. They did not want to live under the fear of the demons forever. They wanted to restore the glory of their ancestors. They joined forces and continued to fight back in the Abyss, creating chaos for the demon race. This was because the Revolutionary Army had obtained a miraculous treasure, the Temple of Marvels. They came and went without a trace, so even the demons could not completely eradicate them. In his previous life, after humans knew about this organization, they even formed an alliance with them, because their goals were the same. Within the Revolutionary Army, there were many powerful beings as well. It was even more powerful than when humans were at their peak. After all, they had allied with the power of countless races. Of course, there was also a lot of competition between humans and the Revolution Army, for resources and for various benefits. They coveted the human race's ancient realm of the Desolate God while the humans envied their Temple of Marvels. The internal forces of the Revolutionary Army were also very complicated. They were split into several large factions. In his previous life, Chu Feng did not know much about them. To think that that greedy goblin was also a member of the Revolutionary Army. A goblin cannot be judged by its appearance. Indeed, after leaving the city, he made sure that there was no one around. Chu Feng directly used the speed of the blazing wings of the sky and quickly left. This was his trump card that he would not use easily. He flew more than 500 kilometers. After confirming that the ground demons could not catch up, he found a cave and took out another bottle of disguise potion from his personal storage space. I have to waste a bottle. Before the time for his appearance to change had arrived, Chu Feng had already been exposed. His current appearance was clearly useless. He could only change his disguise, so be it. After drinking the disguise potion, he began the process of pinching his face again. This time around, Chu Feng had disguised himself as an inferno elf. He appeared to be a bit fiercer, which might be able to reduce any trouble. After confirming that there were no mistakes, Chu Feng flew back to the demonic city once again. After entering the city, he did not see Brook. He didn't know where he had gone. He did not dare to linger around for long. He found an inn, handed over a low-grade magic stone he had looted from Kyoposh, and checked in. He planned to take action in the middle of the night. Magic stones were common currency in the Abyss. It was actually a stone that contained the energy of the heavens and the earth. It could also be called spirit stones. It could be used for absorption and cultivation. It could increase the speed of one's cultivation. Of course, very few people would do something this extravagant. Chu Feng had only obtained a dozen or so magic stones from Kyoposh. He couldn't help but lament. A leader rank guy is actually so poor. In actuality, Chu Feng had wrongly blamed Kyoposh. With Cup's status, he could do whatever he wanted in the city. Why would he need to spend money? He kept his magic stones at home. Who would carry so many stones around with them for no reason? He didn't have an interspatial ring. That thing was too precious, and typically only those of a rank could possess it.
The little bit he carried with him was also used for cultivation. After Chu Feng entered the house, he closed the doors and windows, planning to study the art of the nine-wave saber for a while longer. Even though he had practiced it in his previous life, he had not delved too deeply into it, especially when he used it with the water element domain field. Chu Feng was surprised. The water element domain field actually had a considerable amplification effect on the art of the nine-wave saber. Perhaps they complemented each other because they both belonged to the water element. That was the only guess Chu Feng could make. However, Chu Feng discovered that as the water element domain field covered a large area, the power was dispersed, therefore, it was unable to fully enhance the art of the nine-wave saber. At that moment, Chu Feng had an idea. Could he compress the water element domain field for a while so that it could be completely condensed on the cleaved edge saber? When the time came, he would strike in one blow. It would contain both the force of the water element domain field and the art of the nine-wave saber. The two could catalyze each other. Its power would definitely increase greatly, and because of the compression, the power of the water element domain field might also increase. There were too many benefits. Because of that, Chu Feng began to think. He continued to study how to improve. Water was formless and shapeless, gathering and dispersing freely. It was quite difficult to condense it on a blade. However, he did, after all, in his previous life, have the foresight and experience of someone of a rank. Chu Feng felt that he could still succeed. He began to try again and again. Right at the moment when Chu Feng was at the point of oblivion while trying out, another group of people arrived at the inn at night. If Chu Feng were to see them, he would definitely recognize them. The one leading the way was none other than the goblin, Brook. However, the cunning look on Brook's face was gone. He looked much more serious. Behind him were 3 elves, 1 male and 2 female. The energy fluctuations from their bodies were not weak, especially the man. He gave off a subtle sense of oppression. Brook, who had finished checking in, turned around and whispered to the man, Lord Sentinel, the arrangements have been made. Everything is going according to plan. Chapter 42, Commandeering, Cannon Fodder. Behind Brook and the middle-aged male elf, a young female elf suddenly grumbled, Brook, it's tough on us coming out to do missions. Can you find a better place to stay next time? Brook frowned. This young miss thinks that she is in the headquarters, the Temple of Marvels. This is the abyss, the world of the demons. One wouldn't even know how they died if they weren't careful. Why is he so unlucky to have to receive such a person amongst the group? Fortunately, the other older female elf advised in a low voice, Via, this mission is quite dangerous. I've heard that the organization has sent out several patrol teams, and we're only one of them. To be on the safe side, we must keep as low a profile as possible to avoid being detected by the Earth demon race, so you'll have to bear with it temporarily. Just then, the middle-aged man leading the group spoke. His tone was stern and commanding. Clearly, he was the leader of this team, the true sentinel. Lil Via, your father asked you to come out with me to train, not to come on a vacation. Every time there's a conflict with the demon race, there will be deaths. If you continue to face the next mission with this mentality, it might kill you, the middle-aged man said. Melvia pursed her lips. It was obvious that she wanted to rebut. However, the middle-aged man's authority was too strong for her to refute. The middle-aged man felt helpless. This little princess was the daughter of a big shot in the organization. She had been protected too well since she was young and was used to being spoiled. She did not know the cruelty of a real battle. This time, she insisted on coming out to take a look. That big shot couldn't dissuade her. He could only agree. Furthermore, because his strength was considered the strongest among the few teams, this thankless task fell on him. Anderson was frustrated as well. He could only do his best to protect her. In the end, Melvia could only reluctantly move into the room that she thought was extremely shabby. Coincidentally, it was beside Chu Feng's room. The other 3 also stayed nearby. Unfortunately, Chu Feng was currently immersed in the huge project of improving the water element domain field. He could only vaguely sense that there were more auras in the other rooms, but this was an inn and it was normal to have a few more people. According to Chu Feng's plan, he would go to Corpse Soul Ridge to look for the nightmare-ingesting beast in the middle of the night. It was not easy to attract the attention of the so-called third demonic son. As it crawled towards midnight, all of a sudden, loud footsteps came from outside the inn. It was as if someone had barged into an inn. Chu Feng was also startled awake by the commotion. From the window, he saw groups of Earth Demon city guards. They searched every house. As long as they saw warriors, they brought all of them away. Chu Feng frowned. What is the meaning of this? Could they be searching for him, in order to avenge the leader of the city guards that he killed in the day? But he had already left the demonic city before everyone's eyes. When he returned, he had changed his appearance once again and he kept a low profile. Were they not here for him, just when Chu Feng was speculating? The people in the other rooms were also on high alert. The sentinel, Anderson, hurriedly gathered the members of his team. They also suspected that the city guards were searching for them. Have the other teams been exposed? This time, the organization sent a total of 3 teams. Each team was led by an A-rank elite. Their first goal was to stop the third demonic son from subduing the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. Their second and most important goal was to obtain the 1,000-soul spirit flower with all their might. It must not fall into the hands of the third demonic son, otherwise, the Earth demon race might produce another A-rank. This was something the organization did not want to see. However, if the organization obtained it, they might be able to nurture another A-rank elite 1,000-soul spirit flower, a soul-type treasure. After absorbing the souls of thousands of races, it took 333 years to bear fruit, 333 years to bloom, and 333 years to fully mature. It took nearly 1,000 years for just one flower to be born. It was extremely beneficial to one's soul. This was especially so when it came to the crucial step in advancing to the A-rank, which was the advancement of the soul. It could greatly increase the chances of a warrior advancing to the A-rank. One could imagine how precious it was. Compared to that, subduing the nightmare-ingesting Beast King seemed less pressing. The third demonic son valued this flower the most. Subduing the nightmare-ingesting beast was just a matter of convenience. However, Chu Feng did not understand. What was the purpose of this huge commotion tonight? While Chu Feng was pondering, the city guards had arrived at the second floor of the inn. The city guards are conducting an impromptu search. All of you, step out of the guest room. Those who disobey will be killed without mercy. The Earth demon race was as arrogant as ever. Soon, people came out from every room. Who would dare to disobey the words of the Earth demon race? Chu Feng did not wish to cause trouble. Thus, he followed the crowd out. Before him, Chu Feng suddenly discovered Brooke. It's him? Someone from the Revolutionary Army. There are 3 other people beside Brooke. One of them is an A rank, and the other 2 are B ranks. The middle-aged elf seems to be very strong. After all, Chu Feng was once an A rank, so he still had the ability to make discerning judgments. The middle-aged elf might be able to deceive the other A rank experts, but he could not deceive Chu Feng. In addition to Brooke, this rebel team seems to be quite strong. What is their goal? Chu Feng began to ponder. Just then, all the guests on the second floor were driven to the hall on the first floor. The owner of the inn hurried over. He was also from the Earth demon race. He seemed to know the leader of the city guards. Hey, Brother Merc, what happened? Why did you mobilize so many people? Are you trying to track down the rebels? When the city guard leader saw an old acquaintance, he also revealed a rare smile. This is the Lord Third Demonic Son's order. The Lord captured the nightmare-ingesting Beast King in Corpse Soul Ridge. There was another huge battle just now, but that beast was too difficult to deal with. It ambushed and killed 2 of the Lord's demonic guards, but it escaped. We didn't have enough manpower to force the nightmare-ingesting Beast King to appear. The Lord is furious, so he asked us to capture some cannon fodders. Everyone has a tracking device on them. If someone dies, it means that the nightmare-ingesting beast is in that location. Set up an inescapable net for that bastard. Let's see where he can escape to now. As long as we find him, Lord Carl will be able to capture that bastard on his own. I see. The inn owner was enlightened. In that case, you can use these lowly commoners as you wish. Anyway, they have already paid the room fees, hee. They both laughed. In their eyes, other than the demons, all other races were lowly commoners. It didn't matter how many of them died, the 2 of them did not conceal their voices at all. It also reached the ears of Chu Feng and the others. Except for a few people, the expressions of most people turned extremely ugly. This was definitely a suicidal transaction, but they couldn't resist. Capture the nightmare-ingesting Beast King? Chu Feng muttered. This was a good thing for him. It just so happened that he was worried about how to enter the Corpse Soul Ridge without attracting attention. This is perfect. On the other side, after listening to the leader of the Earth demon race, Anderson and Brooke exchanged glances. This is good as well. It's just that the plan needs to be modified. Chapter 43. Did C-rank warriors get in your way? Everyone had arrived. The leader of the Earth demons stopped chatting with the innkeeper. Turning around, his expression returned to its usual coldness. Under the orders of the third demonic son, we are recruiting all of you to the Corpse Soul Ridge to encircle and kill the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. This is an honor for you.
Moreover, the third demonic son will reward those who make huge contributions during the encirclement.
After saying that, he started to choose people. He did not care if the other party was willing. Forced conscription, Chu Feng observed for a moment.
All the warriors of B rank and above were selected.
None of the C rank warriors were chosen. Clearly, the Earth demons found the C rank weaklings useless. Against the 6th stage spirit transformation nightmare ingesting beast king, they were not even qualified to be cannon fodders. The C rank warriors heaved a sigh of relief. They were glad that they had gotten away with it. However, Chu Feng was stunned. What should I do then? He was also a C rank warrior. He did not expect that they would not bring him along. If you don't take me with you, I'll have to rack my own brains to sneak in. There's still a chance I'll be discovered. No way, you must bring me along. How can they look down on C ranks? Did we get in your way? Thus, Chu Feng spoke up. He was rather anxious. Sir, I also wished to participate in the siege. Chu Feng's voice was not loud, but everyone was stunned. Even the leader of the Earth demons was stunned. For a moment, he wondered if they had heard wrongly. You said that you want to go too? Being stared at by everyone, Chu Feng felt slightly embarrassed and coughed lightly. Ahem. Sir, didn't you say that the third demonic son will reward me handsomely if I make a contribution? If he rewards me with a few hundred magic stones, it'll be good too. Chu Feng completely framed himself as a rash young man who cared more for money than his life. These words left the leader of the Earth demons speechless. What the heck? There are actually people who rush to their deaths these days. Look at those chosen warriors. Which one of them didn't look like their ancestors had died? Someone actually volunteered. Handsome reward? Did the third demonic son say that? No. A bunch of lowlifes. If they did well, it was just their duty. If they didn't do well, they would die. What reward? Those were just pleasantries. This fool actually believed it. He was speechless. Alright, I'll include you. The leader of the Earth demons immediately agreed. You guys should learn from this elf. It's your fortune to work for the third demonic son. In his heart, he mocked Chu Feng for being an idiot. On the other hand, Chu Feng had a smile on his face. It made others feel as if he genuinely felt that he was fortunate to have been selected. Beside him, Brooke and the others were also stunned. They weren't weak, so they were naturally chosen. What an idiot. He is really an embarrassment to the elf race. Behind Brooke, Melvia couldn't help but snort. However, she was hurriedly blocked by Anderson. If she were to speak now, she would probably be noticed. If they were recognized as the rebel army, none of them would be able to escape. Chu Feng slowly walked over to the chosen warriors. As if nonchalantly, he stood beside Brooke and the rest. It made Anderson frown. This would attract a lot of attention. Fortunately, the leader of the ground demons didn't waste any time and had the city guards drive them to the streets. There were already several hundred people gathered here. The whole group of them marched towards the Corpse Soul Ridge. Someone wanted to escape halfway. Since he would only have a slim chance of survival if he went, he might have a chance of survival if he escaped. However, his stomach was ripped open and his corpse was dumped at the side of the road. It was extremely cruel. This time, no one else dared to escape. An hour later, a mountain range appeared before everyone's eyes. It spanned more than 1,000 miles. The mountain range was filled with towering ancient trees. Their roots intertwined. A ghostly breeze blew past, bringing with it a sinister rustling sound. The Corpse Soul Ridge was a famous danger zone near Demonic City. It was rumored that many years ago, a great war between the demon race and various races had taken place here. Countless living beings died here. That was why the thousand-soul spirit flower could be born. Furthermore, it was said that there was really a corpse that had turned into a spirit and its soul became a spirit. It lacked intelligence, was cruel and bloodthirsty. Even a high-level spirit transformation warrior could die here. Generally speaking, very few people would come here out of boredom, but because of the nightmare-ingesting Beast King, a large number of warriors were gathered here right now. There were even quite a number of warriors from the other major demon cities who had come to try and get a slice of the pie. It was a mess. The third demonic son was also a decisive person. Since the situation had already become chaotic, he might as well make it even more chaotic. He sent hundreds of people in to conduct a search. He was the strongest, and the final winner would definitely be him. Another 15 minutes passed. Chu Feng and the others had already entered the Corpse Soul Ridge. They gathered in a clearing. The Earth Demon Commander warned everyone, when the third demonic son arrives later, all of you better stay alert. If you make the third demonic son unhappy, no one can save you. As they were talking, a mighty wolf howl came from nearby. Immediately after, an entire group of Earth Demon guards split into two groups. A tall youth dressed in a black robe slowly walked out from the center of the road. beside him was a huge wolf that was over 10 meters tall and over 30 meters long. It had 3 eyes on its head, and it looked rather horrifying when it opened and closed its mouth. At this moment, the 3-eyed demonic wolf king was baring its teeth, blood still dripping from its mouth.
It was unknown what it had just swallowed. This demonic wolf is at least at the 3rd stage spirit transformation.
Chu Feng focused slightly. As for that earth demon youth, or rather the 3rd demonic son, his strength is even greater. At the moment when Chu Feng was assessing the strength of the demon race, the few members of the Revolutionary Army were startled as well. Anderson's brows furrowed. So strong.
That demonic wolf isn't weaker than me, and that 3rd demonic son looks even stronger.
This mission is going to be dangerous. The 3rd demonic son was very fast. The next moment, he stood quietly in front of everyone. A pair of cold and merciless eyes swept across everyone. He opened his mouth and spoke in a hoarse voice. Later, you will be split into 20 teams. I will give each of you a positioning device. If you encounter the nightmare-ingesting Beast King, destroy the device immediately. This way, I will know your location.
Remember, if you encounter the nightmare-ingesting Beast King, hold it back even if you die. Otherwise, you know the consequences.
With that said, the 3rd demonic son spun around and left. He could not be bothered to waste his breath on these cannon fodders. Immediately after, the earth demons distributed a small ball to everyone. It was the so-called positioning device. Then, all of them were divided into 20 teams. There were at least 20 people in each group. They were led by A-rank commanders of the earth demon race to ensure that they would not be instantly wiped out if they encountered the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. Several of the groups with the most people were led by the 3rd demonic son's demonic guards. Coincidentally, Chu Feng was in a large group. He was in the same team as Brooke and the others. They were led by 2 demonic guards who were at the spirit transformation stage. According to Chu Feng's estimations, one of the 2 demonic guards was at the 1st stage of the spirit transformation while the other was at the 2nd stage. Their strength was not weak. Even if they encountered the nightmare-ingesting Beast King, they would be able to put up a fight for a while. They had to persist until the 3rd demonic son rushed over with the elites. Chu Feng smacked his lips, but he pitted these 2 demonic guards. Putting himself aside, there was also an elite middle-aged elf in this team. Based on the usual operations of the Revolutionary Army, if they were to make a move, the 2 demonic guards would definitely be the first to suffer. Therefore, the number of the 3rd demonic son's guards were probably going to be reduced again. Chapter 44. My big saber can't endure the thirst any longer. Chu Feng's group set off. Under the lead of the 2 demonic guards, 10 or so B-rank earth demons and more. Then 30 warriors from various races marched into the depths of the Corpse Soul Ridge. Chu Feng observed for a moment. On the surface, there was not a single A-rank warrior among the warriors recruited this time. Just like the middle-aged male elf, Anderson, he was also disguised as a B-rank warrior. In the abyss, A-rank warriors were not common. They could be considered the backbone of each faction. After entering the 9th stage spirit transformation, they could be considered an elite. They were an A-rank reserve army. Every time one of them died, their hearts would ache. During this period, there were also earth demons who came to lecture them. Chu Feng also knew that the leaders of the demonic guards were Demon 6 and Demon 9. Their strengths were at the 2nd stage spirit transformation and 1st stage spirit transformation respectively. There were a total of 9 demonic guards by the 3rd demonic son side. They had already lost 4 people, however, they were all at the lowest stage of the spirit transformation. Demon 9 was already the last of those at the stage 1 spirit transformation, hence, he had been feeling uneasy during this period of time. In fact, he did not even have the mood to lecture Chu Feng and the others. Instead, he kept silent and continued on his way. On the other hand, Demon 6 warned them with a cold expression. If we run into the nightmare-ingesting Beast King later, all of you need to crush your positioning device and surround the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. Hold on until the Lord Demonic Son arrives. If anyone flees before the battle, I will personally rip them apart. The crowd was silent. Anyone who was forced to do such a risky thing would not be happy. They just didn't have the means to fight back. Demon 6 still wanted to say something, but Demon 9, who was beside him, suddenly halted in his tracks. His expression was extremely awful. Sixth brother, can you feel it? It feels like something is approaching us. Demon 6's face paled. Is it the nightmare-ingesting Beast King? No, that's not it. I'm afraid we've encountered the dangers of the Corpse Soul Ridge itself. Demon 9 paused. It's corpse souls. And there seems to be quite a few of them. How unlucky. Just as Demon 9 finished speaking, the surrounding air suddenly turned cold. A cold wind blew past. The torches in the team were extinguished. Pairs of hollow eyes emitting dark red light slowly approached from the darkness. At this moment, Demon 6 also noticed it and his face twisted. Damn, this is such bad luck. As soon as they set off, they met a tough opponent. Fortunately, the 4 corpses are of a rank and there aren't any corpse kings amongst them. Demon 9 looked around and heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier, he had planned to have Chu Feng and the others receive the brunt of the attack and take the chance to escape. Although he might be punished by the demonic sun, at least he wouldn't die. He was already afraid of death to begin with. On this trip to the Corpse Soul Ridge, he could only watch helplessly as those stronger than him died at the hands of the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. He was truly afraid. All of you, go. Keep these ghouls busy. Sixth brother and I will kill them as soon as possible. Demon 9 let the cannon fodders take the lead. This way, the two of them would be more relaxed. Although they were unwilling, they still surrounded the ghouls. Chu Feng also joined the crowd. He was only a C-rank warrior to begin with. No one took him seriously. He tilted his head and took a look. Those few Revolutionary Army soldiers were just idling around as well. Their performance was average, for a moment. Explosions resounded everywhere. The battle was still quite intense. With so many B-rank warriors attacking together, even 4 ordinary A-rank corpse souls could not take it. They did not have any intelligence at all and could only dumbfoundedly get attacked. Soon, most of the corpse souls had been exhausted. Demon 6 and Demon 9 exchanged glances. They closed in on them and killed the monsters with a single punch. Seeing this, Chu Feng's lips twitched. These earth demons are so afraid of death. This battle quickly ended. No one died, but a few unlucky ones were injured. Before the group could catch their breath, a signal flare suddenly shot up from the horizon not far away. Demon 6 shouted, "Quick! A team has encountered the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. Let's go and provide backup. The third demonic sun will also arrive soon." To be safe, in addition to the positioning device, the Earth demons leading each team were equipped with signal flares. The entire team immediately started running. Chu Feng lagged behind the group. He looked at the signal flare not far away and thought of something. Previously, he could not communicate with the little nightmare-ingesting beast because he was too far away. From the looks of it, it wasn't far from him. He wondered if they could communicate telepathically, if he could really communicate with it. He could start to implement some of his plans. Without any delay, Chu Feng immediately called the little nightmare-ingesting beast in his heart. At first, there was no response, but as they got closer and closer, all of a sudden, a childish voice rang out from the bottom of Chu Feng's heart. "Master, you're here?" Hearing that voice, Chu Feng revealed a joyous expression. "Little guy, what's the situation now?" Hearing Chu Feng's question, the little nightmare-ingesting beast immediately became depressed. "The king's injuries are very serious. The few of us nightmare-ingesting beasts have temporarily merged with the king, to help him hold on for a while longer. But the Earth Demon tribe is constantly tracking us. And we have been discovered again." Chu Feng pondered for a moment. "How much power can your king unleash now?" "Probably around the 4th or 5th stage of the spirit transformation realm." The king was seriously injured, and his strength decreased dramatically. "How strong is your opponent?" "One of them is at the 2nd stage spirit transformation and there are dozens of B-rank warriors. But before long, the Earth Demon tribe's reinforcements will arrive. The king is planning to escape." The little nightmare-ingesting beast told him everything it knew. Hearing those words, Chu Feng's eyes suddenly shone. "Don't be in such a hurry. Escaping isn't a solution either. Sooner or later, you'll be exhausted to death. I am now part of their reinforcements, and I think I will be the first batch to arrive. Tell your king that we can coordinate our inside and outside offensives to find an opportunity to kill those demonic guards and eliminate the forces of your pursuers." "Master, can you do it?" The little nightmare-ingesting beast found this hard to believe. His master is only a C-rank warrior. Although he could easily kill a B-rank beast, is he so arrogant now that he wants to kill a spirit transformation expert? This is completely unrealistic. "Little brat, you don't even believe in your master anymore? Just do whatever I say." "Alright, I'll pass on the message." After a moment of silence, the little nightmare-ingesting beast spoke again. "Master," the king agreed. The king is also annoyed by the pursuit. He said that Master only needs to provide him with your location. He will do the killing. In actuality, the nightmare-ingesting Beast King's original words were, "A mere C-rank warrior dares to ambush a spiritual transformation expert?" Even if the spiritual transformation expert stands there for him to attack, he would not be able to kill him.
He shouldn't bother thinking about killing people.
The little nightmare-ingesting beast had no choice but to tweak his words. Chu Feng did not hear the nightmare-ingesting beast king's voice, but he could tell from the little nightmare-ingesting beast's tone. The king didn't believe him at all. That was true. If a C-rank warrior came before Chu Feng and said that he could kill a spirit transformation expert, Chu Feng would also think that that person is a fool. However, after buying so many good things from the miscellaneous item golden ranking list, Chu Feng really wanted to use a few spiritual transformation experts as sacrifices for his blade. In that case, let's see how it goes. A smile appeared on Chu Feng's face. It seems like even my saber is unable to endure the thirst. Chapter 45, A. Blade emitting a dim light that chilled the world. Chu Feng's group was led by Demon 6 and Demon 9. They rapidly got closer. Within the group, Chu Feng shot a glance at the rebel army and his gaze stopped at Anderson's back. I don't know what these guys are thinking. They had better not spoil my plans. It would be best if he could let them reveal themselves first. They can also share the burden of the Earth Demon tribe's firepower. Up ahead, Anderson felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness. This was the intuition of an elite, could it be that something will happen when they meet the nightmare-ingesting Beast King? With this in mind, Anderson reminded his companion with his gaze. He told his companions to be careful and not rush ahead. They should play it by ear. Their goal was to obtain the thousand-soul spirit flower. The nightmare-ingesting Beast King and the Earth Demon tribe could go at each other. It would be best if both sides suffered. That would be better for their plan. When Chu Feng and the others passed through a shrubbery, a violent battle shockwave came from the front. It was likely that the nightmare-ingesting beast had already clashed with the Earth Demon tribe. Demon 6 immediately turned around and growled, spread out and surround it. The nightmare-ingesting Beast King specializes in group soul attacks. Attack it from afar. After speaking, he and Demon 9 took the lead. They charged forward. The remaining people did not dare to escape and could only listen to orders and surround the Beast King. Chu Feng was inconspicuous among the crowd. The next moment, Chu Feng saw the battle. It was a terrifying black mist that enveloped a radius of over 1,000 meters. One could not even see their own fingers as it was pitch black like ink. Amidst the black fog, a demonic guard covered in a black robe was barely resisting the corrosion of the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. This black fog seemed to have a terrifying corrosive ability. The black-robed demonic guard had no choice but to raise its protective shield. A large amount of his magic power was consumed in the surroundings. More than 20 B-rank warriors were continuously launching some long-range attacks to restrain the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. That was why this demonic guard at the second stage spirit transformation had not been killed immediately. Even the injured nightmare-ingesting Beast King was far from what a second stage spirit transformation demon could compare to. Third brother, hang on a little longer. Ninth brother and I are here. Demon 6 shouted. The two of them entered the black mist. The three of them worked together but barely resisted it. Hang on for a while more. Lord Demonic Sun will be here soon with his men. Lord Karl is also on his way. Chu Feng and the others stood outside the black fog. Other than the B-rank warriors of the Earth Demon tribe, most of the other warriors from the various races were just there for show. Chu Feng sensed the three people in the black fog. He did a mental calculation. If he were to use the cleaved edge saber coated with demonic fangs venom, who would he have the highest chance of killing? But now, the three of them were gathered together. He was still some distance away. It was not easy to make a move. He sent a message to the little nightmare-ingesting beast. Little fellow, tell your king to expand the black fog domain and envelop all of us. The little nightmare-ingesting beast responded immediately. Master, the king said that it would consume too much of his energy. Furthermore, there are 3 spirit transformation demons on the other side. It would be easy for him to reveal a weakness. Tell your king to listen to me. I have my own plans. Also, let him focus on attacking the middle-aged elf on my left when he envelopes us. At that time, those 3 demonic guards will definitely split up. The little nightmare-ingesting beast didn't understand, but he still repeated what was said. The nightmare-ingesting beast king suddenly fell silent. Where is he getting this confidence from? How can a group of weak B-ranks, whom they regarded as lowly commoners, sway the 3 demons? Should he trust an outsider? Furthermore, he was an outsider who had enslaved his own people. The nightmare-ingesting beast was a soul specialist. At first glance, he could tell that the little fellow had already signed a soul contract with someone. He was originally furious. He had planned to find trouble with that person after he escaped. However, the circumstances forced the little fellow to fuse into his soul. Somehow, he no longer hated that person after that. Instead, he felt strangely closer to that person. This was unbelievable to him, generally speaking, even if his own clansmen had been enslaved and fused with him, it would not affect him. This was the unique characteristic of the nightmare-ingesting beast race, but it was different this time. This reminded the nightmare-ingesting beast king, who had inherited memories of a race, humans. Only the pet beast balls of humans could be so special. It was impossible for the contracts of other races to be so powerful. The nightmare-ingesting beast king sighed, "Forget it, I'll trust him this once. Humans are a race that is good at creating miracles." He had the little nightmare-ingesting beast tell Chufeng to prepare himself. The next moment, the Nightmare Beast King decisively burned a bit of its origin soul crystal. Instantly, the surrounding black fog seemed to be set ablaze. At that moment, every wisp of mist was like a mountain. It was extremely heavy. The three demons were forced to retreat. This guy is going all out. Be careful. The nightmare-ingesting Beast King could not be bothered with the three demons. This was just to prevent them from causing trouble for him later. The next moment, the black fog that had originally covered 1,000 meters suddenly expanded. It suddenly enveloped everyone. At the same time, the nightmare-ingesting Beast King also listened to Chufeng. A large amount of black fog surged towards Anderson. The series of actions made Anderson's face turn ashen. What the heck? Why is it all coming towards me? This shouldn't be happening. However, the nightmare-ingesting Beast King did not give Anderson much time to react. It was comparable to a 4th or 5th stage spirit transformation powerhouse's all-out attack. He had even burned a trace of his origin soul crystal. How could Anderson dare to continue hiding his strength? He wouldn't even know how he died. Roar! A violent blast of airwave erupted from Anderson's body. Elf protection. Anderson roared. A light shield appeared out of thin air. It barely managed to block the incoming black fog. He retreated more than 10 meters before stopping. But this way, his strength was completely exposed. 3rd stage spirit transformation. He was much stronger than the 3 demon guards. I'm done for. I exposed myself. Anderson's wishful thinking of taking advantage of the situation was shattered. This scene truly frightened Demon 6 and Demon 9. They had not expected a bomb to have been hidden in their team just now. If they were ambushed by this elf, they would definitely die tragically. A shiver ran down their spines. The three of them exchanged glances. For such a powerful being to appear out of nowhere, especially with the unique power of the elves, he was definitely an enemy. He might even be one of the rebels. Needless to say, they could not stand by idly. They had no choice but to send one of them to hold him back, as long as they could endure for a while more. Once the demonic sun arrived, all their enemies would die. Demon 9, you go? You are most skilled in speed. You will be fine for a short period of time. Don't seek to kill the enemy, just hold him back. Demon 9 looked like he was about to cry, but he knew that he was the most suitable person to go. Otherwise, they would not be able to defend against the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. He could only hurriedly back out. He sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from Anderson through the black fog. He could not see anything in the black fog. He could only rely on his perception of energy fluctuations to find his way. But what Demon 9 didn't know was, on the path he had to take, an ordinary-looking C-rank warrior had drawn a blade out from behind his back. The blade emitted a faint purplish-black light. Perhaps Demon 9 had already sensed Chufeng's existence. But he didn't care, a mere C-rank warrior. Perhaps he had just walked here at random. Even if he had any intentions, he wasn't bothered. C-rank, the bottom rung in the abyss. He could blow them to death in one breath. Just as Demon 9 was feeling inexplicably confident, Chufeng attacked with his saber, a blade emitting a dim light that chilled the world. Chapter 46, Epiphany. The moment he struck, Chufeng had unleashed his full battle power. Water element domain field, bloodline enhancement nirvana, art of the 9-wave saber. Chufeng placed his entire body and mind into that slash. He got rid of all distracting thoughts and was only left with this fatal blow. In his mind, he subconsciously wanted to condense the water element domain field completely onto the cleaved edge saber. His body reacted instinctively. In that instant, that extremely obscure feeling from the experiment seemed to have disappeared. An indescribable feeling surged into his heart. Naturally, Chufeng assimilated the water element domain field into the cleaved edge saber. The range was greatly reduced, but the suppressive force was greatly increased. Furthermore, on top of the blade, there was still the sure kill momentum of the art of the 9-wave saber. The two perfectly fused together. In front of him, at the instant Chufeng's blade struck, Demon 9's eyes widened. He could feel it, an unparalleled saber aura, an elite. There was actually an extremely powerful enemy in the team. But they knew nothing. A saber expert, looking at the saber blow that seemed to contain the power of the surging waves. Demon 9's throat trembled slightly. He wanted to shout to warn his companions, but to his horror, an extremely powerful suppressive force made it so that he could not shout at all. Let alone dodge, he could only watch as the dazzling blade landed on his neck. At the same time, the person got closer. Demon 9 got a good look at the person holding the saber. All of a sudden, a huge wave rose in his heart. It's him, it's the C-rank warrior whom he had never taken seriously. How can he be so strong, a spirit transformation expert with a C-rank body? Did such a monster really exist? Perhaps only in the depths of the abyss, only the supreme royalty of the demon race can do that. Die. Chu Feng did not notice Demon 9's astonishment. Even if he did not care, that was all. When the time came that the demon race trembled in fear upon hearing the name Chu Feng. That was something to rejoice about. It was the sound of the cleaved edge saber cutting through Demon 9's skin and bones. On the blade, the demonic fang's venom immediately seeped into Demon 9's body. It took effect instantly. Demon 9 weakly stretched out his hand. He could feel his life slipping away. Then, he completely lost consciousness. He turned into a black corpse. Up ahead, Chu Feng was gasping for breath. There was joy in his eyes as he listened to the notification in his mind. A C-rank killed a first-stage spirit transformation in one slash. This was a legend. He did it. Ordinary killing of a rank first-stage spirit transformation Earth Demon. Reward of 40,000 points. Killing a demon gives 50% additional points, 20,000 points in total. Successful cross-rank killing of a creature 2 ranks higher. Additional reward, points 1,000%. Total reward, 600,000 points. Segment 5583, I'm rich. After the 10 times increase of cross-to-rank killing, the reward was a total of 600,000. Chu Feng's total points instantly neared 1 million. A rich man, looking at the cleaved edge saber, he saw that it had consumed about 0.1 grams of the demonic fang's venom. Chu Feng was rather satisfied. This thing is very expensive. Save it if you can. 0.1 grams of demonic fang's venom should not have been enough to kill Demon 9 in one slash. However, when Chu Feng combined the water element domain field and the art of the 9-wave saber together, the power of this strike changed. A single slash became nothing much. In the black fog, the first to sense the commotion was naturally the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. The black mist was like his eyes. He had seen everything clearly. He was shocked. Humans, are they that strong? Even he felt a trace of fear from that strike. On the other side, Demon 3 and Demon 6 suddenly couldn't sense their companion's aura. They exchanged glances with each other. Horror filled their eyes. Demon 9 is dead? Demon 6 breathed carefully. Demon 3 was silent and his chest was heaving up and down. It was obvious that he wasn't calm at all. To be able to kill Demon 9 in such a short time, he dared not imagine how powerful the enemy was. He looked at Demon 6 with a grim expression. But I didn't sense any strong aura just now, yet Demon 9 died. This is the most terrifying thing. I can sense that the elf's aura hasn't moved. Third brother, do you mean that? There's an enemy far stronger than us in the dark? I'm afraid so. If Chu Feng were to hear their conversation, he would definitely laugh out loud. Nonsense, they definitely wouldn't be able to sense him. No matter how powerful a C-rank warrior was, his energy was still at the C-rank. Perhaps Demon 3 had sensed Chu Feng's energy fluctuations. But it had nothing to do with Demon 9's death, because it was impossible. Third brother, what should we do? Demon 6 was already panicking. Just one nightmare-ingesting Beast King was enough to make them unable to fight back. There was also a third-stage spirit transformation cultivator from the elf tribe who was eyeing them covetously. Now, there was actually someone even stronger in the dark. No matter how they looked at it, they couldn't win. Use their life to delay or run. Demon 3's reply was very concise. Split up and run. Choose a direction to run in. I'll run in the direction of that elf elite. That way, I'll be able to eliminate a powerful enemy for you. Third brother, you. Demon 6 was moved. Indeed, you see who your true friends are when you go through tough times together. However, he didn't know that Demon 3 was secretly scheming. Right now, we only have a chance of survival if we flee. If these 3 experts are in cahoots, the elf elite is the weakest link. If he fled in other directions, there was a high chance that the hidden expert would stop him. He would definitely die then. The only way to escape was on the elf side. If that powerful being realized that someone was already stopping him, there was a high chance that he wouldn't come to kill him again. He was also a second-stage spirit transformation cultivator. With the burning of his magic power, he still had a chance to escape from the elf elite. If it was him, he would definitely chase after the enemy that no one was stopping. This was human nature. Poor Demon 6, he was still so moved by my actions even though I betrayed him.
What an idiot. However, on the surface, Demon 3 acted righteous. Don't waste time, hurry up and go. Alright. Third brother, if I can make it out alive this time, you'll be my big brother for life. With that, he fled. Demon 3 also hastily ran for his life. This scene was seen by the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. He merely found it funny. It's indeed a good plan. Unfortunately, he miscalculated a few things. Firstly, Chu Feng's strength was not that strong. Perhaps he could fight against a second-stage spirit transformation demon, but he could not kill in an instant. He was actually the weakest link. Secondly, the three of them were not in cahoots. It was unknown if the elves would stop him. Thirdly, these two guys are really not taking me seriously. If they split up, wouldn't they become his targets? However, the two demon guards were already scared out of their wits. The only thing left in their minds was to escape, so how could they think of anything else? At this moment, it was better for someone else to die than themselves. It all depended on who ran faster. Unexpectedly, they had fallen into the nightmare-ingesting Beast King's trap. He instantly stopped being stingy with his soul power. One of the three innate skills of the nightmare-ingesting beast, spiritual illusion penetration, single soul-type innate skill. With an additional fantasy world, one strike could drag the enemy's soul into a fantasy world that he had created and make the enemy lose control of their body. At the same time, the penetration effect could destroy the enemy's soul, causing them to die from the pain. This was the nightmare-ingesting beast race's specialty. The next moment, the sound of two screams were heard. Then, everyone fell silent, at the edge of the black fog. Anderson was suddenly stunned. He suddenly felt that he's the only spirit transformation warrior left. What happened? Are you kidding me? Chapter 47, Life Potion. Anderson suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Everything had happened too suddenly. Why did the three demon guards disappear just like that? Just now, he had sensed a demon guard rushing towards him. He had probably been coming over to restrain him, but why did he disappear halfway? Could he have gotten lost? Surely not. Then, he sensed that the remaining two demon guards had suddenly separated. Anderson didn't know what to say. Are these two idiots? If the two of them worked together, they could narrowly put up a fight against the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. If they split up, wouldn't they be courting death? As expected, in the next moment, their auras disappeared as well. Anderson suddenly felt flustered. He was the only remaining spirit transformation expert. Would he be the next unlucky one? Not to mention anything else. Once he was targeted by the nightmare-ingesting Beast King, even if he was a third-stage spirit transformation expert, he would still be in trouble. Whether he could escape or not was another question altogether. Not to mention that the third demon's son would definitely be arriving soon. At that time, he would definitely be dead. Amidst the black fog, the nightmare-ingesting Beast King was indeed planning to attack this elf. Coming to Corpse Soul Ridge at this time, his goal is definitely me and the Thousand Soul Spirit Flower. To the nightmare-ingesting Beast King, they were all enemies. If he took the opportunity to kill them, so be it. However, Chu Feng stopped him. He was a third-stage spirit transformation cultivator after all. He would be useful for dealing with the demon race later on. It would be a pity to kill him now. Even if he had to die, he should die with some value. At the very least, he could drag a demon down with him. He looked at the remaining dozens of B-ranks. Chu Feng had an idea. He spoke directly to the black fog. He realized that in this black fog, as long as the nightmare-ingesting Beast King did not want to, voice and vision could not escape out of the black fog. Right now, he could see everyone clearly because the nightmare-ingesting Beast King allowed it. Kill the remaining dozen or so B-rank demons later. Don't touch the other races. I still have use for them. The black mist rippled upon hearing this. The nightmare-ingesting Beast King was speechless. Who are you? You gave me orders just like that. I am not your pet beast. If not for the little fellow's influence, I would have killed you. He sighed inwardly. Forget it. The human race is full of tricks. If I listen to this fellow, I might have a better chance of escaping. The three demon guards were killed the moment he arrived. The battle outcome was glorious. Not long afterward, Chu Feng heard miserable screams. Clearly, the nightmare-ingesting Beast King was quite obedient. Chu Feng was very satisfied. He looked at Demon 9's corpse. Not caring whether it was dirty or not, he placed his palm on Demon 9's body. He activated the destruction bloodline. Absorbing the bloodline energy, he could strengthen his body. Chu Feng had not forgotten about that. A demon who had stepped into the spirit transformation realm had powerful bloodline energy. Soon, Demon 9 became a dried-up corpse. Chu Feng felt that his body was growing stronger at a visible rate. However, his body was not strong enough to give him an advantage in a battle of this level. He had to continue accumulating. As for the demonic fang's venom in Demon 9's body, it was completely ignored by Chu Feng. What a joke.
the destruction bloodline would be afraid of poison. Moreover, it was only worth 0.1 grams, so it was directly broken down. After making use of the trash, Chu Feng looked at the black fog again. You can leave first, but don't stray too far from me. It will be easier to keep in touch. Trick them a few more times. If we kill more demon guards, our chances of winning will be higher when we get to the third demon sun. The nightmare-ingesting Beast King listened to Chu Feng. He suddenly felt that he had underestimated this guy. This fellow isn't thinking of fleeing, but counterattacking. He even wants to kill the genius of the demon race. What a monster! Unknowingly, the nightmare-ingesting Beast King had started listening to Chu Feng's orders. By the way, you're injured, right? Is it on the spiritual or physical level? Chu Feng suddenly asked. There was a moment of silence. A deep voice suddenly sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Most of the injuries are at the physical level. I was the one who caused the spiritual wounds. Those fellow souls are far inferior to mine, so naturally, they can't hurt me. That's good. As Chu Feng spoke, he took out a portion of the life potion from his personal storage space. This thing is called life potion. It contains a rich amount of life energy and can heal most physical injuries. It's useful for all creatures below the A rank. You want to let me use it? The nightmare-ingesting Beast King was hesitant. Based on Chu Feng's description, he knew how precious this thing was, but this human is giving it away so easily? Nonsense. If I don't give it to you, who should I give it to? Hurry up and take it. Only when your strength recovers will we have a chance of winning. Otherwise, if I want to kill the third demon son by myself, I can just dream on. Chu Feng's tone was not polite at all, but the nightmare-ingesting beast was not angry at all. It fell silent again. He felt that he had gotten to know this human again. When such a precious treasure appeared in the world, it was always accompanied by carnage each time. It was common for an A-rank warrior to die because of this. The nightmare-ingesting Beast King suddenly had a much better impression of Chu Feng. Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony. Whatever you want me to do later, just contact me through the little fellow. Hearing the nightmare-ingesting Beast King's words, the corners of Chu Feng's mouth turned up slightly. Sometimes, there's no need for violence to tame pet beasts. If he can win the pet beast over, wouldn't it be better than using some pet beast ball, one life potion in exchange for a powerful fighter? Chu Feng felt that it was worth it. Soon, the nightmare-ingesting Beast King left with the life potion. As he left, the surrounding black fog dissipated. This left Anderson pleasantly surprised. For some reason, the nightmare-ingesting Beast King had retreated. But it was still a good thing. There's no need to die now. The surrounding B-rank warriors heaved a sigh of relief. When they took a second look, the surrounding earth demons were all dead. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Their abilities were weak, so they had no idea what had just happened. Anderson reined in his energy. He seemed to have become an ordinary B-rank warrior again. Beside him, Mei Wei felt bored. Just now, she had been shrouded in the black fog, so she knew nothing as well. She pursed her lips when she saw the corpses of the Earth Demon tribe. Humph, looks like the demons aren't that great. They died in just a short while. Anderson, were you just scaring me previously? Doblin Brook rolled his eyes. This Missy is acting up again. She would get them killed sooner or later. Fortunately, there were no demons left now. Then where are we going? Mei Wei asked another question. This was the question of everyone present. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized something. In the middle of the black fog, an inferno elf staggered over. He was covered in blood, his clothes were tattered. He couldn't have looked worse. This was none other than Chu Feng, who had put on a disguise for himself. Mei Wei recognized him immediately. She covered her nose in disgust. Isn't he that idiot elf? He's only a C rank, but he's still alive. How lucky. Lilia, stop talking. Anderson berated. He turned his gaze to Chu Feng. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. However, no matter how he looked at it, the person in front of him was only a C rank. This was definitely not wrong. At that moment, Chu Feng had arrived before the crowd. He glanced at Mei Wei, then he coughed heavily and revealed a harmless smile. Cough, cough. I'm sorry. I was frightened just now. When I was running around, I was affected. Fortunately, I didn't die. What a coward, Mei Wei muttered under her breath. Chu Feng ignored her and continued to smile. I heard you guys talking about what to do next, right? I have some ideas. Chapter 48, Sir, I'll report and expose. Chu Feng's words caught everyone's attention. Everyone looked over. Chu Feng cleared his throat and took a glance at the crowd. I think it's best for us to join the Earth Demon race right now.
Just as he finished speaking, a dwarf immediately shouted angrily, "What? I just got my freedom, and you want me to be cannon fodder again? Is your brain damaged? If you guys don't want to leave, I'll leave by myself." Chu Feng's smile remained unchanged. "You can go now."
We're in the core of the Corpse Soul Ridge, where a large number of A-rank corpses are active. If you go alone, you'll die for sure. Even if dozens of us escape together, we'll still die if we encounter more than 4 A-rank corpse souls. If we're unlucky and also encounter an army of the Earth Demon race, we will be treated as deserters.
We'll definitely die.
The consecutive mentions of death gradually calmed everyone down. What Chu Feng said was correct. They were too weak. They would die if they encountered any danger. The dwarf who was clamoring to leave alone seemed dejected. His voice became downcast as well as he said,
"Then what do you think we should do? If we go back and follow the Earth Demon tribe and encounter the nightmare-ingesting Beast King, won't we die too?"
Chu Feng grinned. Who said that joining the Earth Demon race means death?
Did you die when you encountered the nightmare-ingesting Beast King? Chu Feng looked around. Other than the Earth Demon tribe, who else died? No one even got injured.
That seems to be the case. Indeed, I was standing next to an Earth Demon just now, but I was completely fine even though he died. Chu Feng continued, I'm guessing that the nightmare-ingesting Beast King must have sustained some serious injuries, that's why he couldn't be bothered to waste more energy to kill us. Whereas all the Earth Demons he hated the most died. If that's the case, even if we continue to follow the Earth Demon race and find the nightmare-ingesting Beast King, as long as we don't pose a threat to it, it won't waste its energy to kill us. As for us, as long as we follow the Earth Demons, we'll be able to survive even if we run into any corpse souls. After this is over, won't we all be able to get out of here alive? They couldn't help but be brainwashed by Chu Feng. Most people had already wavered. If they walked alone, they would definitely die. If they left together, there was a high chance that they would die as well, switching their train of thought. If they followed the Earth Demon race, the chances of them dying were actually lower. In comparison, this seemed to be the only way. Chu Feng grinned. This was the result he wanted. If he wanted to sneak attack those demon guards, he would be too large of a target if he went alone. He would also be easily suspected. Did it make sense for a C-rank to stroll around Corpse Soul Ridge? But it was different if he was mingled in with the crowd. No one would care about him. Chu Feng took another glance at the few people from the Revolutionary Army. He wasn't sure if the others would agree with him, but these guys would definitely agree. Like Chu Feng, the best way to conceal oneself was to infiltrate the enemy. Sure enough, it was as Chu Feng had anticipated. Most people agreed with this method. The members of the Revolutionary Army raised their hands in agreement. Seeing this, Chu Feng revealed a meaningful smile. Without these few Revolutionary Army members, the good show that was about to happen would not be able to start. You're happy now, but don't cry later. After deciding on a direction, all of them left first. The third demon son was about to arrive. 3 more demon guards had died. It wouldn't be worth it if he was killed by the furious third demon son. It was better to find the other demon guards. Along the way, Chu Feng communicated with the nightmare-ingesting Beast King through the little nightmare-ingesting beast. He found out that the nightmare-ingesting Beast King had already absorbed the life potion and its injuries were healing, but he still needed time. Chu Feng planned in his heart. Time was of the essence. If he could act earlier, he would act earlier. Moreover, it seemed like the third demon son only had 2 powerful teams left. The first team was the third demon son's team. There was Carl, who was at the 7th stage of the spirit transformation realm, and the 3-eyed demon wolf, which was at the 3rd stage. There was also the unfathomable third demon son. He could not afford to offend them for the time being. The other team was led by Demon 1 and Demon 2, the only 2 remaining demon guards. They were at the 4th stage and 3rd stage of spirit transformation respectively. Kill them. The third demon son would then basically be a general without an army. At that time, it would be up to Chu Feng to decide whether or not to act or flee. Thus, Chu Feng's next target was Demon 1 and Demon 2. This was because the nightmare-ingesting Beast King had fought with these 2 earth demons before and left a black fog mark on them, so he roughly knew where they were. This was also the reason why the nightmare-ingesting Beast King was able to last so long under the all-out pursuit of the third demon son, with the nightmare-ingesting Beast King leading the way, and even helping them get rid of some of the corpse souls that were in their way. The group advanced quickly. Before long, traces of the Earth Demon search team appeared up ahead. At the same time, they were discovered by the leaders, Demon 1 and Demon 2. Big brother, look. Aren't those the lowly commoners that 6th brother and 9th brother were leading previously? Why are they here? Demon 2 was confused. Are these guys idiots? They had finally escaped, but they still came back. Demon 1 sneered coldly, who knows if they are stupid or not.
It's good that they are here. It's also good to have a few more people in the search. Just now, Lord Demonic Sun flew into a rage.
If we can find traces of the nightmare-ingesting Beast King, it would be considered a great merit. Demon 2 snorted in disdain. Only third brother, sixth brother, and ninth brother are that useless.
They can't even hold it off for a while. If that nightmare-ingesting Beast King meets us brothers, we will be able to kill that bastard even without Lord Demonic Sun. Don't be careless.
Even if the Nightmare Beast King was severely injured by Lord Carl, it is still at the 4th or 5th stage of the spirit transformation realm.
However, we are just not afraid of it, that's all. The two of them chatted casually, none of them paid attention to Chu Feng and the others. On the other hand, Chu Feng tried his best to smile brightly. He took the lead and charged at the front of the group. He shouted as he ran, "Sir! Sir! We are here to seek refuge with you. Don't kill us." Behind him, the faces of Anderson and the rest were filled with disdain, although all of them had no choice but to join the Earth Demon race in order to survive. Do you have to be such a bootlicker, despicable, how spineless, elf traitor? Anderson was even planning to find an opportunity to secretly kill Chu Feng. How disgusting. Demon 2 waved his hand impatiently. Alright, I got it. You guys go ahead and search later. But before Demon 2 could finish speaking, Chu Feng suddenly increased his speed again. He pulled away from the crowd and shouted urgently, "Sir Demon Guard! Save me! I want to report and expose some people. The elves on the far left behind me are all rebels. Moreover, that middle-aged elf is a powerful expert at the 3rd stage of spirit transformation. I saw it with my own eyes just now. He was the one who killed Sir Demon 9. The nightmare-ingesting Beast King was able to escape because of him. Sirs, quickly kill him." Chu Feng's words were like thunder on a sunny day. Everyone was stunned. Anderson was even more shocked. He had not expected this to happen. "It's not me." At that moment, Anderson was at a loss for words. It was true that he was from the Revolutionary Army, but he really didn't kill him. But now, it was like yellow mud falling into his pants, where it was shit even if it wasn't shit. Moreover, he had no idea how his identity was exposed. Everyone's attention was attracted by Anderson and company. No one noticed. At some point in time, Chu Feng had gone behind Demon 1 and Demon 2. He looked scared. It was as if he was seeking the protection of Demon 1 and Demon 2. Chapter 49. Don't worry, let me slash you. Again, these few Revolutionary Army members were once again tricked by Chu Feng, trying to hide their identity and reap the benefits. Too bad. This was one of many tricks that he had played in his previous life. Society is dangerous. You, Anderson, can't grasp it. It was not Chu Feng's intention to expose those people. Instead, he had already planned this. He was just making use of them. See, hadn't Chu Feng successfully infiltrated the core of the enemy? Look at how close he was to Demon 1 and Demon 2. He was just short of sticking to their bodies. Furthermore, after the havoc Chu Feng had caused, the two of them were not on guard against him. This was a good Samaritan who had blown the whistle. He was a great person. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Anderson and the others. Even the group of B-rank warriors that had gathered earlier had left Anderson. They were afraid of getting into trouble. Anderson couldn't utter a word about his suffering. He did not know how the Inferno Elf knew his identity, but clearly, this bastard, who he wanted to kill in one slap just a moment ago, had sold him out instead, right now, not to mention concealing his identity. Whether he could bring all his companions out alive was a question. Opposite him was a 4th stage spirit transformation demon and another 3rd stage spirit transformation demon. Just as Anderson was panicking, Demon 1 and Demon 2 had already surrounded them. Both of them were pleasantly surprised, even if they could not find any traces of the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. To be able to capture a spirit transformation expert from the rebel army was a great achievement. Friend, don't be nervous. That elf just said that you are a rebel. According to the rules, we must verify it. I hope you don't resist. The ominous voice of Demon 2 could be heard. It was best to capture this fellow first. Whether it was true or not, we'll know if we catch him. However, Anderson wasn't stupid. He was indeed from the Revolutionary Army. At that moment, the two of them were highly focused in guarding against Anderson's desperate actions. They did not care about what was behind them. Behind them were their earth demons. Oh, and an inconsequential C-rank warrior. What was there to be wary of? The spirit transformation expert before them was the real enemy, hence, their backs were completely unguarded.
Xu Feng started to drool at this sight. It was as if he had seen two naked beauties. What was he waiting for? Just as Demon 1 and Demon 2 were about to make their move, Xu Feng also moved at the same time. He drew out his saber. The cleaved-edge saber appeared in his hand. For safety's sake, Xu Feng had smeared Demonic Fang's venom all over the blade. In an instant, he was all fired up. His target was Demon 2, who was of third-stage spirit transformation. Xu Feng would be more confident in that way. Kill, 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 I'll kill him. This time around, Xu Feng no longer focused on strength. However, he unleashed a speed that exceeded his limits. The endless saber beams seemed to weave a huge net in the sky. It enveloped Demon 2 from all directions. He did not seek to kill their enemies, but to injure them. As long as there was blood, the Demonic Fang's venom would be effective. 0.1 grams was enough to severely injure an ordinary A rank creature. 0.5 grams was enough to kill. No matter how little poison seeped into each slash, as long as there were enough times, it could still take Demon 2's life. This sudden turn of events. No one could react in time. The crowd merely looked at Xu Feng in a daze. What kind of plot is this? Is he acting as a spy? All the way until Xu Feng's blade landed on his back, Demon 2's face was still filled with confusion and doubt. What on earth is going on? In the short moment that Demon 2 was stunned, he was slashed by Xu Feng over 10 times. Each slash saw blood. It was unknown how much Demonic Fang's venom had completely seeped into his blood. If he were an ordinary A-rank creature, he would have been dead by now. It was only because Demon 2's physique had undergone 3 transformations that made him much stronger than an ordinary A-rank creature. He could still remain standing till now. However, his back had already turned black. The black color was still spreading rapidly. It was getting close to the face. He was severely injured and was about to die. Xu Feng felt that it was still not safe and planned to slash a few more times. But at this time, Demon 1 had already reacted and roared in anger. Be starred. You're the one behind this. He stared at Xu Feng with a devouring gaze. His figure flickered. The cold claws were about to grab Xu Feng. He was going to tear Xu Feng apart alive. Xu Feng shouted at Anderson, "Hey! What are you waiting for? Stop this 4th stage spirit transformation demon. I'll kill this Demon 2 with all my might. Otherwise, if they recover, we'll all die." Xu Feng had exaggerated the situation. In this situation, Demon 2 would definitely not make it. But Anderson didn't know that. Xu Feng wanted to scare Anderson so that he would put forth more effort. Upon hearing this, Anderson reacted. He did not have the time to be astonished by Xu Feng's sudden burst of strength. He hurriedly erupted with energy, using all his strength to ward off Demon 1, who wanted to head back to attack. 3rd stage spirit transformation versus 4th stage spirit transformation. Even though he wasn't a match for the other party, it wouldn't be a problem for him to drag this out for a period of time. Seeing that, Xu Feng did not hesitate. He continued slashing at Demon 2. He liked to play it safe when doing things. That was until the notification of the golden ranking list rang out in his mind. Only then did Xu Feng confirm that Demon 2 was truly deader than dead. He looked at Demon 2, who had been slashed into a pool of blackish-purple flesh. He sighed regretfully. It's a pity that I was too heavy-handed. I can't absorb his blood anymore. These words sent chills down Anderson's back. What kind of freak is he? He was actually absorbing blood. When did the Inferno Elves become more demonic than the demon race? Looks like he has to be on guard against him. This information is very important. He has to report it, Anderson silently decided. While he was distracted, Anderson was nearly ripped apart by Demon 1's claws. He dared not let his imagination run wild anymore. Without even looking at Xu Feng, he shouted loudly, "Hey, what are you trying to do? I'm not this guy's match. If this drags on, the 3rd Demon Son and the others will rush over and we'll all be done for." Demon 1 said coldly, "You guys won't be able to escape. I will hold you back. All of you deserve to die." Hearing those words, Xu Feng merely grinned. "Don't worry, you won't have a chance." He waved his hand lightly. "Nightmare-ingesting Beast King, come on out. Let this guy reunite with his brothers." Just as he finished speaking, a ball of black fog suddenly rose. It enveloped everyone. This scene nearly scared Anderson to death. His eyes widened. He was shocked beyond words and blurted out, "The nightmare-ingesting Beast King is in cahoots with you?" Xu Feng rolled his eyes. "You don't say. If not, do you think you would have been kept alive back then? He would have killed you long ago." Anderson was utterly speechless. He felt like a fool. He thought that he had concealed himself perfectly. However, someone had been leading him by the nose in circles. "All right, stop fooling around. You two can kill him together." Xu Feng paused for a moment. Then, as if he had thought of something,
He hurriedly shouted, "No, the three of us will kill him together. Nightmare-ingesting Beast King, don't kill him yet, let me slash him once." As he spoke, Xu Feng charged toward Demon 1 like a madman. He just remembered, he will also be awarded points for a cooperative kill. Chapter 50. Changing attitudes quickly, Xu Feng hurriedly rushed forward. He didn't care if it was useful or not, just slash him first. If they worked together to kill a demon race powerhouse at the 4th stage spirit transformation, there should be a lot of points as reward. It would be a waste if he did not take the points that were given for free. The battle began and ended quickly. Demon 2 was killed instantly. Demon 1 was also easily trampled to death by the nightmare-ingesting Beast King. After consuming the life potion, the nightmare-ingesting Beast King's injuries had mostly healed. Probably in a few hours, his injuries would be more or less healed. Of course, the soul injury was caused by the burning of the nightmare-ingesting Beast King's soul crystal. It would take a long time to recover. But even so, when the Nightmare Beast King fully recovered, its battle prowess would also recover to at least the 6th stage spirit transformation. With the help of the little nightmare-ingesting beast and the other clansmen, he could even fight a 7th stage spirit transformation cultivator. That was the reason why Xu Feng had the confidence to face the 3rd demon son head-on. He checked the reward notification in the golden ranking list. His eyes lit up. There were 2 in total. Ordinary killing of a rank 1st stage spirit transformation earth demon, reward of 80,000 points, additional 50% bonus points for killing demons, a total of 40,000 points. Successful cross-rank killing of someone 2 ranks higher. Additional point reward 1000%. Total reward, 1.2 million points, cooperative killing of an A-rank 4th stage spirit transformation earth demon. Reward, 30,000 points, additional 50% points for killing demons, 15,000 points in total, successful cross-rank killing of a creature 2 ranks higher. Additional reward, points 1000%. Total reward, 450,000 points, a total of more than 1.6 million points. The reward for cooperative killing was slightly lesser, but Xu Feng was not picky. No matter how small the meat is, it's still meat. Besides, it's no different from picking it up for free. Adding on the nearly 1 million points from before, his total score exceeded 2.6 million. Xu Feng took a glance at his personal information. Name, Xu Feng. Rank, C rank 25%, Pet Beast, Nightmare-ingesting Beast, B rank. Skills, Water Element Domain Field, Major Accomplishment Level, Certified, Bloodline Enhancement Nirvana, Art of the Nine-Wave Saber, Items, Fragment of the Blazing Wings of the Sky, First Blazing Angel, Michael's Wings. High Quality Super Ball, High Quality Pet Ball, Accumulated Points, 265-8500, Trading Area, Opening Progress, 1632/10,000. Compared to before, Xu Feng discovered several different places. His rank had increased significantly. In actuality, compared to his 100-time cultivation speed, it was already considered very slow. However, he had absorbed many powerful bloodlines and his physique had been greatly strengthened. The total amount of spiritual energy he could contain was much higher than that of a C-rank warrior. That was why there was not much increase. Then, Xu Feng noticed that the trading area was finally about to open. The progress number represented the number of human warriors who had reached D rank. In just over a week, there were more than 1,000 D rank warriors. It was about the same speed as his previous life. With a population of nearly 10 billion people, just 1,000 odd people was a 1 in 10 million probability. Xu Feng actually felt that it was only so if Earthlings were to come to the 2nd level of the abyss. Based on the density of the energy here, a week later, the number of humans who would reach D rank was estimated to be in the hundreds of millions. After the number of human D rank warriors reached 10,000, the trading area would open. There were many functions in the trading area. It was like a virtual global market. Here, points were the only currency. All sorts of materials, divine powers, cultivation techniques, treasures, and oddities could be traded here. As long as you have points, they could even hire a rank or even S-rank experts as hired thugs. Of course, that would take years. At the current stage, Xu Feng planned to rush in as soon as the trading area opened. He might be able to get some good stuff. The first level of the abyss was very, very large. In the past, there were countless battles between the gods. There were too many good things left behind. It was just that Xu Feng did not have the time to search for them himself. But the humans at this time did not know what was good. In his previous life, it was not uncommon for good things to be sold as junk. What Xu Feng wanted to do was to earn as many points as possible. When the time came, he would plunder all of humanity. Humans nowadays are very shallow. A few hundred points was a huge sum to them. Xu Feng could just casually sprinkle water all over and he would be able to get the entire human race to work for him.
Just thinking about the scene made him feel great. After fantasizing about it for a while, he felt lightheaded. Anderson couldn't watch any further. What's wrong with this guy? Why does he suddenly have this perverted expression on his face? Hey, what are you thinking about? The third demon's son is probably arriving soon. Hurry up and retreat. Only then did Chu Feng snap out of it. Right, let's leave quickly. We'll retreat strategically first and think of a way to kill the third demon's son later. At that moment, Chu Feng still paid attention to the third demon's son. It was equivalent to shiny points. The group left. The B-rank warriors wanted to tag along, so Chu Feng had no choice but to let them. Who asked him to have fooled them so well just now? These guys are afraid that they will die if they encounter any corpse souls. It will be good for them to have them deal with the third demon's son's subordinates later. All of them retreated to a remote mountainside before stopping. Only then did they have the time to talk business. The group split into two groups. On one side was the Revolutionary Army, while the other was Chu Feng and the Nightmare-Ingesting Beast King. In terms of aura, Chu Feng's side was the complete victor. Just the Nightmare-Ingesting Beast King alone was enough to defeat everyone. Although Anderson was terrified, he still forced himself to speak. The two attacks on the demon guards were all part of your plan. You let the Nightmare-Ingesting Beast King attack me to break up the demon guards, then you killed Demon 9. You exposed my identity all of a sudden to create an opportunity for you to sneak an attack on Demon 2. And I was unlucky enough to take the blame for you twice. From the looks of it, you already knew my identity. Right? But I thought I hid it well. How did you find out? Also, are you really only at the C rank? Along the way, Anderson added up everything that had happened. He was no fool, so he could pretty much guess what had happened. Hence, he found it even more unbelievable. A C-rank warrior had fooled everyone. The most terrifying thing was that this C-rank warrior could actually unleash strength that was not weaker than a stage 1 spirit transformation. This was what shocked Anderson the most. Chu Feng shrugged his shoulders. This guy sure has a lot of questions. You just think that you hit it well. Every single one of you rebel soldiers carry the aura of the Temple of Marvels. It's not like I haven't been there in my previous life. How can I not tell? Of course, Chu Feng definitely wouldn't say that. He couldn't be bothered to answer. Alright, there's no point in asking all these. Let's discuss how to deal with the third demon's son. Before Anderson could speak, Chu Feng continued. I know that your revolutionary army might also be here for the Nightmare-Ingesting Beast King or the Thousand-Soul Spirit Flower. But, why don't you think about it? With just your little bit of strength, you want to take advantage of the situation? Bullshit. Do you think that you can defeat me and the Nightmare-Ingesting Beast King even if you reveal all your hidden strength? Therefore, there are two paths before you now. The first is to kill the third demon's son with me. The second is that the Nightmare-Ingesting Beast King and I will kill you now. Wanting to reap the benefits of others doesn't work with me. I'm a man who likes to make everything clear. You're a friend, so I'll treat you like a friend. If you're not a friend, then you're an enemy. I also like to nip all threats in the bud. As Chu Feng said this, he casually stroked the edge of the cleaved-edge saber. Behind him, the Nightmare-Ingesting Beast King suddenly turned into a black fog and floated like a black cloud. Anderson's expression changed drastically. This guy's attitude changed just like that. At the very least, we fought side by side just now. I just speak slower. I didn't say that I wouldn't agree. Look at this guy. As long as I dare to say no, he will really kill me. What kind of scoundrel is this?